Hi everyone, and welcome to Coach's Call Grand Finals Day 3, hosted by Ohgawdevents and myself. For those who are here, we are going to be having a special panel today before the Grand Finals. And it's something really special that we were able to have, an amazing opportunity that I was able to get you this special thing. But before that, let's just do some like little reiteration of what Coach's Call is. So, for any of those who may be new here, Coach's Call is a growth-focused, Valorant charity tournament centered around education, mentorship, improvement, and just the overall community. And the big goal of the event was to create an environment where players can learn directly from our experienced community coaches and improve in a structural team play, and also experience competitive Valorant in like a healthier and more supportive way. So throughout the entire event, players were able to participate in scrims, VOD reviews. We had our Valorant 101 streams, some coaching sessions with all the coaches, team practices, and also community discussion was something that was thriving a lot in our Discord. So and we were also able to all compete for an incredible cause, which we are raising money for the crisis text line in honor of Mental Health Awareness Month. And we have actually doubled our donation goal from like the last 2 days, and right now we have raised our donation goal to $1,267.67, and we're currently at $1,167. So we're just like $100 or $167 short from our current donation goal. So if you guys do have any spare money that you guys want to donate or just be a part of the cause and also enter in our lovely surprise raffle giveaways, feel free to donate. Go ahead and do !donate in chat if you guys do want to go. Again, Crisis Text Line does something really amazing. They provide free 24/7 confidential mental health support for anyone that is having a crisis, and mental health is something that affects so many people, both inside and outside gaming. So please make sure to know and understand that you guys do have resources outside of like maybe like paid things. It is free, so feel free to use it. If you guys do want to use the crisis text line, feel free to text HOME HOME at 741-741, and you'll be directed to someone who can kind of talk you through all your little silly thoughts and all that. But I want to also give a huge shout out to all our amazing sponsors. So we have Corsair, Zenny Gaming, and Zenny Optical sponsoring the event. And thank you again for supporting Coach's Call and helping making this event possible for our community. So enough with my yapping, and I think it's time for my lovely guests to do the yapping themselves. But I'm incredibly excited to welcome two amazing guests from the competitive Valorant scene. First, we have Declan, otherwise known as King Fred, head coach for Wadada and Game Changers, and we also have Wendler, assistant coach for Paper X. So thank you guys again so much for being a part of the panel and just taking the time out of your day. I know how busy and stressful it is, and also just like I know the time zones and stuff, so thank you again. I appreciate it. But I would love for you guys to kind of introduce each other to the audience for anyone who may not know you yet, or if you guys have some things you want to mention about yourself, like talk about your background and what you currently do in Valorant, and anything you want the people to know.
Ash, do you want to go first?
Sure, I'll go first. Hello everyone, I'm Wendler, assistant coach of Paper X. I've been coaching in VCT, like quote unquote officially, for 2 years now. Last year I was with JDG, this year with Paper X. I've been coaching in totality for about 4 years total. 2 years previous to that, I did volunteer work for Josh RT at G2. And yeah.
Nice.
My name's Declan. Online I go by King Fred. I've been coaching professional teams for about 3-4 years now. Currently the head coach of Wadada, which is a free agent Game Changers team. I've previously worked with Evil Geniuses Game Changers like West Red, as well as Winthrop University last year. So, yeah.
Nice. A lot of familiar faces. Everybody's like kind of cheering you guys on and hyping you guys up in chat. So I appreciate that very much. Also, I think my PC kind of died real quick. Okay. Anyways, let me wait till my PC is done dying real quick. But yeah, before we get into our special segment, because I think one of my monitors just shut down, let's go ahead and talk about your guys's roles and kind of like your duties in your guys' respective team, and what do you guys do for them exactly? I'm sure it's like a very umbrella term, so I know you guys do a lot, but what is something that you guys like specialize in with your guys' teams, or even like previous teams, if you guys do want to mention that?
I'll go ahead then. I'm a head coach, so I umbrella, I'm just in charge of the team. I tend to manage like everything between like small plays into large, broader team identity kind of things. Yeah, I also tend to book practices, manage scrims, try to make sure we're prioritizing the things that I feel are going to be the most important for us to improve on. Basically, kind of just overall leading the team, I'd say, is a apt term. Previously, I've been assistant coach, whether that's a lot more data focused versus a lot more strategy focused. Can vary between the teams, but yeah, that's kind of what I do.
Wendler, yourself?
Yeah, so I'm an assistant coach. So usually like the assistant coach duties shift by team. Sometimes it's whatever the head coach doesn't want to do. Sometimes there's a specific job. But for me specifically, I was brought in to PaperX to focus more on macro. So that's like wider game strategy, not so much on like individual micro or individual choice making. So whether that's building comps for a new map, whether that's talking about how you should play a new map, or assess like map changes. For example, Breeze, a big thing was like how should we approach the map in this pool. In more kind of grand scope type things, I still sit in on scrims with the guys. I still do like a level of individual review, but it's not like the sole focus of my job. It's just more gauging feedback from the guys to what they feel might need to be changed util wise, or maybe changed like comp wise if something is just not hitting or not comfortable in going down that route. So a lot wider or more grand strategy focus.
Nice, nice. I definitely think like we see a lot of your guys' like teams on social media, and we also follow a lot of them. I know a lot of the community members. They're really big fans. So again, really huge thank you guys for being here. And just, it's an extra personal thing where we get to see the minds behind like some of our favorite players, and I think that's something that's really cool about having this segment, is that we're able to get to know you guys. And I do think it's really important that yeah, like typically the players are more on the broadcast and more on the scene because that's them playing, but they wouldn't be as successful as they are without you guys. Obviously, they have their own mechanics and their own skill set, but genuinely, you guys are the minds. You guys put in the effort and hard work to like things like anti-stratting, coming up with plays, and just overall like making sure they're set up for success. You guys do all of that, and I know we could see it. It definitely pays off, like with all your guys' trophies and wins that you guys have. But yeah, I
like
think
that Santiago win.
oh god.
Sorry.
We're gonna see a lot of banter between these two guys. We're gonna see a lot of banter. But yeah, one thing that I really did want to do with you guys was kind of do a ranked duel session with. I hope you guys did not see that. Please do. Okay. Anyways, pretend you guys didn't see it. Okay, but I am gonna be doing a little ranked duel session with some of our players of Heart of Coach's Call. So during this segment, you guys are gonna be testing Wendler and Declan to see if they could figure out the ranks of some of our players in Coach's Call. Again, Coach's Call is open to all ranks. We're open to Iron Ascendants, but we also have some of our some guest appearances that may trick them a thing or two. So I want to definitely see or hear you guys' thought process too. Maybe you guys want to argue, maybe you guys want to lock another rank in, but let's go ahead and get started with that. Yeah, guys. And also, too, if you guys see your clips in the broadcast, don't tell anyone, but also try your best to participate if you guys don't know what any of the what's it called? Any of the roles are. But yeah, let's go ahead and get started. If my PC doesn't want to die in itself. Okay, actually, it just died. Give me 1 second. Let me. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Hold up, guys. Hold up, chat. Okay, there you go. Okay, let's go ahead. You guys are on the stream screen share. Okay, perfect. Yep. Okay, there is audio, so we'll try.
My first came on.
Oh my god,
It's my omen is to immediately.
More cash.
I'm putting
The comps seem pretty normal.
One more cash.
It's not a bomb.
Confident.
Enemy remaining.
Oh my god.
Alright.
Pretty good.
What is your thought process, guys?
The main thing that sticks up to me immediately is the overall setup positioning, where my omen is mid 2 and there's no A main player. It's very odd. Indicates like maybe a little bit of a lower rank. The crosshair placement and aim was pretty good, although I think some of the angle selection, choosing to be in that committed of a fight in a 3v3 with very little support by the Jet is like very greedy, I'd say. Makes you want to think like Ascendant.
Okay. Wenler, do you have anything to add to that, or do you agree or disagree?
I agree with everything Fred said, but I'm gonna say Plat 2.
Plat 2? Okay.
Really? I don't think Plats are shooting like that. But...
Yeah. I've seen some demons, bro.
Maybe in your APAC ranked game.
Dude, I'm in the trenches out here. I would say like, I'll go like Plat 3, Diamond 1.
Okay.
I'll go Ascendant 1.
Okay, well, this is our Radiant.
Radiant?
We got baited.
Oh
We actually got baited. Oh no.
Oh my god, so, just background on Awawa, he's our assistant coach for Paneka's Kittens, and yeah, he is our Radiant.
Okay, I need to know, was the Omen Radiant though?
Yeah.
It was an all High Immortal 3 to Radiant lobby, that one.
Okay.
What the?
Well, that's awkward.
Our bad.
Oh my god, that's a really good one. It's gonna be really funny.
Wait, for clarity,
Yeah.
clarity, are all the clips like in the same MMR range?
No,
Do you
it's
know?
everywhere.
No.
Oh.
But,
Like, I know it's everywhere, but like, is the lobby all in the same MMR
more
range?
yes, more often than not,
Okay.
they will be.
Okay.
Yeah. Wait,
Yeah.
that's
Right,
really
well,
funny.
if it's any consolation, blame your Omen for why that clip looks so bad.
That's really funny because Awal was actually like a champion in our previous tournament, and he like dominated the floor. So see, like here, and he's also like an egoist demon. Like he knows he's good.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
That tracks with the fights.
Yeah, like the way he's taking those fights definitely is like, I think I have better aim than everyone else,
Yeah.
and
Oh,
so
God.
that makes sense. I would expect a Radiant to take fights a little differently, but definitely that can be your playstyle.
Okay, let's go ahead and get the next one going.
Surely we don't.
Careful now. Put down.
Okay.
Spike planted.
Watch your eyes. Get out of here.
One enemy remaining.
What drop?
Whoa!
We're like insta crouching on every fight.
Yes.
Okay,
I'm
what
also
do you guys think?
seeing. Didn't realize the clip ended there. I think the clip ending there also says something, but
Yeah.
I'm not gonna say what. I trust that they won the round. The big thing I'm noticing is just positioning is in the open a lot. Doesn't seem to be a lot of what I like to call intention with the way they're swinging angles.
Yeah,
Mm.
like there's no decision on the fights, but then every fight is insta crouch,
Yeah.
which is usually it's not that crouching's bad, but usually there's a difference in the intention at when someone is crouching. That usually is like the given key for someone just doing it out of like a bad habit versus doing it to try and change the engagement, if that makes sense.
Mhm.
Yeah. This is a bit puzzling.
You guys can be honest. You guys can be honest.
I want to say plat 1.
Okay. Wendler yourself.
I'm kind of like basing this off of
Dude,
like the other
I
one as well to
feel-
recalibrate.
The other
but
the other one's like baiting
the other
me
one
so
threw me
hard.
off so hard.
my gut wants to say Diamond 1.
Diamond 1. Okay, so we got what? Plat 1 and Diamond 1, correct?
Okay.
Something like that. Okay, well, Kai is
Oh,
our
sorry.
resident.
Dude, we're getting debated here.
So
My mind has been purged by.
No, okay, no. Okay, no, this is good. We have a baseline. What we use radiant, what's
Okay.
iron. Okay, all right. We gotta lock in
Okay.
here.
Kai
Okay.
is actually a part of our tournament, and she's also a part of my prod team. And I let her out the basement to play in this tournament, but she definitely focuses a lot more on. Well, actually, she plays a lot of Valorant, actually. But, yeah, in this clip, she was Iron 2, and she is our resident lowest elo of the tournament, silver for the tournament. So, and
Okay,
Yeah, I would
yeah.
definitely say better than
she's in
silver. Like that's
Yeah.
like gold plat for sure.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah?
so she's silver now, so it's like
Mhm.
I feel a little bit better about it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, let's go to the next one, guys. So far, both of them are 0 for 2, guys. So, let's
Yeah,
see.
okay.
Oh, this can only get better. Surely.
Yeah.
Okay.
What the hell is this?
Spike planted. That makes 3.
One tap.
Main. Last main. Nice.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Alright,
Alright.
what do we think about this?
Okay, what throws me off here, Fred. We're gonna work
Yeah.
together now. Okay,
Okay.
we're gonna work together.
What throws me
Our
off here is
fade-
the
Our fade has almost full util.
yeah. I wasn't gonna mention that, but definitely a little odd to have this much utility this late in the round.
Okay, hear me out, though. The scoreboard is 8-1.
Yeah, but I guess we don't know when the bomb was planted.
True.
Yeah.
We've gone onto site and we used nothing, and 3 of our teammates are dead. So that's what, like, outside of scan, like all we used is scan 15 seconds ago.
I mean, you scanned 15 seconds ago,
Or-
so it's
wait, no.
probably like a 120 bomb plant. Or
no,
wait, or is this?
it's current patch. So 30 seconds
okay.
ago we used scan.
Yeah. Okay.
Did nothing
so
else.
That's definitely interesting, making me think. The mechanics make me think like diamond, and that would line up with low util usage.
I would agree.
But it,
Which means it's
um,
probably like Immortal 2, and we're gonna be
yeah, we're just gonna be completely off.
it's gonna be bad.
I'm trying to think. This deadlock sensor that I'm seeing at the end here is also very interesting. That also screams very low that we're putting it on the bomb and not playing for the choke points. Let me look at their comp. They're also playing. My gut says Diamond 1.
Okay, I think I'm gonna help you guys out a little. This is a 5-stack.
Oh.
Of a person.
Okay, wait, that makes it worse, because what do you mean it's a 5-stack and we have full green util?
Yeah. We've had, dude. This has to be like either silver or gold, I think. If this is a person in a 5-stack that's Ascendant plus, and you have this much util, we need to have a discussion.
We need to have a
Privately.
big conversation.
So this has to be between like silver and gold, I think.
I think based on the I think the mechanics, like the shots are a little too good for silver. I'm seeing like actually intentional, like good crosshair placement.
Mm.
I'd want to say like plat. like low plat, high gold.
Okay,
If
so
this is a 5-stack.
so what is your final answer? Oh my
Dude, I feel like we're getting baited, Fred. Dude, I feel
No,
like we're getting baited.
what? Do I just say ascendant and just be safe?
Dude, ascendant one.
Ascendant one,
Yes.
final answer, just to
Okay.
be safe.
We're locked.
Well, I definitely think I might need some coaching.
Oh, Kate!
Kate!
What are we doing?
Okay, hear me out though. We were shitting on them like really bad. I was like, I'll just gun game.
You took 30 seconds ago. You have full kit.
Okay,
You were
but-
just making fun of the harbor in my game earlier. You're doing the same thing.
Okay, but the thing is, I know my 5-sec. Okay, actually, they didn't get it because they didn't kill anyone. But like, it's been. Oh, okay. You guys can be disappointed. I'll take some.
Okay.
I'll take some lessons.
Okay.
Okay. Oh God. Okay. Well, 0 and 3. I might have been a wild card. Okay, let's go for the next one.
We're not getting a single one right.
No, we're not. We're
We're
not.
not getting a single one right.
Uh-oh.
There's one mid.
Okay, we're in the 5-stack again.
What the fuck? He was jumping 134.
5-stack.
Spike
Wait,
planted.
wait,
My ult's ready.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Phoenix is mid. Could be coming behind you, Steve.
Coming through.
Mid is a very generic call
Oh, he's in our spawn then.
One enemy remaining.
Okay,
You can hold it.
I have a rule I just made.
Behind me.
What?
Hey,
Neon,
Grace.
it's a neon. So
He deserves.
3 ranks from whatever we think it is. 'Cause it's neon.
True. First 3 shots make me think ascendant. The comms makes me think. Oh, it's so rough. It's so hard because a lot of the tools that I would like normally judge players by just don't apply in ranked.
And it doesn't apply in like a 5-stack.
Especially in a 5-stack. I think the neon wall across the tons is a little bit questionable to me because they kind of just like they're fighting mid with their sage, but they're not doing a good job of isolating that. The shooting bodies at the end is also very interesting. That shooting bodies feels like a very plat thing. I feel like. I don't know about you, Wendler.
Yeah, guys, it's against
Listen,
the rules in my tourneys.
I'm grasping at straws. Like.
I'm lost for words because of the past 3 that we've been baited by already.
Everybody's
I
saying
mean,
this
the
is
shooting
just
is fine.
this is just rage
Is
baiting,
this-
you guys.
Is this okay? Clarity question again.
Yeah.
Is this like a 5-stack in one of your tournaments, or is this just a
No,
casual
just a
5-stack
just
that
a
submitted
single.
this clip?
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
Okay, so their comp alone is like a gold or a plat comp.
Yeah. But the shots are
Like,
not gold plat.
The
from
shots
the
are not,
neon.
which puts this person. It has to be in at least like diamond, I think.
I think diamond is pretty safe.
Yeah.
I'm good with diamond. I like
Diamond?
diamond.
Do you guys have
Yeah,
any
we'll go-
specific
We'll go diamond
ranking?
2.
I
We'll
think
go diamond 2.
yeah, diamond 2. I
Diamond
think
2?
the shots, but the poor util usage and the comps.
Okay. Well, we have Diamond 2.
Yes!
Goated! I'm goated!
Wait, that's actually crazy.
Alright,
You got it.
First 3 were warm up ones.
Yeah,
Okay, this is the
warm-up,
first one
warm-up.
that counts.
They're second
We're
half
editing the other 3
gamers.
out of the VOD,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
We're acclimating. We're acclimating.
Yes.
We're
Okay.
there.
Okay.
Shows you how much ranked we play.
Okay, let's see the next one.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh, she's still looking at me.
How are you alive? Okay, there
I
you
might
go.
be in that
I
Discord.
was like,
as
how
well.
are you alive?
I'm planting.
30 seconds left.
Thank you.
Spike planted.
Not ripping deadlock ult here is
Sound
insane, by the
sensor
way.
up.
Why does deadlock all bro?
Why are we just?
One of our friends called it
Okay.
out.
Awesome.
I'm so scared right now.
Oh, stop! 70!
Yo, we're swinging
Okay.
this. We have deadlock ult.
No escape.
That motherfucker.
Barrier
Like this.
deployed.
I'm not
Wait,
peeking him.
You can still Walk up.
They can look around.
Just to walk up. Yeah.
He can do many things, bro.
No surprises.
Nice.
Enemy remaining.
Nice.
You kid.
These are all
Had your fun.
win.
My
Reload.
turn.
Are you all together?
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Oh hell no.
What the fuck?
Wait. Clip that last shot. Wait. Clip that last
Tell me
shot.
where to
Suki.
go.
What
Yeah,
the
hello?
heck was
So,
that?
What are you guys' thoughts?
I'm here, man.
The other thing to note is that this is not the POV of the clip. This is someone else's POV.
Oh yeah, it is someone else's
that-
POV. Yeah.
That to me says that's probably a bit lower rank because it means they probably don't have as great of a PC, that they don't have a clipping software. Or they
I'll say
just forgot
gold.
it.
Gold 3.
Gold seems good
Okay,
here. The fact that
I'ma
there's
help you
no
guys
Sova
out.
on Abyss.
I'm gonna help you guys out. Don't worry about the PC. Don't worry that they can't
Okay.
clip.
Okay.
Gold 3.
Okay.
I'm locking in. Gold 3.
Yeah, I'm down for gold 3. I'll trust Wonder on this one.
Go through. Okay. Well.
If this is
It says
higher,
I'm
I have a
mortal,
lot of.
I'm punching
Hey,
my monitor.
Yeah, if this is higher, we need to have some
okay, wait,
serious
wait.
conversations about map theory with
did I
everyone
tell you guys
involved.
it's a 5-stack as well?
I mean, yeah, no, this is
Well, I
this
just-
is a
I-
5-stack,
Okay,
but
okay.
like it's a 5-stack. I have no Sova player on Abyss. If this is higher than gold 3, we need to have serious conversations.
Well.
All right.
God damn it, dude. What is their main? Are they in chat?
Yeah, they are in chat. Sushi's actually in chat right now. Their main is Omen. But I think I was playing Omen this game. Sushi is in chat. Sushi is in chat. And they said you called him broke. Oh my god. Yeah, Sushi, I don't know what to tell you,
Okay,
bro.
so why are we not deadlock ulting there? I just want to know.
Sushi, tell us what's up. Like, what happened there, buddy? What happened there? There is like a little bit of delay, so. Sushi's mental is. Oh yeah, Sushi is actually. Sushi and Shy Guy are actually playing against each other in grand finals. So. Oh my god. No Silva because I wasn't in the. That's also our friend AG, who's a part of our stacks. That's funny. I was messing around in the 5-stack Twitter. That is why.
Are you playing Deadlock in the finals today?
No.
If you're playing deadlock, play something else.
play Omen, maybe.
Okay, let's go for the next
Okay.
one.
All right.
This one's a compilation of clips, okay? I was a little
Okay.
too lazy to edit it out.
Okay. All right. Cipher player. Hard Cipher player.
Our peak timings are pretty good.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Right here. No more secrets.
One enemy remaining.
PS is interesting.
One enemy remaining.
Cross
He's
replacement.
immediately he's immediately ready for us fight. It's really good.
This seems immortal to me.
This is either Ascendant or Immortal.
This is
It's either like Ascendant 3, you're on the cusp of Immortal, or you're 100%. And it's not close.
No, I'm
Like, it's-
immortal.
Immortal? For sure. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you guys have a specific one?
I want to say immortal.
This looks more closer to Radiant than the first clip we watched.
Yes.
So I would
first
say
clip-
Immortal 3, easily.
Immortal 3? Okay.
I'm down for Immortal 3. Yeah,
Okay.
I said Immortal 2, I'm down for Immortal 3.
This is our player, Crowfi, who is
No,
silver.
no.
There's no shot.
Dude, what?
There's no way. Like, I'm sorry.
No,
Wait,
no.
that's a huge compliment, though. That's crazy.
There's no way that they have to have hours in CS.
No, like No, the decision making and the fight selection is just like
There's no way this is silver. Like, I'm gonna be blunt.
This
is not silver.
He peaked
No,
silver.
no.
He picked silver.
no. But did he play CS?
I actually don't know. I think Valorant was one of his first FPS games. Actually,
There's no way with that
There's
transfer.
no way.
There's no way.
I know he's
I'm
more
being
of a
brutally honest.
I know he's more of a
No.
casual gamer though. Like he's like an unrated Swifty demon, and so sometimes comp. You know when I
Okay, so so what you're saying is I want this guy to grind out 100 ranked games and report back to me what rank he is, because
Yeah.
there is no way he will be under Ascendant after
That's
100
what I'm
ranked
saying.
games.
He's also in the grand finals today, so you'll definitely see him. He in his application he did mention he was a very selfless player. He loves supporting his team rather than taking those entries, so that's why like some of his roles and how his playstyle is like that. So we'll see him in the grand
That's
finals.
just not a. That's
He's
not,
just
a
not a
silver
silver
player.
player.
Bro.
No, he's just not
I've
a silver
watched
player.
I watched hundreds of hours of my girlfriend in silver. This guy is not a silver player, bro. It's not it.
Oh, okay. He was MG2 in CS. Go.
Okay,
Okay,
Yeah.
that answers the question.
There you
we
go.
That
go.
explains.
Okay.
Thank you. That clears it up.
Because silver players in Valorant do not.
Silver players
take
are
hits
not
like that.
Vandals spray transferring like that. It's
Okay.
not happening.
Let's go to the next one. This one's also
Oh,
Eclipse.
and I know who this is, so I can't.
You do?
comment.
Okay.
Yeah.
I love her.
Returning flashes. Ascendant one.
This is all you, Wendler, because I know the answer to this
I know.
one. So, okay.
You got it.
Returning flashes has got to be
Bad ult for me.
Ascendant one.
I went on door.
Maybe I'll go Ascendant two.
Ascendant 2? Okay.
I'll say Ascendant two.
Oh, wait, this is our clear clip for the montage that we used.
Damn, we
I'll
got a
play this
fucking
one.
montage.
Yeah, we got our lovely editor Doyer Boy made team montages for all the teams. Just like some hype videos, we play them during the intermission just to get everybody hyped up.
What can I say? What can I say? What can I say?
Wait, what did you say? What your answer was, Wendler?
So Ascendant two.
Ascendant 2.
Oh,
Okay,
God.
well, Prophecy
Is it lower?
is
Oh,
gold.
it's gold.
She's gold.
GG.
I'm telling you, these players are like so fucking cracked, which is fucking crazy.
Okay, you know what also might be throwing us off, Wendler, is the fact that like these are like the highlights, right? So these are like their best clips. These are not okay.
Okay, let's go to the next one.
Fuck, dude.
Oh, do you guys know?
I don't think they
Right?
appreciate us going deep.
No.
Okay.
Is this cursive?
Yes, this is cursive.
Hide it. I don't know. Fucking Iron 3. We already know.
Oh.
If he's one of the coaches, probably immortal.
No, cursive is in our.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
This is that cursive. Yeah.
Oh,
Cheating.
that cursor. Radiant. Except for some reason in our 5 stacks.
I'm pretty sure he's in chat right now too. Damn, I
Hey,
didn't
Cursive,
take
do you want to have a
into account.
discussion? Cursive, do you want to tell us why your clips look like this, but not when you queue with us?
Yeah.
Oh my god!
Can you explain it to us?
Oh my god!
Hi Twitter.
Oh my
I think I made a typo, but that's definitely like iron.
Iron 3.
This is our coach Kirsten right here. Okay, let's play our next one. This one, I will say,
Spike down A.
actually, I'll just let you guys talk.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
This is old. This is pre-nerf Teo.
Don't take into account what they submitted, like why they submitted it. Okay.
Okay. I mean, that's a nice spray transfer, but I also don't believe that enemy Cypher has hands.
I'm gonna say, like. Plat.
Plat. What about you, Declan?
Every time Kate laughs, I gain.
I have zero faith. I have zero faith in your
Every
answer
time she
because of
laughs,
laugh.
when I go plat, and she's like, ah, and I'm like, well, guess it's fucking immortal too then. My bad.
Dude, it's just so hard. Plat seems reasonable. The movement makes me think maybe a little bit higher, like diamond. Just because they're actually like 80-80 strafing a little bit. Can I re-see the bombs placement real quick?
Yes, if I don't fuck this up real quick.
Okay, if not, that's fine.
Okay,
I think I remember where they both were.
I think it's... Actually, I think it's here, though.
Bombs, because... The bombs play, I think one was drop and one was sands,
Yes,
which is like...
yeah.
Correct. I want to say diamond.
Diamond? Okay, well... This is SynThieves, who is our coach, and he's a mortal too.
Okay. Okay, I don't feel that bad about this one because, in my defense, that enemy cipher doesn't have hands, and they're so like.
And it was a crazy spray transfer that he wanted to show off too. So.
Yeah. Cool spray transfer, but also that enemy cipher not having hands makes it look not great.
Okay, well, also,
right.
I think chat wants me to mute so I don't laugh, so I'm gonna be muting once you guys give your reaction. Okay, let's go for the next one. Oh, he's gonna eat this up, guys. You guys are gonna be like in a clip, I bet you guys.
I'm gonna try to tell. Can we play CS after this game? I'm gonna try to say that.
I mean, if no one plays, I'll play myself, like shit.
That's third.
Wait, we have a clue. There's an ascendant buddy. Yes!
There's an ascendant buddy.
What?
Which means you gotta subtract 3 ranks.
Mid.
You only use those buddies when they're down bad.
That's not true.
Last player standing.
Oh.
Yeah, but we're down bad.
I got the spike.
This buddy's bait, it has to be plat. Or diamond. It might be diamond. The comp is kind of normal.
The comp is normal, which makes me think it's high.
Oh.
Like.
Yeah, this guy's.
Oh, you saw him.
Dealing with these 180 fights very well.
There's 2 behind you.
Cloudburst, ice fight.
I want to go. 2 behind, 1
again,
front.
Trying to see this fight.
3. 1 enemy remaining.
Oh, that guy is
This guy's lit.
It's gotta be immortal.
120.
It's
Oh,
either
still
like
2 now.
ascendant-
Oh
It's
my
either
God.
like
You can get bomb and lead too, if you really want
It's an
to.
immortal player that's either fell to like
Hey,
ascendant. Very clearly immortal.
I think this is an ascendant player that then ranked up to immortal. So I'm gonna go immortal.
Immortal, okay. Wendler, yourself?
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah? Okay, well, if you guys can't tell, this is Pineko, captain of Pineko's Kittens, and he's ascendant.
Yeah.
So,
You'll get to immortal soon.
You'll get to immortal.
I will say, Pineko is one of those players that definitely consumes a lot more Valorant, and he's also he plays a lot of games. So he plays a lot of Apex. He's a like Grandmaster in TFT. So he juggles like a lot of his free time in different games, and he's also like in his master's program, so he doesn't have time to grind. So
yeah, if you grinded the game, you'd hit immortal. So
yeah,
I'm taking that as a win.
I told you, Pineko, you're really good. He's also like I think he took this coaching like thing, like incredible. I will glaze him as much as he wants. He's also my head admin for here, but I have office hours in the Discord where anyone can come in just to ask for help. He is literally on the clock like for 8 hours a day, every single day, just wanting to help people, and he's great. Okay, we have like a couple more, and then we'll get started with our panel. I do think if it's okay to like extend it for like a little like 20 to 15 minutes.
Fine.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
okay, thank you guys. I think the
I
community's
am
been
on
enjoying
break right
the rental.
I've got nothing going on. I'm just on
cool.
the weekend. So.
Cool.
Very normal columns.
Stretch res.
Last player standing.
Stretch. This has to be. Yeah.
It looks stretched. Yes.
Very clearly a tens enjoyer.
1 enemy remaining.
Hopper.
Is this?
Spike planted.
Is this an official?
I think this is Premiere.
So much fucking better.
Who puts on an Iron Buddy on their guns?
The thing is, the Iron Buddy is like makes me think Radiant or Immortal because those are the only people that have that do that.
Like, there's no one in Diamond or Ascendant that's putting an Iron Buddy on their guns to be like, yeah.
No. The VCT knife as well is like. I swear I only see high rings with that because that's like Xeno Hunter knife.
I'm gonna shotgun Radiant.
Radiant?
I'm down for a Radiant. I'd lean Immortal 3 though.
Okay, well, this one is Coach Raynell, who is also in the Ascendant. So he's kind of.
How much does he play the game though?
Hey, yeah, how much has he played?
He's exactly like Pineko. So they're the people that consume more Valorant than they do play.
Yeah. So this is the classic, right? You understand the game better, but you just don't play. So go grind ranked.
Wait, he's in chat right now. He's gonna eat this shit up, bro. He said, "Don't look at the Iron Buddy."
Oh, that's not his buddy. We got baited. Fuck.
Oh my god.
I mean, he picked up the gun, but I mean that's probably like an Immortal lobby then.
Mm.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised to see him like in high Immortal at some point.
Yep.
Raynell, that's so good. I think Raynell, you just gotta grind. He just got a new glass mouse pad. He's been boasting about it. Like, he's locked in, guys. He's locked in. Okay, let's get to the next one.
I mean, that's the thing with like a lot of Ascendant people that are on the edge. It's like they probably have the mechanics to get to Immortal. It's just a matter of when.
Yeah, the grinding.
Making sure you play the game.
Yeah.
Spike down A. One enemy.
Don't ask about the last clip.
Alright, because we whiffed the 5th, silver 2.
Wait, this is a scrim.
Ooh, this is a scrim.
This is a scrim. Not my scrim, but it is a scrim.
Yeah.
Silver 3. Oh, I'm just kidding.
Let's see. These names I don't recognize, which makes me think it's not Radiant, unless it's a different region.
All NA.
All NA. Okay,
yes.
so this is like Immortal, like Ascendant 3, Immortal 2. I want to say.
Yeah, but the op clips didn't look.
I mean,
standard, but who would be scrimming?
That's why I think like. If you're scrim, I don't think that many people scrim below Immortal.
They're scrimming with. They're using ISO on this map.
I mean, I don't think ISO's bad on this map. I'm more concerned like they have a no senti comp is like a bigger thing that's like weird. I want to say Ascendant.
Ascendant. One layer yourself.
Like the teams that copied. Because who ran this shit last year?
GE did. I remember because I yoinked that shit.
Oh yeah.
GE ran the chamber ISO comp.
Did Sen not do it? I thought Sen did it.
Not on this map, I don't think. I thought they ran some other weird ISO stuff. Would an Immortal? I feel like this is Ascendant. That's what my gut's telling me.
Okay, one layer yourself.
My gut says Plat. Plat.
Okay, well, this is Ink, who actually subbed in, or is one of our subs for the event, who subbed in for Kiki, and he's Diamond.
I mean,
that's not bad. That's not far off.
All right, in between us.
Yeah,
all right,
that's
I would say I would have said
could
like
be
high
worse.
Plat, in fairness.
Yeah. He actually came in as like a yesterday on Fracture and played KJ, and he dropped a fucking nuke, and he dropped like 29 kills as a sub, by the way. So really,
nice.
really good job.
That's up.
Yeah. He definitely played an off role, but he filled in where he could. Okay, let's go for the next one. I think we have like about 2 or 3 more, and then we could get started with the panel. Okay, sound good?
Yo, Matt. Can we this hoverboard GG guy? He's a scammer. Can we ban him, please?
Yeah, ban him. Well, this is a spectator clip. There's this replay. Oh, this is a replay clip. Never mind.
This is interesting angle choice.
Oh Shotgun.
Spike down A.
Crosshair placement, questionable.
One enemy remaining.
I feel like this is gold, but I might regret that.
Dude, we've had like 4 high ranks in a row, right? Logically speaking. Right?
We're trying to metagame. I'm
We've
down to metagame this.
We've had like 4 or 5 high ranks in a row.
Joker.
Go somewhere to fuck with us.
This
Right?
is. I think this is gold.
This is gold.
Makes
Wait,
like
wait.
The angle decision to like where they're playing in showers, and then the other team like not actually full clearing showers and just the Jet grabbing the orb.
Plat 1.
Plot 1.
I'm gonna say gold 3.
Okay, you metagame fuckers, bro. Like,
Yes.
like, it was close. It was there. You fuckers.
You.
I was like, dude, I was like,
You
there's...
bring the coaches in and expect us to not metagame. Like,
Adam is our technical producer for today's broadcast, so he did sign up, but the coaches got beat because they didn't pick up Adam. But you know, he's in my basement doing pop. Okay, let's go for the next clip.
Last player standing.
oh,
I've been there though.
oh,
Spike down A.
heal
One
yourself.
enemy remaining.
You have a minute to heal yourself. Yes.
Rushing default.
Jump spot.
Jump peeking.
Smoke.
I like the angling out, but it's
Nice.
so good.
Okay,
Correct.
just
nice.
some context for this. The VTuber is not him, and the VTuber is watching the player. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know how
Okay,
that
so
might
the
help.
map
but
cover.
yes.
Yeah, but the map cover. Who's using a map cover if they're not in like high rank? Right, Fred? Like, is someone in like gold worried?
I will say, I
About-
don't
Yeah,
think you should
I've
think
seen
about
gold
that.
play.
Yeah, I don't think you
I
guys should
have
worry
seen
about
gold streamers with a map cover.
that. Yeah.
This is hard. I want to say Immortal 2,
Okay.
but
What
also
about
the
yours?
way. I mean, the 2 guys' shower is essentially double swung, right?
Yeah.
So they can't be that bad.
I'm gonna say Immortal 2. I'll go with the same.
I think Immortal 2.
Immortal 2. Okay. Well,
Hey,
this
it's gold.
no, this
No,
is our
if this is gold, I quit.
this is our editor, Joey, your boy, the one who again I mentioned made the montages. He's ascended.
All right.
Okay,
But
that's close.
I will say this guy, he was a reckoning in the tournament so far. He's like our resident like flex player. Literally could play like almost every agent, and I think Raynell actually has him on a lot of agents for this tournament. Okay, we have 2 more, and then we can get started. Okay.
Okay. Buddy, by the way.
Joey Dash, he cleared both sides.
Yeah,
I don't know if that was...
this is Immortal. The insta dash pop as well after getting the reset.
Mortal 3 or someone smurfing.
Mortal 3, guys. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Alright.
like Immortal 3.
Well, this is our
Ascendant?
ascendant. Not bad though. Not bad.
They have to
Mochi-
have like 3,000 hours on Jet.
Yeah, if this is a Jet 1 trick, it makes a lot more sense.
I actually think he is a. I know he predominantly plays Jet, but he also plays a lot of Cypher and Raze a lot. So yeah, about there, you know. He's also the highest elo in
like-
Paneco's team. So.
Makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. I've seen like Immortals not do that, like
Yeah.
dash tech. So
Okay. I have one more
Respect.
to show after this. Okay. Last one for the night, guys. Ready? Or for the day.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Joey said, "One more done with this, I'm gonna get
It's hard.
What the fuck?
No, I'm gonna cut a hole in it, and then I'm gonna put jalapenos in there, and cheese,
And do what?
and then I'm gonna eat it.
Spike down A.
I don't want to play anymore.
Okay.
this is
Calling the cops.
this is plat. Baiting Reyna, classic plat game.
Yo.
If you
Yeah, I
did
love
this in
you.
our 5 stacks, we'd keep going.
Like,
Yeah, 100%.
Last player standing.
Oh my god, 50 on Reyna. Healed. Wait, that's me! Wait!
One enemy remaining.
Holy crap.
Wait, I'm in that game. You're the best!
I mean, so probably like Ascendant Immortal, if I had to guess. But like, you should be ashamed of yourself baiting Reyna.
Yeah, I guess I go Immortal.
I forgot to mute
But
myself.
we need to have a discussion.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. Immortal.
Yeah, Immortal. Yeah, it's Miedo. Mio's in the Immortal.
Alright,
We
we're
need
gonna have to have a
discussion.
discussion.
Yeah. we
We need to have a chat.
we're gonna need to have a
Brother,
one-on-one
you
after
have, you have,
prac.
you have 2 Lears. You just need to walk forward into sight, and then Kate doesn't die.
I don't
But instead
die,
you sit out in main,
Mio,
and then
I
you go
shouldn't have died.
backwards.
Yep.
Come on, Mia, lock in. He actually is the winner of our previous tournament with the Wawa, with the Radiance. From the beginning, who won our biggest tournament, Sunshine Cup 3. So, yeah, Mia, you got some explaining to do, buddy. And he was also teammates with Doyer Boy during the tournament as well. Doyer was the sub though, but they're chunky monkeys. That's their team name. Okay, I think that's enough of the rank duel that we have for you guys. I hope you guys enjoyed it, but let's go ahead and actually get started on the actual panel and kind of wait, give me 1 second. Well, so sorry. We're gonna get started with the panel, guys, and just like the overall questions that we have for Wendler and Fred today. So again, if you guys do have any questions, I'll be taking some questions at the end. It is in the pinned post, so feel free to submit them. And then for a chance to let me ask Wendler and Fred, make sure it's appropriate, guys, and you know, don't ask for secrets that we can't give out, okay, guys? But yeah, so that was a really good engagement Wordle session. Like, let's just say, like, you know, maybe my players aren't up to speed and we're making a lot of mistakes. That could definitely be helped here and there. But yeah, let's go ahead and get started. So one thing I actually wanted to start off before we get deeper into our coaching and gameplay, and I think something that I do want to point out and like heavily emphasize is what's it called? Things that tie into esports as a whole, and how like connecting and meeting new people kind of shifted your guys' involvement in the space. You know, I think that's something that directly connects with Ohgawdevents and Coach's Call in the first place. And here it's like a really good example that a lot of people coming together and networking, socializing, finding like your future duo or like your 5-stack is just about like relationship building, networking, community involvement, and also just being like especially in esports, like people want to work with good people in this space. You know, people just want to be around people who they feel safe around, and you know, they also have like really good morals and stuff, and just their overall alignment as people. So how do you think how important has networking and relationships have been throughout your guys' career, and what are some like moments that kind of open like doors for you and kind of shape like your pathing and how you guys were in your guys' current positions?
Do you want to go first, Ash?
I
I can go first. I don't mind.
Okay.
I mean, I think
every question is gonna be, do you want to go first?
we could do back and forth.
Yeah, I mean, I think you like hit the nail right on the head there, where you said like when you're in a team, right? Like even I'd say like the teams that aren't super committed are still practicing like 10 to 20 hours a week with like together. And so if you are a bad person, people just aren't going to want to spend that time with you. It does not matter how talented you are. At the end of the day, and that's only going to become more important as you get to higher and higher levels. And so I'd say a big part of networking is also just like being a good person. People like to hang around like good people, and so if you're right, I can swear, if you're a fucking asshole, then like people just aren't going to want to be on a team with you, right? And the other thing to note is that people talk, right? This community is not nearly as big, especially the higher you go, it becomes very, very small. And so if you have a bad reputation, it can become very, very difficult to get like away from that bad reputation. And so making sure that you're approachable, you're a nice person, even when you're like, if you just like bump into someone, right? Say you go to an in-person event, right? Just being a nice person to people there will have a huge impact on like trying to move forward and trying to get connections in the community. I know for me personally, if I ever get a cold DM from someone that's like, hey, if you're looking for like an analyst or looking for a player, whatever, the first thing I do is I ask other people and say, do you have experience with this person? What is this person like, right? Yeah, it's a major part of doing well in this industry.
Yeah, and I think just to add on to that real quick is, like, even if the general public might not know, like, if someone has a bad rep, the teams know.
Yes.
It just might not be, like, publicized info, just out of respect for the individual, but people know. So it's just like any other job you work. It's just about making sure you're good, what's the word?
Conflict resolution skills.
Yeah, like resolution skills, like generalized teamwork, like you're a good person to work with. That all has a factor in this job as it would anywhere else.
Yeah.
As for connections and networking, I wouldn't be where I am without that. So like early on in Valorant, I got like I networked pretty well with like different devs. That got me networked with Vansili. Vansili, when I asked him like how do teams like know you exist for like an analyst or a coach or whatever, the biggest thing he told me was you just need to email and reach out. You just need to essentially cold call teams.
Yeah.
Because they don't have a Rolodex of like available people ready. They have some mutual people they know, but it's not like they have a list ready and available. So, long story short, I ended up reaching out to Josh RT during the guard days. But I knew from like the business background that the easiest way to get a job is to put a face to your name. Like you can't just be, and I know this is hard for some people to do, but like you can't just always message people and have that expectation that that'll lead to a job if they know someone else in person. So I took some vacation time out at my work. I went to LA and I talked with Josh in person. And then fast forward, that's how I got to where I am now, because he was willing to work with me in the off season as a volunteer, essentially. Like there was no contract, there was nothing. Like I very easily, like if I was a shitty person, could have taken all the info we talked about and gave it to someone else trying to like backdoor and rat a job there. And obviously I'm not stupid enough to do that, but there are shitty people out there.
Yeah.
But he trusted me with like no contract, nothing tied down. And then that work and that experience kind of just built the rep to Anders, to Mini, to end up getting the job that I have now at PaperX.
Yeah. I have a similar experience where I think when I finally started to kind of explode and like get more connections and like good connections is when I made GCC Champs 2023, and I got to meet people, and you get to meet them face to face. You get to say hi, and you get to talk with them, and they get to see that you're a normal human being, and that goes a long way. That's where I met Vansili, and that was a tremendous help. And so, like, obviously, you still have to do the cold calling and stuff, but the cold calling, having people that can say, "Yeah, I met this person. They're a good fella or good gal." Yeah.
And that applies like to being a player as well. Like
yes, 100%.
Obviously,
I'd argue it applies more to being a player.
Yeah.
But
like obviously next year, especially with like the format changing, like if that's something people aspire to be, is like a pro Valorant player. Like you want to make sure you're forming a team that where obviously like there's arguments that happen. It's not that like everything needs to be perfect, but just like you're able to form a team, you're able to travel to events, and like maybe that's not your team for the next year, but maybe you meet new people, and then that's who you form your next team with. So
Yeah, I definitely agree with you guys. Like, I myself, like, I'm not a player. I'm more like of a TO and like content creator streamer, and I'm shifting a lot of more of my content going towards like production, right? That's what I want to do. I want to like host tournaments for, um, like different my own thing. Like I host tournaments for the community, right? And one thing that I realized throughout my entire like career of hosting these events is that because I generally like to say that a lot of my success obviously is because of my community, but because I started off as this content and streamer, people got the general idea of who I was as a person, right? I think my fifth stream ever on Twitch was a charity stream. So I've been doing this for like the long haul. I've been here for like a really long time, guys, and that naturally built into my trust with my community, and also the trust to extending communities. People were like, oh yeah, people watch Kate, they like Kate, and then that naturally gravitated towards me being able to host these tournaments, you know, because people knew that, you know, I had I'm not to boast or anything, but people knew I had a good heart and a good head on my shoulder, and that I was genuine and I was really passionate about what I did, and that naturally aligned with people supporting my tournaments, you know. Like, I think that's one of the harder things when it comes to community organized tournaments, is like, one thing that like people got to factor in is like, it's the turnout, you know what I mean? It's either like no one signs up or very little, where it's like like can it be a tournament, especially when it is like a production like this, you know. And when it comes to a lot of these like events and stuff, the community and the players are the reason why I have these events, because you trust me. Obviously maybe you guys just want to play Valorant, which is totally fine too, but like, especially when I'm very like headstrong about all the causes we do, like, just naturally what you guys like treat Ohgawdevents and just trusting us, that like goes hand in hand of being a good person, and also being the players in our community, and just overall extending just our networking and all that. So it's really nice that you guys point that out, because I think that's something that doesn't go it is like a commonality thing, where I feel like it goes without saying, but again, like, people would rather work with a good person than a shitty person who's like great at their job, you know what I mean? So yeah, thank you guys for your insight. But I know Wendler kind of talked about it, but can you guys go a little more in depth about like any like advice that you want to give to either like aspiring players or coaches or staff? I know you guys said anything about cold calling, but how would you go about if you were like a player who is doing the cold calling but doesn't get much reception, and they're doing the things like getting their name known, streaming, posting clips, but it's still not working out, but they are like super driven. But yeah, how would you guys go, or like recommend like going through that? Because I do know we have a couple of our community members that want to go with that route, but they're struggling to take that extra leap.
I think the first thing I would say is LFTs do not help.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, LFTs in general are like, I would refer to them as almost engagement bait. Like, because the issue, similarly, like, and why code calling is more effective, is if you post an LFT that you're a duelist, and let's say, like, hypothetically, I'm a tier 2 coach that is trying to either scout or find word about the next like big player I want to pick up, the LFT is not going to make or break me contacting you. It's going to be like either results, or you have some type of renown, for example, in ranked, where everyone is talking about you in ranked. That makes it like a non-contested point that like, okay, we should probably contact you.
Yeah.
But the big thing is like, if you're posting an LFT about like you're a Mortal 3 Radiant, you play 3 roles, there's 100 plus other people in the same region also posting the same LFT. So that's not going to get you anywhere. Fred, you have more experience in the
I mean,
like, tier 2 space.
yeah, I mean, I had to go through like similar process, and yeah, the number one thing. Well, I sorry, I wouldn't say number one thing. I think the main things are just one, results, obviously, right? Keep grinding out tier 3 tournaments. You do well, that will, people like myself will be looking through to see, okay, who's, doing very well in these, not just like team wide, but individually as well. I'd say the other thing as well is the cold calling doesn't also have to be coaches. It can also just be like, hey, if there's a big streamer or like a streamer that's bigger than myself, just asking them to duo on the ranked leaderboard, right? And then if they like you, they'll do with you some more, and you can work in that way. It doesn't always have to be from the competitive side. It can be from the rank side. And then the other thing as well is like being a normal human in ranked. There's been there have been so many times where I'm like, hey, this player has like pretty good stats and there might be worth a trial. And I talk to my players about them and they're like, oh no, this guy is just a terrible person in ranked. I don't want to play with them. And they just don't. And even though this is a player that like, can shoot their gun well, if they understand the game, if you're just like not a good, if you just have a bad reputation, it is so hard to get past that.
Yeah.
And so again, building those connections, right? If you're reaching out to, obviously don't message Tens for a duo. He's probably not going to respond. But like smaller streamers, like there's a bunch of tier 2 players streaming all the time that would want duos. Yeah, and like someone says in the chat, become a ranked demon instead. Become someone that people want to play with, because you're one, good at the game, and two, because you're a normal person.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Like Primi is a main example of that. Like Primi didn't have tier 2 experience in APAC. He was just a known ranked demon, where everyone in the region just vouched for him and said like this guy needs to be picked up. Obviously, like those are more rare cases.
Yeah, that's obviously an extreme example, but like, I'd say like just playing the Mr. Fun Habbers, right? There's a team in NA tier 2 right now, Dynamo, that has just been absolutely dominating them, right? They're consistently beating these tier 2 teams, and that's where other people like take notice of them. That's why they get their name up there, and obviously, like they made their way through Premier into tier 2, but like that kind of like results and like people knowing that you're not a pain in the ass to work with, like that goes a long way.
Yeah, and like even from the coaching side, like my case is a bit of a rare case where a team was willing to let me have a little bit more control for certain things as a volunteer. And like some teams do that, but it's in a bit more like limited fashion. But even to get to that point, I had to the running joke in like our circle of like all the coaches is whenever someone asks for advice is you need to just do shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it sounds generic, but if you don't do different VOD reviews, if you don't like try to run a team and like go through the faults, you'll never know what you need to do to get better. Like it's not something you can just look at and just learn on its own. You have to act in some way, whatever that way may be, to understand where you need to improve. Like the initial the initial like job that Josh gave me for the analyst position for the guard is like the work I gave him awful compared to the work I do now. But I wouldn't know that without doing the work in the first place. Yeah. So it doesn't have to be good. The first thing you do doesn't need to be perfect. But it's just a matter of you need to do stuff to understand where you need to go.
I'm the same way. One of my cold calls got through, and I did an anti-strat for a team, and they were like, this is really bad. I need this from you. And I got that, and I took that back, and I improve. And and they were literally like, I don't like this format. I need you to focus on this. I said, okay. And then I went and redid it. Ironically, I was also on vacation at the time, but and so you just have to do the work and you're going to get better.
And show that you could actually do the work and Oh, that's actually really, that's like a really eye-opener. I think at least like my side of social media, right? Like again, Wendler mentioned like the LFT engagement bait. I would have never thought that, you know what I mean? Because it's just like, like I think that like you're trying to out yourself, but yeah, I actually do agree with like just cold calling and just doing. I really like the thing of just reaching out to like the ranked demons up there and just asking like, hey, you want to do it on stream or something? Just getting your name out there. Like those are like small steps to get like your name, and also too entering like these tournaments, you know, like the tier 2 tournaments, getting your name out there. Yeah, I think one thing for sure though, if you guys are aspiring to be it, I think one thing we can take away is you got to put in as equal effort and be motivated and be driven to actually put in the work.
Yes.
And it goes way beyond just playing ranked. You know, you guys can play ranked, but for those who want to be in like these scenes, right, like in esports and as a player, you got to do more. It's more than just playing, you know. And again, there is the rate crisis, but more often than not, it's not gonna be like unless you're a premier, you know, whatever. But definitely, you guys got to do the work if you guys want to do that.
Yeah. I mean, the other thing to keep in mind is like the tier 1 players, they're like in practice 8 hours a day, and then they're going and they're playing 2, 3, 4 hours of ranked, right? They're doing 12 hours a day, 5 days a week, right? And not to say that you need to start putting in 60 hours instantly, but like that's the kind of work these top players are putting in to just like stay at the level that they're at. Because if you want to get to that level, it's going to take hard work. It's going to take a lot of hours, and you're going to have to push through it.
Yeah. Like even sorry, I was just saying, like even like the volunteer stuff I was doing with G2, I worked a full-time job for like 50 to 60 hours a week, and then I was doing almost another 20 to 30 hours on top of that, like doing the volunteer related work, probably getting like 3, 4, maybe 5 hours of sleep a night. So like it's not an easy thing by any means to pump through, but the work there is required.
Also, I really like to point out how Fred, you actually had the thing where you anti-stratted, you showed them like, hey, there's like a flaw in this. Like, I think for people like for example, our coaches, right? If you got like Pineko right now, SynThieves or Cursed ever wanted to go, just you guys can also do that too, or anyone who is interested in coaching in general. Like that's something that I never thought of. That's like, if you guys can even think of like, hey, there's a hole in your system, here's a way to fix it or to counter it. Like that's actually, like, I do fuck with that a lot. But I want to. Oh, sorry, go.
I mean, a big part of like it's all self-improvement, no matter if you're a coach, no matter if you're a player, even if you're a TO, right? It's like, how can I be 1%, like for me at least, it's how can I be 1% better today than I was yesterday? And you do that for years, and eventually you get to be all right at your job.
Yeah, and especially like standing out to that 1%, like being the one on top. And because also too, like when it comes to esports or just any, like mostly anything in general, you're always competing with someone who might be better than you, and the only thing you can do is just improve in yourself and improve in what you do just to be better, especially when you want to achieve, like, you have a certain goal in mind. Next I want to talk about your guys' personal journeys and your different esports environments. So for both of you guys, what I have it's a question in 2 parts, but what made you fall in love with Valorant specifically, and did you always know you wanted to be in some sort of leadership or coaching role? Wendler,
do you want to go first, Wendler?
Yeah, I'll go first for this one. So I unironically, like, I fell in love with the idea of Valorant when like it released in a way, because I never got to play CS:GO or like grow up or have a PC for like the CS or like those type of tac shooters. So getting the chance to like jump into one at the beginning, and be a part of like the initial crowd that learns, like, really intrigued me. For I guess like coaching and leadership, I initially thought I was gonna go into like sports coaching.
Oh, okay.
Specifically football is what I thought I was initially going to do out of college. And that ended up not panning out the way that I wanted it to. And when the idea, it initially went from like, I wanted to go sports coaching into, okay, well, I want to try to do like game dev instead. And then that branched when I started to learn the ins and outs of how high-end coaching is. And it gave me a lot of the same feelings as it did with like football or basketball, and like the same competitiveness. So I started to just essentially watch a ton of more videos and try to just fully dive in to the idea of like esports coaching and coaching in general to try to make it into Valorant.
Yeah. I was very similar. I played a lot of sports as a kid, mostly soccer. And I was always fascinated with the coaching side of it. I had a lot of very good coaches as a kid, and so I became very fascinated with that. I also became very fascinated with the like strategy side of soccer specifically. And so that by that I kind of moved into learning about the coaching, learning about the tactics of soccer. My idol was Pep Guardiola, and he was the guy that I looked for. I read all his bios, all his stuff, watched all his games, um, that kind of stuff. And then when COVID hit, I kind of shifted out of traditional sports because one reason or another, right?
Yeah.
That it's COVID, right? And I started to learn about this game called Valorant, and so I actually only started getting into Valorant around 2021. Was when I first started paying attention to the pro scene. Around the time that like Sen won the first Masters, that's when that was like the first ever Valorant tournament that I watched. And so I came in a little bit late and was just like, well, this seems really cool. There seems to be a lot of strategy and tactics and stuff like that. That's very similar to soccer, which I really enjoy. Why don't I try coaching this? While COVID's still going on, while it's still really hard to get out and travel and stuff like that. And eventually just started coaching, and there have been some ups and downs, and eventually just kind of worked my way through that.
Nice. Yeah. Yeah, definitely the fact that you guys both came from sports is actually really interesting. And I never really thought about how like intertwined those worlds are. So that's definitely really interesting. But I do want to ask some specific questions to both of you. But let's start off with Declan. So I know you had some experience with collegiate Valorant and now coaching within the game changer scenes as well, which I think are very kind of different environments as a whole. So and also different environments in terms of like the focus heavily on growth and player development. But how is the transition for you competitively and culturally? Were there any like lessons from collegiate that carried over into coaching and leading within the GC scene? And what did you take and choose, and what applied in either collegiate, didn't apply to GC, or applied to GC and wouldn't really work with collegiate?
Yeah. The one thing I will say that with the asterisk is collegiate,
Okay.
because I did do some collegiate before, but most of my experience is in
Yeah.
GC. And honestly, I don't think there's that much of a difference. I think when you're coming onto any team, you have to like make an analysis. Okay, where are they at? What are the strengths of this team? What are the weaknesses? What's the team identity here? All that kind of stuff. And it's really just making sure that, like for me, making sure that you have the skills to be able to push them to the next level. And for tier 2, which is where Winthrop was when I kind of joined them and joined Ambrosia, it was okay making sure that like these players are obviously very on the higher end mechanically compared to some of the GC teams that I'd worked with. Okay, so I don't need to teach them as much about that, but they're a lot, for lack of a better term, dumber, right? They made, because of their better mechanics, they made that, and so I had to shift away a lot from teaching macro and mechanics into teaching fundamentals of like how to play advantages, how to play map theory, how do you play how do you play out mid rounds and stuff like that, as well as just basic like composition theory, role siloing, stuff like that. And so it really shifted away from like teaching players how to become better players, and a lot more teaching teams how to become more of a team. That was like the main difference I noticed. GC teams, I think, are typically very good at being team play. In my experience, but and then the one thing that came across both of them is just like time limitations, right? Obviously, I've worked with some paid GC teams, but most recently with Warada and with most of my tier, and well, I guess with Winthrop is the best example, is like people have school, they have work, they have other constraints that you have to work around. And so trying to find the best practice, and also it really makes you optimize that practice of like, okay, we don't have, the 6 to 8 hour days that a pro team would have, right? We have, a 3-hour practice 4 days a week, maybe, for example. That's not the actual schedule, but like, for example, it's okay, how can I like what stuff do I really have to work on, and what stuff can I, maybe wait a little bit later, and where can I really get the most value out of the limited time that I have.
Yeah.
That was something that I had with GC that came in very useful with the university team, where you have people with taking full-time classes, right? And so you have to for them was not only working around like their class schedule, but also their cafeteria schedule. When can they get food and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Really min-maxing, I'd say, is the biggest carryover that you maybe don't have to do as much with in tier 1.
Yeah, I think that actually really connects well into like the different esports environment overall, which what's it called? I do want to touch up with you, Wendler. I know you had a really unique journey yourself, working across multiple regions and very different environments from originally being from Ohio to China, and then now being on Paper X in Pacific. So how different was the experience been culturally and also competitively, like what I asked to Fred, and just like overall, like personally to you, and what's something you learned from working in different regions that kind of shifted and changed your perspective on esports and team environments as a whole?
That's a great question. Um, so I guess the first one, the differing regions. So I've had like 3 separate unique team experiences so far. So G2 is obviously known for being very structured, and you can use a bit uh lengthier terminology when you're talking about different ideas about the game.
Yeah.
That being surrounded by either Josh or Anders, or I mean, Fred knows well than anybody. Like you kind of just become a sponge with certain terminology. Going to China, the region is a lot less structured. So like there's some mechanical talent, but almost no structure at all. So
Yeah.
a lot of my job at JDG was trying to build the structure to give them a base, because there wasn't anything. It's like if you built a house before you laid the foundation.
Yeah.
Is like an easy way I like to talk or compare it as. And then so a lot of that, yeah, was just building the structure for them, like how should they approach maps, how they should approach comp theory, and trying to give them the ability to take the next step in that region.
Mm-hmm.
And then from there to Paper Rex is like polar opposite, where the team doesn't have, like, the team has structure in it, excuse me, in its own way, but a lot of the stuff that I could give G2, like without going into too much detail, a lot of the stuff I can give like G2 as an example, or like talk to Josh about.
Yeah.
I can't approach the same way with these guys because the way they see the game is different. Like they have structure, but I have to sort of reformat the different advice I give them, whether it is like wider strategy or whether it is micro at times, to have it make sense for them.
Yeah.
In the way that they see the game. Like I think there's the popular tweet Minnie made where he's like, I think Wendler can finally speak Paper X. Because like there was even things when I helped them at Champs this past year at Champs Paris, where I would talk to Minnie about something and Minnie's like, you can't give them this information. Like it won't work. It's just not how they think.
Yeah.
And so it was a lot of like learning on like how you need to reframe. And that's something like even having that experience from Champs to the first like 2 or 3 months this year of dialing that in, like what does that mean in more specific details. Culturally it's been amazing. I can't complain. China, Shanghai is just too fucking big. So it was hard with our schedule in China to really go out and explore, especially like Shanghai. It was the first time I ever left the US, was going right to Shanghai.
Oh, okay.
And I'm a big city person as is, but Shanghai is just massive. Like you'd get on the highway for an hour and a half, you'd get off, it'd feel like you never got off the highway in the first place. Like that's how big this city is.
Yeah.
And so it was kind of hard. Like I would compare it to like feeling like I was drowning not in like a bad way, but just due to the size and like I didn't have enough time.
Yeah.
There was just too many other things. Korea's been a bit more relaxed, I would say. We're a bit far out from Seoul. We're in Incheon, so we're like a 45-minute drive from like downtown Seoul, where there's a lot more like expats and whatnot. But it's definitely been a lot more chill. Like it's easier to, I would say, like have my grounds of like, okay, where actually am I? And it's been nice like traveling. Like we just got back from Ho Chi Minh, because Pacific does a decent amount of road shows, so being able to see new environments is been a good time. It's definitely been interesting in that regard.
Yeah, I think that's the one thing that's like really cool is like also the travel thing and just being in the new environments, meeting new different people, and like again having like different perspectives on life and how different people are, and especially when you come from like a really like closed boxed it's a new experience, you know, and it's really cool that you guys are able to experience life in your guys' respective careers in different ways. And yeah, I want to kind of transition to um, coaching goals and player development. So, one thing we did here at Coach's Call, when everybody did their like little sign up form, we asked every player and coach what their personal goals for their event. Some players wanted things like work on their confidence. They wanted to work on better communication skills. Some wanted to improve their leadership or IGLing or how they operate in a team or a team setting. And also too like working on things like fundamentals like how to play an agent or anything specific to Valorant, right? And honestly, that's a huge reason why we created Coach's Call in the first place, to give an environment where improvement matters just as much as the results. And to both of you, even personally for yourself, what goals did you guys have starting out in your guys' coaching careers, and did your goals kind of like shift and change depending on the setting you were in, and what are some things you guys do to consistently be on that path to aim for your end goal? We could start with Declan.
I mean, my end goal was pretty simple. It was always I wanted to win a trophy or world championship. Still working on that one. And yeah, the big thing was just always trying to improve personally. Yeah, just like if I want to win a world championship, I need to be one of the best coaches in the world. And to do that, I need to get better from where I currently am. And so it's just been that constant process of trying to get 1% better day in, day out. Whether that's, trying to have a better understanding of like the players that I'm working with, trying to be able to, do better coaching, give better criticism, give stuff like that, or whether it's trying to understand the game more and trying to soak in knowledge that way. And like when they're said, being around other people, you can soak in a ton of knowledge that way. And so it's just constantly trying to learn, constantly trying to adapt, stuff like that. I'd say is like the big thing for how I try to reach my goal. And like, I would say like obviously there's like the stages in the goals, right? My first stage was like to try and get signed onto a pro team. Then it was okay, can I make international as a head coach? And then it was like, can I get into franchising? And that's like really the next step for me is can I get into franchising? Which obviously is going away next year, but can I, take that next step into tier 1? Was my next goal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would say pretty similarly. Like early on, obviously, I wanted to get into VCT. Like that was the main goal. Like, and how do I get there?
Yeah.
Which is why I sent like the cold emails out to a bunch of different teams. And then after I got the chance to help Josh at G2, it became more of a point of like I want to prove myself that I can hang at this level, like despite not having the years of CS experience, despite not being Radiant 7 acts, because like that was the first question Josh actually gave me. It wasn't so much like about what's your rank. Like Josh didn't give a fuck what my rank was. But the question he asked me when we met in LA and I talked to him was like, how do I know like you have no CS experience? Like a lot of the guys in the scene had 5-10 years of CS experience behind them backing their reasoning. Like, what reason do I have to trust you over them? And the point I gave him was like, just prove it through hard work. Like, that's just kind of how I always have been.
Mhm.
So through like the 2 years helping him, obviously I hoped I would get a real contract at some point. Didn't work out with G2 at the time, and then the opportunity with JDG opened up. So I just took that and kind of full sent it. Like, even though I was going to a new region, never left the US before, but I wanted to prove people that I could hang. And then similarly to what Fred said, it's about surrounding yourself with people so that you can still learn at the same time and still improve. So like whether that's like Anders making his content, I know I've mentioned his name a lot, but even like Mini started to do more content work in just differing people in the scene to try and just be a sponge, so like each day you can just gain more information and try to be better. And that's what drove me for the longest time, was just like similarly to Fred, like you just want to prove that you can hang at the level that
You want to be in.
maybe people overlook you for.
Yeah. I am also on that boat when it comes to TO and all that stuff. I compare myself a lot, and I have a little bit of imposter syndrome a lot, and I think when we do have like little successes, it kind of reels me back into reality and be like, no, I know I'm I'm good at what I do, and that definitely does help, like seeing like the little achievements that you were able to be a part of and be like a good like a main factor in. So one thing I do want to ask, so I think for a lot of people, including myself, there tends to be a misconception about either things about long-term goals and short-term goals, right? So when it comes to that, I mean in the sense of like obviously the bigger picture, get the damn trophy, you know what I mean? But also I think there's like certain times where people just kind of forget about the small term goals and how important it is to kind of get those little victories. So what's kind of like something that you guys do when working with your teams and your coaching staff, and how do you set goals throughout the season just to kind of make sure your players are in check? Like maybe there was a loss and kind of just reel them back in and be like, hey, it's a loss, that's okay, we can learn from it and we could be better, you know what I mean? The only thing we can do is improve, as long as we all keep each other accountable and make sure everybody's doing their part to making sure everybody succeeds. So how do you guys go about working with your teams and setting goals throughout the season?
I smash tables with Alex.
I mean,
but it's like it's something that as a coach you need to be. It's on a team by team basis. Like it depends the team you're coaching. So with Paper Rex, for example, their micro and their mechanics are so strong that you can't really get valid reps out of scrims that other teams might be able to get, just due to the nature of them being talented shooters. So it's hard to explain. It's like you have to take lessons within the scrims and frame them in a way to where it helps the team as a whole understand, or it helps raise an individual's understanding of like what their job needs to be in differing situations. And it's something that changes from team to team. Like for example, the big issue we had was we picked up Envy.
Oh yeah.
Envy is coming into this team as an initiator, and there's 4 people that all want util and set plays called for them at the same time. So how do you make it so that Envy can still have self-sufficiency and be able to play for himself, while also filling the same role at times, like if other people want to like make a play for themselves, because we don't have a set IGL. It's like a more open system. In Envy face self-doubt. I mean, there's different vlogs of us going over it, where like he had the expectation that he was still at secret where he could drop 30 every map, but he's just not on a team where that's a requirement from him anymore. So it was giving him different goals to reshape how he approached the game, since that wasn't a requirement for him to need to do anymore. Like, he's not on a team where like he has to take over and help him kind of grow as a player from that point to be more team oriented than individual focused.
Yeah. I guess in more like broad context, it's like if you have a big goal, all right, obviously, like for example, I'll use myself. My goal is to win Masters. I'm obviously not capable of winning Masters London, right? That's not
Yeah.
going to happen. And so it's okay, how can I get there? And it's like, okay, what's the step before that? 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 And on a team, it's the same thing, right? Like if your goal is to win this coach's call, okay, that means we have to make playoffs, or right, and which means we have to win a certain amount of games in group stage, which means okay, we need to win these games. Okay, how close do we think we are to winning these games? Okay, how much time do we want to spend to put these? And then the other thing is just like making sure your goals are realistic, right? It's not realistic to be like, oh, I'm going to hit rank 1, but I'm only going to play an hour of ranked a week, right? That's not going to be realistic, right? There has to be some sort of leveling.
Yeah.
And if all like the long-term goal or your short-term goals will also change with the circumstance, right? I mean, my biggest one last year, we had a goal to to be the first free agent team to make Game Changers champs, and we didn't make it, and that sucks. But that's also part of competing, right? And so I'd say the big things are making those smaller goals to really put yourself and like be able to focus in on that one thing that you need without getting overwhelmed by the bigger picture.
Yeah.
But then also just understanding that like you're not always guaranteed to make your goals, right? And losses are a part of competing, losses are a part of the game, and understanding that okay, I didn't hit my goal, I still have the long-term goal. What's the next step there, right? How can I readjust my goals on the fly?
Yeah, I think that's something that it really does put in perspective of like, I think as people it is easier to have those like baby step goals and be like, yeah, you did something, and then once you guys have your like overarching goal, then it just comes easier, and then it kind of just reels you back into place, and maybe your long-term goal is more achievable once you have these small-term goal. But Declan, I do want to kind of touch upon Wadada with you, which you kind of did touch upon being free agents like yourself. Wadada has been making really strong name for themselves within the game changer scenes while still being free agents and just looking for overall opportunities. Hashtag sign Wadada. Well, that
Thank you.
what has that been like? What has that journey been like for you as a coach, and what is like some of the struggles that you have been dealing with as a free agent and not being a franchise team? Like what kind of struggles, maybe like financially or just like the overarching goal for like, or the overarching like struggles that some of yourself and like your players go through?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say the biggest one is time commitment, right? People have jobs, people have school, people have other things that they need to do, right? You're not able to fully commit yourself. And that's what I talked about before with the making sure you're optimizing. But the other thing that's great about free agent teams is that nobody like I try to reiterate this as much as I can with the team, is that like none of us would be here if we didn't believe in the team, right? I think there can be a certain trap with paid teams sometimes where it's like people are there because they they want the money, or they don't think that paid, like whatever happens, right? Whereas like with this team, like if you don't want to be there on a free agent teams, you don't have to be there. That's how that works, right? And so that's one thing I try to push on everyone, is that like we're all here because we believe in each other and believe in selves, and I think that creates a very unique kind of bond that you can't really artificially make with paid teams as well. I think it's definitely possible. It just takes a lot more time with paid teams. And so, yeah, that's I'd say the main thing is like you kind of become very closer. And obviously, like a lot of people on the team I had worked with before Wadada, going back to like FlyQuest and Evil
Yeah.
Geniuses, but a lot of the people on the team, like I would consider Warada some of my closest friends, not just because I've known them for a long time, but because of the dedication that I know each and every one of them brings to practice every day.
Yeah, and I think that's like a really good take, because a lot of us also see like how big of a name Wada has become, and then we just see that like yeah, again, the hashtag sign Wada, you guys. So yeah, guys, if you guys know someone, or like you got like a millionaire or someone, or like an oil prince, go tell them to sign Wada. But yeah, I think that's a really interesting perspective. So I want to like kind of get the juxtaposition with that, Wendler, how it is to be on a franchise team. So like, yeah, again, being a part of like an established franchise organization like PaperX or JDG, and how it is like, what are some of the things that people maybe don't realize about the structure and the support system behind these teams at the high level? Declan mentioned how it's very like a tight knit group, but do you also feel like that? And obviously, you guys have a lot more resources at your hand, but how is that for you, and just being in that environment?
I think I'm definitely on like the luckier side in terms of franchise teams that I've been a part of.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's, as you said, like Paper Rex is a very well-run organization. So there's no concerns about things like will you get paid on time that happens in other orgs despite them being in VCT, or like general processes on things. For example, a popular one is managing visas. Like I know a lot of
Oh yeah.
people see visa issues and they assume visa issues are tied to countries screwing them over, but it's almost never countries screwing them over. It's team management doing things
Oh,
improperly.
okay.
So like being with an org that knows how they need to approach visas so you don't run into those problems. You get paid on time. Um the schedule is expected. The guys definitely at Paper Rex, it's a very like close knit, like almost like family oriented vibe. Like they very rarely will let I don't mean this in like a bad way, but like people outside in because they don't really want to disrupt that. Like they're very selective in terms of the additions they make and why they make those additions, because they care about their organization. Um, and so, yeah, it's still pretty close or tight knit. The schedule is, at least in my experience, still pretty expected. Like you're with the guys, 8-9 hours a day.
Mm-hmm.
From there, the guys do what they need to do, whether they want to play ranked offline or not. Like I said, I'm in a bit of a rare occurrence. Like with some other teams, they establish like ranked baselines or like ranked minimums where they need to play a set amount of matches in their free time because those teams are trying to improve. Whereas like obviously the mechanics with the team I'm with is already very high, so they don't really have that pressure to play ranked like that.
Yeah.
Or have it be like set in their schedule, like they need to play 5 ranked games at the end of the day. It's just kind of like, hey, like if you guys could practice XYZ in ranked when you can.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like expected, like they'll get around to it. But yeah, I would say like there's definitely a lot of orgs out there that are run very poorly in comparison. And I've definitely been lucky in that regard to be with well-run organizations, so you don't run into those issues.
Yeah, I think that's sorry, Declan, did you want to say something?
No, I was just going to agree that like I said, like being on a paid team, like
Mm-hmm.
if you're not careful, can fall into bad habits and pitfalls. But
Yeah.
obviously,
Like
Ash's team is great.
Things like contract jails,
Oh yeah.
which a very popular NA team, NA tier 2 team tried to jail half their roster
Yeah.
on payouts that are obscene compared to any remote value that they were actually paid. So there's definitely good and bad that comes with
Franchise teams.
like getting to a paid team.
Yeah.
No, being on a paid team, being on a franchise team,
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a really unique perspective. I think on social media everybody assumes the visa stuff is like it's either like personal stuff and not like on the org, but it's kind of interesting knowing that it is the org stuff. Yeah.
It's almost always an org-based problem unless like there is just some
Rare
like
case, right?
nightmare doomer
Yeah.
scenario.
Interesting.
There are the occasional like exceptionally rare cases of like there being like a problem that like the org couldn't have like foreseen or solved in
Yeah.
the future. I mean, I think the prime example is like Demon One to Tokyo,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
He just did not have an American passport at the time, right?
Yeah.
And so they had to go through some other they had to like they got it solved, but like
Yeah.
that's a situation that wasn't exactly on the org. But yeah, the most of the time it's someone on the org fucked something up.
Yeah, that's crazy to think because yeah, I think social media definitely, honestly, I think social media does a lot of victim blaming, but I won't get too much into that.
Don't get me wrong, like getting an esports visa is not the easiest thing,
Yeah.
but definitely if something went wrong, there was a mistake happened
Yeah.
on usually the org side.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, I kind of want to shift things over to a little more serious side, but one thing that that's been incredibly important to me and to this event and Ohgawdevents is specifically mental health. And again, May is Mental Health Awareness Month, and we are raising funds for the crisis text line. And as much as esports can be amazing, it could also be incredibly demanding, either emotionally and mentally. But to both of you guys, how important is mental health within the scene, and also to like you guys personally, and what do you guys do to kind of deal with the personal stress and the pressure, or even things like dealing with difficult losses? I know myself, again, I mentioned like my depression, anxiety, and I have really bad imposter syndrome, and I'm very open about with you guys, but I'm just a girl. I'm not really in that scene, you know what I mean? So definitely my levels are way different than you guys, but how has it been for you guys? Because I know burnout is something that happens a lot in esports, and something that I feel like kind of gets a little overlooked because it is a job that's very taxing, and very hands-on, and you gotta do what you gotta do, you know. So but how is it with you guys about how your mental health is personally and in esports, and just how you deal with personal stress and pressure and whatnot?
Yeah. I mean, for me, the number one thing I'm gonna say is if you need help, reach out to a trained professional, right? They are there to help you. They're trained to help you. I myself have talked to a number of trained professionals for my own problems, and even though it may not seem like it, there is a light at the end of the tunnel. It can get better. And so the number one thing is that go and get the help that you need. I say with regards to esports is just being open about it is the biggest thing. It's like if you're not feeling great on the day, or if you're struggling with something, is talk to people, because as Ash and I mentioned, like it is a bit of a family, and so you are there to support each other, right? If someone's not feeling great on the day, then like other people can pick up slack for that. It's the same way, you know, if you're on a professional sports team and someone broke their leg, you're not going to make that guy play games, right? And so the biggest thing is just making sure you're talking with the team about it, making sure you're talking to your coaches about it. And if you're a coach and you have a player come up to you that says, "Hey, I'm feeling this," is, you know, you can help them as much as you want, but direct them toward trained professionals, or stuff like the crisis hotlines, because as you know, as much experience as like I have with it, I'm not a trained professional at the end of the day, and so I can help, and I can. That's certainly something I try to anticipate, is, you know, making sure to prevent burnout, trying to get ahead of things like feeling down, feeling stuff like that. Like for example, in the previous meta, it was very hard for some people, because it felt like the game was unrewarding, and that's very difficult when you feel like you're putting your all into something that doesn't feel rewarding. And so getting ahead of stuff like that, creating other ways to approach things that will help with that is definitely a huge priority for me, at least.
Yeah, I would say like mental health is a very, very big factor. I think that's something like, I mean, obviously we're lucky enough to have Panda that works a lot with the guys like mental approach. But this job is tiring. Like I know a lot of people aspire to be an esports player, esports coach, but they don't consider the amount of time loss of you maybe not seeing your family as much, not seeing your friends as much. For example, when I left for China last year, uh, I left like early March, and I was there all the way through essentially like early August, like with no travel back home, just due to the schedule. And like there's times where like you have a month break, but like even if you look at the schedule this year, like we're going like if your team is good enough to make internationals consistently, because this is something I've had conversations with Josh RT about too, is if your team makes the internationals consistently, that's even less time that you have to see your friends and family. Uh, like this year we have stage 1 just ended. So like if we even take NA for example, right? So they're closing out stage 1. Their grand finals are today. If the team loses, like so whether Lev or G2 lose grand finals, they immediately have to play EWC qualifiers for the next 3 days. And then if because both of those teams made London, they then have like a 1-day break where then they're flying out London and then they have to play groups in London 3 days later.
Yeah.
And then if assuming you grind out all that time, so like let's say best case scenario, you're a team that made groups and like you make it to grand finals in London. 3 days later, you have to be in Paris for EWC. You play out that week and a half of EWC. 2-3 days later, you're immediately playing stage 2, and that schedule goes straight through to champs.
Yeah. It's just a lot of Valorant.
Yeah,
and
like
travel.
Keep in mind that's also just competitions, right?
Yeah.
That's like that's not talking about practice. That's not talking about travel time, which can be. I mean, when you experience travel time can be a long time, right?
Yes.
Some of these events, so it's very easy to get burnt out.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like the biggest issue, for example, that we ran into in Santiago was burnout.
Yeah.
We played almost 1,000 rounds of Valorant going into the grand finals, which is something that some teams see maybe in a given year. We already played almost a month into the season. So this was already a conversation between me, Panda, and Alex that we were having because it's something that maybe wouldn't have seen a full effect then, which I mean, we got unlucky that it did in the grand finals, but it's something we acknowledge like about midway through the season would slam and like how are we going to approach this? And unfortunately, like in the grand finals, like we got to map, I think it was even before the grand finals, we got to map 2 in the lower finals. And in the coach booth, we have all the player cams, and I could point out Ilya, and I'm like, he's burnt out. Like you can see it in his face. Like he was gone. And a lot of the timeout adjustments ended up being like, we would call attack, and instead of it being strategy focused, it would be Ilya, I know you're drained. Like, what do we need to do to help you be successful right now?
Yeah.
Like, is this something we can try to fix? Or is this something we just have to accept and like we just let you play your own game and we focus on everyone else and try to activate them that way?
Yeah.
And afterwards it was like a long-standing discussion on the team as a whole. And like there's a bunch of different lessons that we took from that and different learnings. But yeah, the game's hard. It's long.
Yeah.
It's very easy to kind of fall in the depth of Val.
Yeah.
Every single day.
Even from a free agent perspective, last year we had Juna was literally working a full 9 to 5 while competing. And so she would literally work a 9 to 5 and then she'd get out of work and then come to practice for 3 hours.
Yeah.
And so now she's doing 10-12 hour days every day. Like if that's not a recipe for burnout, I don't know what is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, even for myself, I was coaching 2 teams at the same time. I was in practice 10 hours a day, 6 days a week, basically. I was doing, 60, 70-hour weeks pretty consistently with just practice. That's not like my own VOD review, my own anti stuff like that. And so the big thing is just making sure I'm aware of what's going on. I'm planning on either dealing with it right now or where I'm taking a conscious break in not doing it, or I have a break plan so that I don't go over the edge because yeah.
One thing I do want to ask about you guys is, I think throughout the years we have definitely seen a lot of shifts of, how, just kind of the esports world is and how, the different, like advice and perspectives. But, do you guys think that esports has improved regarding the mental health conversation? I know like we kind of like people say it here and there, but do you think there actually has been like a lot of people have been taking it a lot more serious and as much as they should be doing, but do you think it actually is happening in the esports scene?
I would say it depends.
Yeah, I think it depends where you are and
Yeah.
like what your org. I'd say the biggest thing that like I've noticed from an outside perspective is there's a lot more teams that are investing in performance coaches and people with actual backgrounds in psychology to try and get ahead of that. And I think, I think the biggest thing is it just depends, right?
Yeah.
I think there are some teams that are very good at that, and I think there are some teams that leave a lot to be desired in that area.
Yeah, I think that's something that's just really important as a whole. Like whatever like scene you're in, like esports, in real life, your work, your personal life, like mental health is just something that's so important. And there really is a lot of resources for anyone to, even if you like, let's say like sometimes like some of the resources aren't affordable. Like again, the crisis text line is something you could just text on your phone, and what's something like really cool about it is that it's really accessible. So again, if you guys do need help, there are plenty of licensed professions, and just make sure to do your make sure to get the help that you guys need and ask these licensed professionals, because they know better than any of us. They know what to do during these situations and kind of how to handle it. And they do have like a safe place for you to just talk about how you're feeling, and making sure that your silly thoughts don't get any sillier. But I do want to start closing it out because we do have a grand finals coming up. But what is one piece of advice that you have for? Actually, I have 2 questions. But what is one piece of advice for aspiring players or people that want to kind of get into the role of coaching or any of the staffing roles? What would you like to give them?
Do you want to go first, Ash, or should I?
Yeah, I'll go. I think what I usually tell everybody that asks is you need to be okay with the idea that you might be wrong.
Yes.
Like no matter how firm of your beliefs that you are, you need to approach anything in a way that has the possibility like you just might not be correct. Because like maybe the way that you're trying to explain it to a player might not fit for them. And so maybe you need to relook at like how you approach it, or maybe the way you explain a certain system might not be a fit. So you need to change how you approach it. And that doesn't mean like you need to change your identity and what you believe in, but just being comfortable in flexing around like different needs, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because you're gonna work with so many different people across like your time in coaching, where you can't just rely on like one single idea carrying you all the way through it.
Yeah, I agree 100%. For me, kind of building on that, kind of in a different direction, I'm a big believer in have a backup plan.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's way too stressful if you're saying I'm going to become a pro player and that's the only thing I'm going to do, because the moment anything starts to go wrong, that's when anxiety builds up. That's when stuff like that can happen and it can get you into a really bad place. And so having a backup plan of, it doesn't matter what it is, but just the idea that this is not all that, this is not my only option, means that when there are setbacks, that you have something either to fall back on or to self-assure yourself that you know this is not that this setback is not the end of the world because there is something else there. I think that's one of the things that a lot of people, when they try and go pro in video games, do very poorly, is they don't give themselves a backup plan, and then they any minor setback feels like a giant step back because you only have this one idea. Yeah.
And it kind of goes with like the point you made about setting minor goals. Like don't rely everything on like one big picture goal. Like you can ideally shoot for the big picture, but make sure you give yourself reasonable steps along the way.
Yep.
Yeah, I think I think I definitely, I hope you guys are our audience and our community are kind of taking that to heart. Just and making sure you guys understand, like, it's a two-way street, you know. But I also do want to ask, what's one thing you hope to improve in the esports scene? And when it comes to that, like, what does community mean to you personally? Because that's something that's really big with Ohgawdevents, and you guys definitely do have your own communities and like different levels of community. But what's something that you guys hope to improve in the esports scene, and what does community mean to you?
I guess for improving in the esports scene is just openness. I think one that can attest to this, that there definitely feels like, and I guess also a lot of people watching, if they're interested in trying breaking in, is it does feel like there's kind of a bubble at times, where you're either in the circle or you're not in the circle. And I think esports in general, across regions and just also across genres, can do a lot better job of being open and having, I think the open circuit next year will probably help with that a bit as well. I see Ash typing, nah, surely not. And I think, if you're one of the people who's lucky enough to be inside the bubble, being open to like listening to people who are outside the bubble, helping them out. That's like, I think myself and Ash, right, both got to where we are because of that. And so hopefully now that as we work our way up, we can make it less of a bubble. That's like one thing for me I'd like to try and do and try and see within the esports.
Yeah, like I guess similarly, it's also like being open and being accepting of where you learn from as well, which I think a lot of people in this space, because of how limited spots are, which kind of ties into the openness, is they use people as stepping stones, but they don't bring everyone up with them. It's just more, okay, I got here, all right, like fuck you then, like I don't care what you did to help me get here, like it's whatever. Like in every interview and like every chance I get, I make sure I can shout out Josh, because I literally would not be in the position I am without him. Like he didn't have to let me help that team for 2 years. The players didn't have to let me help them for like the same timeline. Like Anders or Minnie like didn't have to take my questions that they took in, which is why like I always constantly shout them out whenever I can, because just you got to bring your people up with you. And like Fred has people in like even his like tighter circle. Like we have like our wider like coach cord like group of people, but like all of us have like people in like a tighter circle than that like we're all trying to bring up with us at the same time and sort of break that
shout out
narrative.
Shout out Nicole, he took a chance on me on Ambrosia, and he's my goat.
I do have one final question. I kind of tied into a lot of your guys' community questions, but I think one thing I kind of failed to ask in the beginning was, what has been your guys' favorite part about coaching? And just, I think I swear I've asked them. I guess I didn't ask them, but yeah, what is your guys' favorite thing about it?
Seeing the stupid shit my players do in officials when we talk about anti-ecos, and then they throw them. And then I cry. And then and then Alex punches a table. But the jokes aside, I mean, the coolest thing about coaching for me, at least, is just being able to travel and go through different experiences with a team. Because it's just like every time you go to like a new tournament, it's a new learning experience. You're in a new region.
Yeah.
And how you approach like different challenges throughout a tournament, like the inner like chess match. Like we played NRG 3 different times at Santiago. We played GE 5 times already on the year, and like just drilling your head, banging your head against the wall. That process is fun for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm slightly different, but pretty much the same. Is I love when people that I help get bigger opportunities. That to me feels like I was finally able to help them or showcase what they're able to do.
Yeah.
And the fact that they've outgrown me or outgrown, where they were, and that they're getting bigger opportunities. First one being like Dodo Nut, where she was spending a year with Flyquest Red, and I helped her, and then she went to SRG, and then obviously Glyph, right, who was my I worked with all throughout last year, getting an opportunity at General Mates. Also, big shout out to Ash for helping with that. he was a big part in that process. So when you see people grow and do better, that's that to me is what makes it all worth it.
Yeah.
That's what we call poggers.
But yeah, I seriously.
5:50 in the morning.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
We have been yapping for a while.
Yeah. So again, I seriously want to thank you guys again, Wendler and King Fred, for taking the time to be a part of Coach's Call and supporting our community. Conversations like this definitely are a huge reason why Ohgawdevents was created, and events like Coach's Call or like our previous events like Sunshine Cup, Sunrise Arena, our high elo tournament, where it was created in the first place, kind of creating the space where people can again learn, connect, grow, be around new people, meet new faces, and hopefully feel both supported competitively and personally. I try my best to make sure I connect with all my players and get to know them before they are my players, But thank you again for your guys' insight in the world of esports and your guys' insight as coaches, and just being overall like predominant figures in the Valorant competitive esports scene. I think it is really nice to see again behind the scenes of the people who make our favorite players stand out, and I hope everybody in chat now does have our favorite coaches, obviously. But yeah, thank you again so much, Declan and Ash, for coming to the panel, and I appreciate you guys very much. And for everyone who is watching, don't go anywhere, because right after this we're going to go on a quick little intermission, and we're going to be heading straight into our grand finals of Coach's Call, featuring SynThieves' team versus Cero Miedo, who are going to be battling it out in a best of 5 format. And again, thank you everybody for supporting the Crisis text line and supporting Coach's Call and our wonderful guest speakers again. And thank you again so much. We'll see you guys soon. Bye.
Ooh, it is time. It is the day, the grand finals day here at Coach's Call, hosted by Ohgawdevents, benefiting, of course, the Crisis text line. It has been a long road for 2 of our teams that have made it today, but for Cero, Miedo, and SynThieves, they have made it, and they are looking to win it all at Coach's Call. But before we go any further, I do want to go ahead and let you all know that this is benefiting Crisis text line. We have raised so much money, over $1,267. It's the 67 cents that makes it over. So we've raised the goal yet again to $1,467.67. So if you are interested, make sure that you go ahead and type in !donate. I believe !charity as well. We'll also give you the link that you need to in order to start donating. And if you would also like to know, there are a couple of really cool donation incentives out there, thanks to our amazing sponsors of this event. And let's go ahead and talk about them real quick before we dive into what is being given away. We want to say a big thank you to Corsair. They create high performance gaming gear and streaming equipment used by gamers, creators, and esports professionals around the world. Their support helps us continue creating high quality community events and opportunities for players to grow and compete. Make sure to use the code OGodKate. You get some money off. And Zenny Optical as well is a leading eyewear company focused on making stylish and affordable vision care accessible to everyone. Through their continued support of the gaming and esports space, they've helped us further support both our community initiatives and charity efforts throughout Coach's Call. So you can also use the code OGodKate as well. Get some money off of Zenny Optical gear and Corsair gear. And that's also where we are able to talk about the giveaways and the raffles. Thanks to the incredible support from Corsair and Zenny Optical, players and viewers will have opportunities to win their sponsored prizes throughout the weekend for supporting Crisis Text Line. All you have to do is some of the giveaways are going to be including a Saber V2 Pro Ultralight mouse, a Void V2 Max headset, and the Galleon 100 SD keyboard. Look at that thing. Look at all of those amazing prizes, all of that amazing gear from Corsair. For Zenny Optical, we're going to be giving away some of the eyewear bundles. And listen, chat, very important. Make sure to protect your eyes. Can't hit those crazy flicks if you can't see them. Well, I can't hit the crazy flicks anyways, even if I can see, but very important to keep and protect your eyes. And there's also a little secret something or another coming along that may or may not be involving a Riot Gun Buddy, an exclusive Valorant in-game surprise raffle. And so in addition to the sponsored giveaways, winners of Coach's Call also receive some sponsored bundles from Corsair and Zenny Optical. So there's going to be a lot of really, really cool things. There's a couple of really great ways that you're able to enter. If you follow Ohgawdevents and OhGodKate on Twitter, like and repost the giveaway post, tag a friend. And also, if you're active in Twitch chat during this final day, you have additional chances to win. On top of donation incentives for donating to Crisis Text Line, every $5 donated, additional entries for Corsair and Zenny Optical giveaways, as well as $25 gives you additional entries for exclusive Valorant in-game rewards. So it's a lot of really cool things going on. And of course, it's all helping to benefit Crisis Text Line. And our players have given up so much of their time. They have given up so much of everything that they have as human beings to be able to make it all the way into the grand final. Cero Miedo versus SynThieves. It has been a long weekend for the both of them. Cero Miedo playing out against Panicos Kittens yesterday, beating them 2-0. SynThieves having a perfect run on Friday, leading them into not having to play yesterday, but coming into today, having to sort of make that run now in the grand finals. And so to help me talk about things, I'm going to go ahead and bring our casters onto the desk. Joining me is going to be none other than Ashcon, and returning from yesterday, Mint. Ashcon, let's start with you. How are we looking forward to this grand finals weekend?
You know, I'm really excited. It looks like Sin is aiming for another dub in this event. And, you know, this guy's got the guns to back things up this time, though, as a coach rather than a player. So I'm really excited to see if that mind matches up to his own might.
And Mint, you were here yesterday for the Cursed Crusader Panicos Kittens game, and that went a direction that we weren't expecting. Panicos Kitten wasn't quite able to clutch it out against Cero Miedo, but I still think for grand finals day today against these Cero Miedo and SynThieves squads, going to be nothing short of bombastic.
Absolutely bombastic is what I'm expecting from this matchup. The one thing we do have to worry about is Cero Miedo gonna be a little bit tired after yesterday's games. They played 3 days in a row, where SynThieves have had a little bit of a break. So what's the mental resilience coming out from that team?
What's the mental resilience? And that's what I had a little bit of an interview yesterday with both of our teams coming off that Panicos Kitten, Cero Miedo. It's just all about doing whatever they can to keep the spirits up, doing whatever they can, and sometimes just not even focusing on the great game of Valorant, right? Just doing something else for a little while to reset the mentals. Now I want to see the rosters for our teams and get an idea of who we are going to be playing with. Cero Miedo starting with first on the roster screen. And if you saw them yesterday, well, not much is going to be changing today. We have Fruit Packs, Shy Guy, Doughier Boy, Kiki, Crowfy Gaming, of course, with their coaches Nakarium and Shelby Lynn over on the Cero Miedo squad side. And yeah, Ashcon, it was a crazy performance that we got from this roster yesterday. Kiki wasn't on the first map, but was replaced by Ink, did come back for the second map, and, well, put up an equally impressive performance. And that's, I think, what's scariest about Cero Miedo.
Yeah, I mean, listen, when you have a sub that can come in and work with the squad in a smooth fashion and put up numbers, now you go up against them with the main roster and they had time to review, time to sleep on everything. I think that it poses a little bit of tension and creates a room for respect, I think.
Yes, it does. And now I want to take a look at the SynThieves roster, see who we are. See the debut of them for the grand finals weekend. They have a Galleon, Arns Rascal, Ethan Kidfay, and Pillsbury. Hold on, wait a second. Listen, it's a fantastic name. I got to make sure. It's a sub. It's actually Sushi. Sorry, Sushi's coming in. Hate to disappoint everybody if you were waiting for that. And we have the head coach, SynThieves, and the assistant coaches in the background, 100K, Pure Mew, and OMG Chels. So again, we're talking about this mint. We haven't seen them since Friday. SynThieves are ready to rock it on the stage today for Grand Finals Day. I think that's going to work against them a little bit, though, not having that yesterday to prepare.
Well, yesterday they weren't playing, but they definitely were able to watch those matches and prepare for today. And they could have also spent yesterday running and practicing together. And they were very dominant on day one, taking 2 maps, 13-6, and the other map 13-9. So very dominant performance from this team. I expect we'll be able to see that today, but now it's not a best of 1, it's a best of 5. So it's more to work with than just a best of 1. You have a lot more to show here.
Yeah, day 1, we've been escalating throughout this weekend. Day 1, best of 1. Day 2, best of 3. Day 3, best of 5. So this is where we are really going to have to buckle down and get ready for a series of a lifetime. And if we're wondering about what those maps are going to be looking like, well, wonder no further, because we do have the maps primed and ready to go. And this is where things get fun in best of 5s, because we're not going to Fracture or Breeze, but the rest of the map pool is going to become our playground with Split, Pearl, Ascent, Lotus, and Haven. Ashcon, this is going to be a brawler of a map series.
Yeah, I mean, this is quite a unique spread and order. I feel like usually teams even more comfortable, so I feel like you would find those first. Split and Pearl, I want to say, can look very similar sometimes with regards to maybe some agent comps for certain play styles. So I think that we're going to see a pretty fierce battle. I gotta say, though, I am a little sad. I'm a Fracture enjoyer. I love that map, but it's okay. I'll forgive them.
I'm a Fracture enjoyer, too. I love Fracture. It breaks my heart a little bit to not be able to have it. And yeah, so Mint, over there for you, we're looking at all of these maps. How are you feeling?
Well, we haven't seen the first 2 maps from SynThieves yet. The first time we'll see them on a map they've already played this tournament is on Ascent, where they actually beat Cero Miedo. So we're going into this with blind comp picks on the side of SynThieves. So as now we see our first agent select come out, I'm very interested to see what they'll play. I know that Adam's going to be really happy about that Sage pick. He's been wanting it all tournament. But I'm excited to see the mix. Both of these teams are not afraid to pull out the mix. It's not one we've seen from either of the other teams in this tournament. So very excited if either of these teams pull one out here.
Whew. Yeah, and Ashcon, I'm looking at the Cero Miedo composition right now. This feels like there's only one thing they want to do, and that's press the W key. This is the composition style that just feels like it's so well suited to that.
Yeah, and there's a lot of options for delay on the defense as well. Double Orb Controller feels very interesting to me, but I can see the vision, especially with Clove being a secondary duelist along with Reyna. But I'm almost wondering on the attack, right? Sure, you're going to have Sky, but those guiding lights are going to have to be on point on a map like Split, where the corners are so sharp and so often that it's difficult to find wider angles to flash.
SynThieves is still in flux with their agent select. They are playing with our hearts right now, I think. But it looks like we're finally settling into a formative moment for our squad. And this is also, I think, really interesting to talk about as well, because we only have 2 agents that are the same. This is probably one of the most diverse differences in our teams that we've had so far in this tournament, or at the very least in the days that we've been on and been able to see what's happening here. And it's this best of 5 is already starting off in a crazy fashion.
Absolutely agreed. I'm curious as to the Gecko pick in particular because for me it feels as if he got that buff a while ago where he could pick back up Mosh, and I think that's actually the most key part of his kit on a map like Split. And I feel like Dizzy doesn't get as much use necessarily, and it's really just up to the wingman and the Mosh. But I mean, Mint, how do you feel about that?
I think that they've run this Gecko before, I believe on Breeze, Cero Miedo did at least, and you can still find a lot of value on the Gecko. You just need to make sure that you have the utility behind it. There were a few times where they would try and put the wingman on the defuse, but that wasn't communicated, and they would have a player on the defuse, and then they wouldn't have enough bodies on the fight as they try to get that defuse off. So in some ways it can help you, and in some ways it can hinder you. And one Clove pick, I am a little concerned. A solo Clove with the nerfs that we've seen, it is a little more difficult to attack and defend since those smokes disappear so fast. You have to really play aggressive on that Clove if you want to win out these rounds. So I'm hoping they play aggressive because you really have to with a singular controller on Clove.
Yeah, and this is also where I'm like looking at Mix though, filling in this sort of niche where Mix is the newest agent in the map pool, or in the agent pool rather, and I feel like we still haven't quite unlocked the full potential of Mix either, Ashcon, where he's an okay agent, I think is what the general consensus is. Not particularly great at excelling in any particular fashion, where maybe Omen could have been a better pick, but still has their utility and has what can make them work. And it, I think, fits in decently well with the Cero Miedo agent comp that they have rolling with right now.
Yeah, to me, I agree with you 100%. I think that when it comes to Mix, you're exactly right. Jack of all trades, master of none. And the base Quake, that ultimate can sometimes feel very, very underwhelming in my opinion.
Yeah.
But with the split, right, Clove can get their own stim and work and reward themselves for the mechanics that are at play. Whereas I think Mix will be able to provide that stim for their raise. And to me, the only way that I can imagine this comp playing is with those controller players always separate.
Well, have I got good news for all of you, because it is finally time to step in to the grand finals itself. Map number 1 of Split is about to unfold in front of us, and Ashcon and Mint are going to take us through every single second of it.
Yes, we are. All right. We are starting out with SynThieves on this attack side. Looking like they want to go for a trap play 5 in mid. This is something not usually seen from teams, but when you're on the pistol round, you really do have to do something crazy, because a lot of times teams want to play the default when you have those weaker weapons, but I really would love to see what they have cooked up with 5 towards mid, because this could be deadly. A literal death ball just storming at you.
Yeah, not having a Sage, not having a Sentinel really is going to make things a little interesting for them on the defense. And I think SynThieves, all they really have to do is pull out the utility from Sky and Tejo, and they'll have a smooth round.
This mid push is going to come up through Heaven. Utility just traded back and forth as they take this Heaven space. As the site gets descended upon, that's going to be a free site. Many of those players were playing towards mid, had to back off. So now, with a minute left, the spike will go down, as now we set up for this post-plant scenario.
There it is. The retake kicks off. A first blood by Shy Guy. Kid Faye goes down. That's going to be a flash removed for SynThieves. They have to hold through these angles. Crowfi is approaching fast with their mix. They're looking to find the first contact, but everyone on the attacking side is tucked. Sushi finds theirs with the classic, but it's going to be a slugfest left and right. Slayroos from around the corner of Newbox catches Crowfi, reloading the weapon. The pants are down. Fruit Packs falls as well. 3 for the Sage. It's a 3v1. Kiki is all alone in the smoke with 48 HP. Has the pick-me-up in their pocket, but it might not be enough. No, the spike to explode regardless, and SynThieves taking round number 1 alongside a huge boost to that Sage ultimate coming up sooner than later.
That's really an ultimate that you would want in these rounds, that resurrection. Such a good ultimate to bring back someone back in the round. On the other side, you do have that Clove ultimate, 0 orb so far. Kind of has the same situation. You can come back into that game, but not with the same effect as this resurrection. So we're going to be keeping our eyes on that with 3 in this round. And again, we see a stack towards B, and on the other side, it's Miedo wanting to go towards this A side, but there's no one there. They are going the completely wrong direction as the util comes out, and they will discover that really quickly, as this dog is going to catch out absolutely no one, and this should be a free B side here.
I mean, Cero Miedo, they get, a little bit of a consolation orb, they get a ton of information, and as long as they kind of keep holding hands across this map, man, I do feel like there's going to be a possibility that they can find an early elimination, particularly with the Sky Kid Faye. Yep, there it is. And now they can convert that into a weapon, a Spectre on the floor for everyone to retake together. And it doesn't seem like SynThieves are ready to get together as fast as maybe they should be grouping up. In, paranoia through, never mind, I stand corrected. It is a wombo combo between the teammates to set each other up for success. And again, Slay Rouge once more, a couple more ult orbs. They're getting ever closer to the resurrection, and SynThieves are up 2-0.
It's now only 2 away. What a good positioning from those teammates there. You had one inserted in main, but they were holding that cross. And then once they stepped into it, they just fell one after the other, only losing 2 that round. So they will buy up to Sheriffs. We finally have this first full buy round from Cero Miedo. But would you look at Kiki? Kiki does not have any shields here, and you have 2 players on light and 1 on regen. This is going to be difficult for them, as they can be one-shot to some of these guns that have been carried over from SynThieves. So we're seeing a bit of a more spread out approach at Trailblazer. Not going to find any information, so now they're going to be a little bit of poking and prodding will need to be done on these sites. We already see rotation coming through off of no information on that Trailblazer, and it's just waiting for some magic to happen.
The spike finally getting picked up, and SynThieves, they really were disciplined in taking their time in the early default. You could even see the guiding light from Cero Miedo goes out through A main and catches nothing. So CDM, they're entirely in the dark right now, man.
Yeah, finally some information off that Trailblazer, but again, we're just playing so slowly. 45 seconds left, and now they have a little bit more of an idea. Finally coming onto this B site, and they're pretty smart off of this. They are absolutely backing off. They are not want to take these fights yet, and that's going to be the spike down as we set up for this retake.
There it is, finding all their corners as well. I love the positioning here. A lot of teams, fall into this trap of sitting in the back corners, I guess you could call them the front corners, the B site. No, everyone is out and about. They have rafters, they have U-box, they have the back corner of the site. Kid Faye, though, doesn't need any help from the rest of the squad as they take down 2. And although Doorboy is able to reply and Fruitbax is following through, it's just not enough. Shy Guy, they're definitely a force to be reckoned with, but I'm not sure that they can take this 1v2. Galleon takes them down. SynThieves 3-0. That is converting their bonus round into a success, picking up weapons, not just saving money, but kind of leapfrogging with the weapons that they pick up from CDM, and CDM recognizing that, call the timeout.
Yeah, and it all happened off of the back of Faye there, getting 2 with the Sheriff, so pivotal. And then from there, the kills kept falling in their favor, and they were able to convert that beautifully. So now look at all these guns. They have 1 Spectre, so not a full gun buy, but when you look at the other side, I'd take a Spectre to a Classic any day. And these ultimates, we're finally seeing that we're gonna hit the first ultimate cycle here. 1 away from the Resurrection, 1 away from the Seekers. I imagine after this next round, off of the timeout, we'll see a big ultimate round come forth as they get ready to battle head to head.
And a big question to you as well, I guess, to follow up on that, outside of the ultimates and once this cycle is finished, you know, we've seen CDM kind of take a more defensive posturing until they get information. Do you feel like they could maybe find advantages in being a bit more proactive and not just throwing out the utility, but maybe taking space with it?
Oh, for sure. A lot of times they have just been using that Sky Trailblazer, that skill, Sky Guiding Light for that information on A main, but they do nothing off of it. They don't catch anybody, but they don't scale up at all off of it. So that is something they can capitalize. So they are going to put forward towards mid here, only leaving Mix alone on this A site. It's just gonna be a run for their life as this hit comes through. A free site, this best case scenario as they set up for this retake with all 5 guns.
Big man planting, and I like the positioning by Cero Miedo here coming up from the flank as well. And it seems that SynThieves may be caught entirely unaware as there's 2 Ramps players. That Sky is open to the line of sight. Doyer Boy gets to find this. Could turn it into a conversion, but they have to be wary of the Omen around the corner. Sushi is there spraying and praying, but the prayers fall on deaf ears. Doyer Boy for a second elimination, converting those into weapons for the team. Crowfi Gaming picks up that second Vandal, and it's a fight on the site. They are funneled. They are stuck in place. SynThieves looking to find anything. It's the Dizzy that comes up from above the smoke and blinds Chewy. The Doyer Boy is absolutely on a tear. Good for 4. Might make it 5. No, Galleon stops them in their tracks. It's the paint shell elimination to get the other 2. And somehow SynThieves pull that out from the back burner and lift themselves into round number 5 with 3 ultimates remaining. By the skin of their teeth, Mint. What was that?
By the skin of their teeth. I thought it was going one way at first. The kills again. I thought we were about to see another Thrifty. These pistols look more like rifles in the hands of these players. An amazing job from both of them. But at the end, you just that utility. Jeeves just can't fight back against the paint shells, and the time just taking was the death of them. So that drone only going to catch out one of those players there as we see them go back towards this mid position. This has been one they've liked so far, but they haven't really capitalized it recently. Oh, and it's Crowfi to just put a stop to it. They are still searching over towards this B site. No commitment quite yet, as look at that spawn flank there. They are going searching. They know they are not A. They can pinch on this B site here.
I like that they're taking their time in mid. Chewy is getting an opportunity window there because of it. Wait, this might be such an unfortunate timing.
Last player standing.
And it's just falling and falling. You do have that ultimate available from Slay. You might be able to make something happen if you can revive one of your fallen teammates, but it's still 1v4 to get you to happen. 1v3, I take it back. And now you have an opening to revive
30
your
seconds
teammates
left.
here. 30 seconds to play with. The wall is breaking and you are being watched for. I was Slay. I would be sweating a little bit. Gonna take this peek, but it's Shy Guy. Beautiful job holding down that site there as they get their first on the round. Great job from Cero Miedo there.
Now, SynThieves, they do drop the round, but they've picked up a 4th ultimate in the back pocket, so it's going to be Gecko's ult Thrash ready to go for the site entry. Pair that up with From the Shadows or a Showstopper, and it might be a smooth take.
Absolutely. These ultimates, like I said, we're going to be seeing the first ultimate cycle come through, and there's none better than 4 ultimates and only 1 away from your Seeker. We are looking at an explosive round coming up, but then you take a moment to look at these guns, and maybe you might stop yourself from using those ultimates. So again, this A aggression, they're finally peeking out further than they usually have, though, and it's AG there, ever so present, and the trades just go back and forth, and it's Shy Guy to come out on top. And now you're just down to 1 Spectre. All the guns you did have going into this round are completely gone, and you are nowhere near them to pick them up. So they are headed towards this B site now. Choosing the right site in the end. Again, look at the weaponry. It's going to be so difficult for them to really find the advantage here.
Oh, if they heard that wall break, then they're going to have some info. I would really love to see Sushi use From the Shadows to pick up a gun right now. I really want to see that. but I don't know
I
if they
would
feel
love
that they
to.
have the time, right? That's a really difficult decision to make in a split-second moment. We see Gecko here by the metal box. Paranoia is going to come out. It delays the retake a little bit, but CM are still going to come in with the same confidence. Thrash comes through. It's immediately sprayed down. It's a spray and pray. It's a fight that goes in Chewy's favor. Are we getting off the site? Yes, we're playing out in B main. The line of sight is going to be cut off. Slay Ruse gets rid of Chewy, but not dead yet. Activates. It's going to be a 3-0 retake. CDM successful here. Picking up another round for themselves. SynThieves running out of gas a little bit, but I guess we do have to keep in mind that they didn't really have the money last round.
And it did pull out 2 ultimates from the side of Cero. They did use that showstopper and that not dead yet. So going in this next round, they don't have those available, and they use that on an anti-eco round. So now in this first gun versus gun round, you don't have that same firepower behind you. Well, you have 4 still available for SynThieves. So it's going to be a timeout here for SynThieves. Probably seeing something they don't like here. How can we pivot this? And like you said, I would have loved to see that out of the shadows, from the shadows to get that gun. But when you're just getting descended upon, it might not be something you're really thinking of in the moment.
Yeah, I mean, you know, these are I think concepts that, you know, are difficult to apply in actuality, especially in this kind of scenario, a best of 5 grand finals. You know, there's only so much to be said, but I do love what Sushi is already doing. I just want to see them cross that finish line in my mind where, you know, I loved what was going on for SynThieves in that last round. They take a fight in A main, they end up on B, but not using the Shrouded Step to get up to Rafters, for example, really denied themselves a lot of space. So looking to see those slight changes, and I think perhaps that's something that they discussed in this recent timeout. Going forward, though, we'll see how CDM adjusts, right? Because when you get a timeout taken on you, you're trying to read into what the enemy's intentions are.
Early fight out towards A main. Seekers and Beastquake both pulled. Oh, Shy Guy to come out on top here. This fight not going the way they might have thought. And the flash comes out again, able to capitalize 2 off of that. It's Faye, and suddenly the site is in disrepair. Picking up the pieces, you only have 1 on site, and you are evacuating, and the resurrection comes through, and you finally have the advantage back in your hands.
And now, Mint, you know, these 4 players on the side of SynThieves, they got the spike in hand. Do you feel like they should rotate out in this situation, or are you expecting them to re-hit?
I can expect a re-hit here. They are kind of stuck in this ramp position, being watched by Doyer. But that being said, you can easily get them off the angle and rotate through. Right now, it looks like they're just waiting for some information, some sound to come through, and that Trailblazer is going to start peeking. I think it only caught Doyer there, so they might not be aware that there was actually 2 players here.
This is a very dangerous reroute. Kid Faye and the rest of the squad of SynThieves actually dive into the ropes to find Crowfight Gaming. Chewy on top of it, turning it into a 3v1. Now, the Seekers and Doyer boys back pocket can find all 3 remaining attackers, but you're kind of going to want to find a good fight first. They approach now to Slay Ruse, who has utility out. Nice flick. Go for the tap with the Phantom. 5 bullets left in the mat. Good switch. Pick up the gun, refill the ammo indirectly. Dodge some utility, but they get blinded with the guiding light. No swing, though. Kid Faye backs off the angle. This is a really easy cross. It's going to be off of the contact, and they're trying to isolate the fights, but it's just too wide, too difficult to swing, too difficult to isolate, too difficult to clutch the round. So SynThieves take it 5-2.
Now, Doyer in that scenario had the Seekers. I would have loved if he was able to rip that there, really find out the positions of those players and take the 1v1 a little better than he could have, but nevertheless finding those crucial kills but unable to convert at the end. And I love that reposition from SynThieves. They were able to bring it back to a 4v3. They were able to find the position of their opponents, and they made the right call, transferring over to be there, the weaker site, after the recognition. So as we go into this next round, again, they're looking towards this B site, the one they favored the most so far, but they're, again, taking it very slowly, and this mid-peak here could be deadly. Oh, it's Crowfight to come out on top, and the fight continues. These flashes have been deadly from Faye. Oh, but Shy getting away just barely with their life, and now you're in a 3v4. You've lost 2 of your players towards that mid-push, and now you're scrambling here, going through the sewers position. And really, those flashes from Shy Guy have just been incredible at breaking up those 2-player stacks and able to get 2 last round and 1 this round going into this. And now there's 50 seconds. You still have to go right into Doer, who again has those Seekers on board. This is definitely hard for them to break into.
Oh man, they get the information too, but they're so disconnected from the rest of the team. If they take this fight and try to stand their ground and they lose it, it's going to make it a much more difficult retake for the rest of the squad, but they do back away. They do play patiently here. In comes the rest of SynThieves. There go the Seekers. They have the guiding light, but they don't take the fight on that angle. Instead, they back away. Somehow rewarded for it. Slayroos goes down. It's a 2v3. CDM taking their time. They do fully clear a ramp, and it looks like CDM also wants to clear a main, which is great. They have plenty of retake in their back pocket, especially these paint shells, which are about to go out. No! Right before they can pull the pin, Sushi gets them down. It's now a 1v2. Numbers dwindle. SynThieves leveraging their superior mechanics in this situation, looking to turn it into a 6-2, but Fruit Packs looking to play the hero.
Focusing a stick. Oh, gets off the bomb. This 1v1 does not clear, and it's Sushi to win! The absolute tenacity of this team. They were down 3-4. They hit the right site. They challenged the right players. Beautiful job at isolating the 1v1s as well. They were able to take those players down 1 by 1, dismantling the whole setup. I would have loved to see maybe a back off from Doer there off of all the information. Did pop the Seekers, but it just wasn't enough to take all those fights by themselves. And now you're going to this next round. You only have the Armageddon available. You have the weaker weaponry. It's going to be hard for them to claw their way back in this next round.
Satchel out.
Oh, okay. Look, SynThieves changing tempo here. I mean, we've seen so much going on the default here, Mint, and this just seems like they want to take the full territory for themselves. And with how fast that they're doing it, they fully realize that the entirety of CDM are actually on the other side of the map.
I think there's been a few times here that CDM have stacked all these players on one site on this when they're on the weaker buy, and I think they've realized this and they're really now capitalizing off of it. That's the A site for free. Look how far they're scaled up here. There is AG in spawn here. That's so much information gained.
Oh, timing, no, Sushi, turn around, no, not like this, Sushi. The next fight for CDM comes through. Kid Faye is absolutely doing amazing stuff, fancy footwork to be sure, but not the ace. AG had something to say about it. SynThieves, that squad, 7-2, looking top tier right now, very confident with their strategies, very confident in their mechanics, and positionally, you look at the economy. I mean, Mint, there's so much to talk about.
Oh yeah, they are not afraid to take these fights, even when they're in the disadvantage. I see no fear from these players. I don't know about you, but when I look at these players, I see fearless tattooed across their forehead. They're not afraid to just barrel into this site and take what is theirs. And it's really hard for CDM to kind of find a reaction to this. So I imagine this is what we're hearing during this timeout, is some adjustment needs to come out on the side of CDM.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, what could it be? They found, I want to say, good start of round success when they fought out mid 2 rounds ago, and to me it feels like if they leverage that more in A main, I would like to see that, because SynThieves, for the defaults that they do, they actually are putting themselves in somewhat vulnerable positions that could be exploitable, and I think if the pairings are just right, there's a potential for CDM to come back.
Of course, and as we listen about what they had in their timeout, we actually have a listen-in with Cero this round.
Yeah.
I'm really hungry. I just want that to be known.
No, that's real. I know that.
Yeah, I'm gonna boom this for you.
I'm buying.
One scene in ramen or
They're outside it.
Okay. I'm gonna hold B.
One step.
From a safer position. Where I am is really stupid.
They also
I'm
top of
re-smoking
mine.
it.
It's like a
smoking
reclear
it.
I'm holding the sewer walkout on mid.
I'm gonna redog this at 5.
Okay.
I think you
Smoke-
could
smoke
like
go
leave me
down
and
soon.
Steve towards A now.
Okay.
I'm just going to smoke. I haven't heard anything. I see just a Sage.
Sage.
Raise.
Mid.
Raise the. She walked out late. Sewer. In mid.
I'm
I hear multiple
I'm taking
footsteps.
over heaven.
I'm leaving, Dogi. I'm leaving.
I've got your trail.
Sky ult for me.
There.
I smoked off your
Pyramid then.
ramps.
Pyramid.
Be in beds.
Yeah, Sage. I'm rotating.
One more bed. One more.
Backing up. I'm backing up. They're in vent. One is vent.
They got bomb. One's on site.
30 seconds left.
I think.
Can you go?
Can
you give me a smoke?
I don't have one.
Smoking. Heaven, going vent. Heard. You have a heal.
Yeah.
They're going heaven.
They're gonna be.
Yeah.
10 seconds left.
I got planted.
Spike planted.
Fighting with me. Let's fight the Sage. 80. Kaylee.
Fighting with you.
Yeah.
Nice. Good shot there.
Both went on site.
Nice.
I'm
Good
gonna
job.
smoke bomb and I'm gonna tap.
Heard. Run it for vent.
I'm gonna tap.
I'll play in this book. Okay,
She's
let's
on
fight
site.
that now. Fight that now.
Nice.
That's 3K. Let's go, guys.
Oh yeah.
Let's go.
Oh yeah.
Bro, this Sage keeps walling me up. I like
I saw that shit, bro. I saw that shit.
the second time.
All right, guys. They still have the.
Don't sit down.
I
We're not
mean,
done
Mint, we could actually plot a graph of positivity over time, and it would just be a linear increase because at the start of that round, we're talking about how hungry we are, and by the end of that round, we got to win, and the vibes are up. I really got to commend them on sticking to it, especially when SynThieves have been such a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, Asha makes me wonder, are we hungry for some food or are we hungry for this win? Because after we said that, look who won the round. Again, this B hit. And one thing I wanted to mention after the last round is how spread out that CDM plays this defense. They don't ever have a buddy system set up. They're playing so discombobulated. So as that Armageddon comes out, they do have to wait for this group up and they do have to wait for the members of their team. And the spike is still nowhere near sight. Now they're being forced to push into all these players.
I've got your trail.
What? AG just walks up with the boombot, tanks their own damage. It's going to be a spray and pray, runs up through stairs. It's going to create extra pressure for anyone coming in B Heaven. Shy Guy with the showstopper wants to put a stop to the damage, gets rid of AG. That's the Rays eliminating their counterpart, the Wingman, to stop that Shy Guy. They're stunned out for a few seconds. It's a window of opportunity for the players on SynThieves. They see Doyer Boy, who's going to find that fight. It's going to be a clutch situation. The 1v1, Doyer gets the regen. And around the corner, Kid Fade tucks, but do they know this timing? Speaking of timing, the spike is ticking away. Oh no! Caught with the flash out, and in a clutch scenario, who better to win it out than Doyer Boy, who's 18-8 for the team. CDM once again winning a retake. And Mint, this tells me that something's got to change for the Sin post plant.
Yeah, these post plants have not been what I would expect from this team. At the beginning, they really found their footing, and they're letting it slip a little on the precipice of greatness. The stone is starting to crumble, and Doyer Boy really is the one just throwing pebbles at that cliff. Such a good showing out from Doyer. Been in so many scenarios, getting these multi-frags for his team. Is now we again this B hit, but we're seeing that aggression on the side of CDM, like you said you wanted to see, but immediately off of that sound, they're just heading right off, and Showstopper catches out Grovi. Oh, one down already, and now you're looking at a retake in a disadvantageous situation, and AG's not done. AG scaling up into CT is out for blood.
Holding up this dark cover. Now across the map, Fruit Packs, they got the base quake online actually. So this is going to be a really strong tool for the retake. And if Kiki gets the not dead yet, then maybe the numbers could theoretically be evened out. But Slay has the resurrection in their back pocket. Oh, there it is. Basequake, guiding light, Raze wrapping around stairs. Fruit Packs is blind. Nothing to see here, folks, except Sushi absolutely flaying the CDM roster in a 2v1. Nope, too late. 2v none. SynThieves picks up the post plant exactly as we had asked.
Switching
and they bring us to half number 2 to an 8-4 lead, where now they get to be the defenders, and we watch Cero Miedo migrate to the attack. And I'm willing to say that with this kind of a comp, they might find a little more success here.
Oh, for sure. That whole last round, all I could do was watch Sushi from hell. How many people did Sushi get well ulted from with that base quake? 3 people. Sushi ever present, causing a thorn in their side. So now, as we switch sides, like you said, they have the more advantageous side. And this is a map known to favor... Actually, does this map favor the attack side or the defensive side? I feel like it always switch ups every time I watch it.
For the longest time, it was defense-sided. Then it swapped to a very, very even OT. And very recently, at least there was a chunk of time in the last year where it was attacker-sided. It's very volatile in the meta, honestly.
I feel like it's just a flip-flop map, you know? Based on, especially with these comps that we don't usually see from either of these teams, I feel like I don't know what to expect out from them because you just don't know how to play against all these players. And it's Faye! Oh, all alone in mid, too far pushed up to call for help. And it's a massacre. They're going to capitalize off of that, immediately taking the B Heaven. And oh no, it's just Sushi. Sushi, get out of there while you can.
I liked the theory to walk up and take space, but that's just not a set and forget kind of corner. You're giving up bodies. SynThieves, the defense falls piece by piece. Slay is looking for the next contact with some teammates, but Shy Guy has the awareness. Chewy around the corner, and CDM looking strong. Spike planted, and you know, Slay definitely has an opportunity to maybe pick off some players to get some ult orbs, but if they come in from this angle, they're going to be visible by everyone. This is,
7 angle is so hard.
Oh, hello. Oh. Okay. All right.
Hello, it's Chewy. There to chew you up. And like you said, that mid angle, when you're pushed up so far, especially when you're by yourself, it's such a committed position. You have to get at least 1 or 2 in that position, which is just a suicide mission in mid. And just playing by themselves there, it was Faye not able to even get 1 and immediately putting their team at that player disadvantage. And Sushi, I think, overstayed their welcome on that B site, and they were just able to flood after that. So now going to this next round, again, we see this ball of death towards B, but stopped out by the wall here.
Instant wall break, and oh, okay, we're buying big right now. Crowfi straight to the Phantom. That's you know, a lot of confidence being represented there, and you know, I like it. You know, why not convert that into something bigger? See what you can get away with. SynThieves right now just looking for information, and they're getting a lot of it, and I mean a lot of it, because across the map, Sushi is already up all the way in sewers. Right, this net has been cast, but we don't want to get ahead of ourselves, folks. We really don't. Oh no, as Kid Faye falls to Chewy.
Yeah, now the fight has pivoted towards B. They've absolutely abandoned B main, and now it's mid. And look at these players, again, not afraid of anything, but it's AG with the classic. That's going to put a stop to their plans, but they know they have these better weapons. They have not lost that Phantom yet, and that flash is going to tell everything. It's a massacre in heaven. Now it's just up to Arson alone. Has to run away for his life. And are they pushing this? Oh, decided at the last second not to, but still a thorn in their side. Look at where they're at.
Spike planted.
All right, they're stopped by smoke, and they swing out together. They do. Fruit Packs is going to get 1 before they fall, and the round win, of course, to CDM as they wipe the SynThieves squad off the map, and they get the Phantom to keep through and convert into the next round, which is great for the money. For me, you know, I like that SynThieves are being so proactive with taking space on the map, but I think CDM playing a comp with no Sentinel are actually more than aware of what they're giving up. You know what I'm saying? Like, what they want to move as 5 because of all this, you know, initiator and brawly util that they have.
And even with no Sentinel, we see they're so aware of their flank. Even then, they got, I believe it was Chewy on the flank there because they were just so aware. They all went together to double check it. They're doing such a good job of being aware of their weaknesses. And you look at the opposite side, you have the Sage, again, not really good for those flank holds with just the wall. Oh, and it's Sushi on the opposite side, finally winning one of those 1v1 fights, and that's the spike as well. The AG keeps fighting towards mid, and is rewarded with 1, but again, gets taken out, and Spike should be able to get picked up here. Because now we are looking at a 4v3. You do have those weaker guns, so you do still have to fight tooth and nail for this win, especially with the man advantage. And they have information on A, they have information on mid, they have information on B, and I wouldn't be surprised if they have information on Dowier with his head right now. I lied!
Okay, but the angle can be picked up by Arson at the very least. No, they're going to be shoved off. They're going to be mollied off. The guiding light goes through. It doesn't see Sushi, but they're going to double back regardless. CDM, they don't want to commit. They're going to make it a fake. They're going to make it a block over to the A side. The Kid Bay lies in wait. They find 1, don't find 2. Guiding light goes out, blinds the duo, sends the second guiding light. Oh no, but it's okay. The shots finally connect. They're good for 2 on the anchor, and there's not enough time to plant. That is what it is. SynThieves winning this round.
That was such a good stall by Faye. Getting that first pick was pivotal, and then you have the 2 guiding lights as well. Delay upon delay, and then by the time that Kiki finally gets that spike, it's too late. Great delay there. And actually, SynThieves, we're gonna listen in this round.
They don't really like we kill 1 and then they just slow down. So just like
I'm gonna do the mid wall again. I think we just do the same thing until like because we don't really know for sure.
Let's make them dance.
I gotta start buying like a fake number or something.
They smoked vents.
Flat.
They're breaking wall again.
No, they are ripping wall.
Nothing be main.
Like, it's more than like it's multiple.
It sounded like 4.
Outside
they
A,
concuss vents. Concuss vents.
Yeah.
1 is outside A.
I'm jiggling. And we had a clove smoke on vent.
Oh, 3B main. 3B main.
3B main. Alright, Faye, watch B.
Deho Sky and
I've got this. I've got this.
I'm running back to
They're smoking me off. They're smoking B. They're out. They're gonna.
Alright, Arson, leave A.
Sushi, can you call miner?
Yeah, they're shooting towards heaven.
Yeah, they're planting. Last stun used. No heals for mix.
Tail planted.
I'm
just
blind.
Yep, I'm following your dog.
I don't have any user.
Dude, backside.
Flashing out on this.
I'm full.
Wait.
I'm droning. I'm droning out hell.
One hell.
Hell.
I'm flashing out. Swing me.
Hold on, flash. I have to reload.
Yep. Garage. Sky garage.
Oh, heaven. One's heaven.
Sky's out.
Shit.
Get away from heaven. 1 backside, 1 heaven.
Damn.
Weird glitch I whipped.
Weird glitch I whipped.
I ran out of bullets.
It's okay.
Weird glitch I whipped.
I didn't see a whiff. there.
No, not at all. You know, I think it was just strategic victory, but no, CDM, I mean, really demonstrating their ability to come back here, closing that gap slowly but surely, and they're looking good moving into this next round with all the weapons in hand and the not dead yet in the back pocket. I mean, when it comes to aggression, who better to lead it than an agent that can come right back to life?
I agree. And one thing I've been noticing from SynThieves, this is the same kind of thing we saw on the opposite side when Cero were defending. You have a 1-1-1-1-1 setup. These players are so far away from each other. So now as they descend upon Sushi, you only have a classic. Your position is known. You can easily just get crunched on. And that's one thing that I would love to see a little bit of a difference from them, is to go for an aggression play or maybe play more together here. Because Slay just peeking out of that heaven alone does fall, and now their team is now in this 4v5 scenario. And what can you do? You look at your guns. There's not a lot to work with, but you do have the showstopper.
Okay, AG right there on the site, trying to make an opening for the squad, and they don't just get one, but they get two. The Bandit at their sidearm. The Sheriff for Kid Faye is making work as well, but Fruit Packs leveraging this smoke to their advantage, hugging it, waiting for an angle, waiting for a fight. Kid Faye falls for it. They get a little impatient, and CDM locked down the post plant in a way that throws the key to the side. SynThieves not allowed to re-entry onto B, and they are feeling outside of the defense a bit awkward, forced to take a timeout.
This is a good timeout call here from SynThieves. Your team is really struggling on these retakes here. And although last round they did have that weaker weaponry, you do have to step in and really help them reset their mental here and help them figure out what they can do better.
Yeah, I mean, you know, resetting the mental for sure, right? You don't, no one likes having a lead and then watching it fall away. And I agree, you know, with them. I can totally empathize, but you don't want to let it get to you. So you have to take a strategic change. And that may be, you know, backing up, letting the site get taken, right? I think Cero Miedo, even though they came out weaker in terms of score on their defense, they were so disciplined in just let the site go. Let the site go. It's all good, right? Split is notoriously a retake map, and you need to retake through the heavens. And if you can get a flank going, you absolutely should. And, you know, SynThieves might have to adopt a little bit more of that, because even though they are superior mechanically in some ways, right? I.e., look at Go Your Boy, you still have to respect that you can't win on every angle.
I agree. And one thing I don't think they've been punishing is that many of these members, okay, well, I'm about to say it. They're about to prove me wrong. I was going to say they usually all 5 go through one extremity. And now as I say this, we have 2 going towards mid. So it's the caster curse. I'm seeing it.
Blinded.
But that guiding light catches one towards that heaven angle. So they do know they don't have all that to work with. And this timing, Valorant timing is insane because there are 2 ins in this Shower's position and they have no idea, but they're going to hear all this information. AG has the timing. They have the sight, but they don't know about AG. They're going to have a double flank coming through and they are none the wiser.
Spike planted.
Here comes the engagement. Armageddon following through. It's going to create some space for CDM. They want to hold tight, but AG has the tempo. They have the paint shells. They're going to send it through. Not allowing themselves to fall mid-tilt.
One enemy remaining.
But Shy Guy will drop them regardless. Kid Faye coming in. SynThieves in a 2v1. The spike is planted for heaven, but the dark covers are out. It is absolutely possible for Chewy to get the spray down. No, Sushi finds them first. And SynThieves, a successful retake here on the A side of the map.
I loved that play there. They both went into that sewer position. And although the Valorant timing caused Arson to fall, that means they weren't really checking for that angle at all. And 4 kills in that round went the way of AG and Faye on that flank angle. They didn't expect one that because they didn't think that they could get into sewer that fast. And I loved that adjustment from them. Will they be able to recreate it this round? It's unsure as we're having so many of these players go towards A. Looks like they might be wanting to go for a little bit of a trap, maybe a flash and a nade here on this A site. Yep, here comes that flash. And it's AG to scale up. And again, that same guiding light out from mid. They've done that last round as well. And AG, be careful. But you have Faye at your back. These 2, the dynamic duo so far, and they are still pushing. They are still greedy. They are hungry for more.
No peeking.
It's scaring me, Mint. It's scaring me. These angles don't line up. They're not wide enough. They're not peeking right, and it's hurting me. I'm so scared. It's a game of chicken, but it looks like SynThieves came out on top. They back away. They keep their numbers. They play it wise. Sushi in this corner. I don't generally like solo plays, right? But Omen is that agent that can escape at a moment's notice, especially when from the shadows, that ultimate is up. All they have to do is remain. The missiles won't hit them. The guiding light won't blind them. They get a line of sight. They find 1. They find 2. Could it be 3? Okay, Pro-Fight puts a stop to the bleeding, but it's still a 4v2. The spike is in hand, but the space is not safe. They have to drone to clear it. They're looking to buy some time. We need Chewy on the site. Yesterday, the smoke is about to dissipate, and they need to find an angle. They need to find a fight. Instead, they find Dizzy in the sky, and still Chewy Chewy fights. Still Chewy succeeds. The guiding light comes through though, and we overcommitted to the spike plant. That leads to the SynThieves victory. It's 11-8. And it looks like map number 1 may find a victor soon enough. This is a difficult position to be in right now, Mint.
Cero, they should have gone for the safe plant there. They were a little too ambitious in that spike plant. Went for the open plant. They didn't fully have heaven. They knew there were players CT, and that was their downfall in the end. But look at this gone by. We have 2 Phantoms, 2 Sheriffs, and a Classic. You do have a Showstopper and Basequake available, but this is such a weird buy, Ash.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta pull what you can. Oh, okay, maybe it is a weird buy, but Doyer Boy still draws the first blood, and Chewy turns it into something regardless. Basequake in the back pocket. Hold on, awkward as it may be, the resources are there. The space has been claimed. Be Heaven is theirs, and I think the spike gets to go down. What do you think SynThieves can do for the retake here, Mint?
They have the guns available, and they have that resurrection. My guess is they're going towards mid. Yes, we see that ping on the body. My guess is they're going to go for a res here. The best option would be a G with that Showstopper available. Might be a little bit too out of range, though, so it is going to be Faye. And now we're looking at a 4v4 retake. Basequake to delay, but it only hits 1 player, Ash.
Yeah, it doesn't really do much for the delay. There's no wraparound, no flank, but this is still a fight forced. Slay is out on the site alongside Arson. They're going to find one on Pro 5. Fruitpax is sure to retaliate, and Chewy wants the follow-up. They can't let their teammates have all the glory. Guiding light for Kid Faye. They want to make sure nobody can see them coming, and they sure don't. As CDM fall 1 by 1, but in a 1-on-1, Chewy still remains victorious. Good for 4. And good for the victory. It is 11-9. SynThieves were looking to be in the position of victory, and it was snatched from underneath their noses.
I feel like every time, Ash, I talk about a gun deficit, how we're looking at this team has the lower buy, I am immediately proven wrong every single time. It's insane the way these players are able to trade out their teammates with the lower guns and be able to capitalize on the round again and again. Just amazing work from these players so far. And we are playing Ring Around the Rosies. Look at where the players are on the map. You got 5 on B, you got 5 on A. This might be the best round of Valorant I've seen so far.
You know, for a team that has a guy who's a 100 Thieves fan as their head coach, I wouldn't expect them to take the Cloud9 Stinger gaming strategy, but here we are, SynThieves, 4 Stingers in the back pocket, hoping to take the fight to close quarters, and you know what? I think it might work in their favor, all jokes aside. Long angle, though, here in the B main. I don't know if that mix is going to spot the fight first. Raze and Sage encroaching on Heaven B. Here we go. 1, 2. Fruitpax is loving that combo. They just fall away with the rest of the squad. They don't want anything more to do with that angle. They're happy with the numbers being up. The missiles are going out to delay the post plant or to delay the retake. I mean, everything is being done properly by Cero Miedo in this position. And there's really not much for them to worry about except how they're going to exit the site. And even that is no longer a worry as they wipe SynThieves off the map and get to run away with their lives, run away with their weapons, and run into the next round now in double digits.
Yeah, that was the round of girl power. It was Kiki and Fruitpax. These 2 girls shutting it down. And like you said, Fruitpax got those 2 kills, immediately knew when to back out, didn't stay and overstay their welcome at all, because that would have netted a gun. And who knows when you give up a gun, what can happen. So great awareness of that flank. Like we've said, they're so aware of this flank angle since they don't have a sentinel. They've done such a good job at recognizing that. So again, we're going 2 towards mid. They've loved putting 2 or 3 towards mid. Usually the Sky with either a Trailblazer or a Guiding Light to kind of get that information out. While the rest of their team explores elsewhere. The wall will be broken. It's now, again, another stall. Trailblazer only catches out 1 towards mid, and the players are still so spread out. But AG is going on a little bit of an adventure towards B.
Time is being taken to be sure, and you know, I think with with how little has been done on the B side and how much space has been taken by SynThieves, you know, this take on A is all but obvious. And because of that, CDM, they kind of have no choice but to fight for A Heaven. If they don't take A Heaven here, the retake is going to be rough to deal with. The fight actually comes to them because Kid Faye tosses the guiding light and follows up with the swiftness.
Those flashes have been so deadly from Kid Faye. I've said it again and again, but I don't know if they expect this flank. Oh, they do. They are looking out for it. It's the battle of the skies, this map. Both have been instrumental so far. And it's Sushi from heaven raining down upon them. And now it's Crowfi looking at greatness in his eyes, and it's Sushi to take him down. We're looking at 12-10. We're looking at match point, and they've done such a good job at dismantling this this offensive post-plant scenario. They were struggling in the first half, but I think they finally found their footing off of that timeout.
Yeah, absolutely. It's that patience. And, you know, I think we saw that they backed off. They got the early information, and it was a great position to just figure out by deduction where they need to take the fight and use that timing to their advantage. The element of surprise was entirely in Kid Faye's favor on that flash at A ramp. We'll see if they can continue to leverage that part of deduction. But for now, it's going to be, you know, some early info, early utility, a paranoia traded for a trailblazer between these two teams.
Again, we're seeing this 2-3 setup. I just mentioned how they love the 2 towards mid. Seeker is finally coming out. It's going to find 2 on this B site, so I imagine we'll see a speed up off of it, but AG just has so much delay utility. They still have the showstopper as well. So just off of that information, now they have to stall out, and they gave up that mid space, but now off of all the utility thrown B main, they're going searching, they're doing a little walking. We see these pings come out, they want to go heaven, but there's 2 players playing in vent, which I don't think there's been 2 players in vent so far this full defensive half. So this could be a little switch up, could be a little backstab here.
There's a slow approach right up into mid. Omen is all alone there. That's a dangerous position to be. Sushi, a great player, but what can you do against 3 coming at you? Kid Faye, what are we? Oh no! The classic, the signature, the star play of a guiding light through the smoke. I mean, it just feels like I've entered. I've took a time machine back to the era of when Sky was just released and people were doing that same pop flash over and over and over.
Defenders
and
win.
For Kid Faye, it just keeps working. That gift keeps giving. And this time it is gifted to them, to SynThieves, the victory of map number 1.
I would 100% say that those Sky flashes won them the map. Every time I saw Faye pull out a flash, there was someone dead on my screen. Instrumental in the way that they were able to use those flashes. And on the other side, you had Doyer on that Sky getting those multi-frags. It was really the battle of the skies. Sky v Sky. I have nothing left to say except you better watch above your head because they're coming on you.
Yeah, I mean, to me, of note, of course, is how even the spread was. I feel like later into the game as well, you know, Doyer Boy leading the pack for their squad early on, and then you saw everyone kind of heat up. And I think that goes to show how both of these teams do trust each other to eventually pick up and can delegate what needs to be delegated.
Delegate we will, but in the meantime, before we break down the rest of the map, we will head to a short break. But just come back at the end of it because we'll miss you very dearly if you don't.
Well, what a crazy map number 1 that we have on our hands. Kicking things off on Split in spectacular fashion, a 13-11 fashion that ended up going in SynThieves' favor. Cero Miedo so very close to making that comeback a real possibility, but shut down at the very final moments. Ashcon, that map 1 though, what a nail-biter of a series.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, SynThieves coming out of the first half, super strong. And then, you know, Cero Miedo, they came out with some adaptations when the sides swapped, and they brought it out super close. And mad respect to both of those teams. But, you know, SynThieves, a little bit more patience, a little bit more consistency.
This is funny too, right? Because we ask for a Sky v Sky breakdown between the two, but it's Our producer is yelling at me right now, but I'm saying what's funny is that they just happen to be the match MVPs too. So getting that breakdown is going to be a lot of fun. But I mean, the impact that the Skies had on this match cannot be understated.
Oh, for sure, Sam. These Skies were the dominating factor. They were the ones getting the multi-frags, and then the rest of the team as well. Look at these numbers everyone else is putting up as well. You had Kiki 22 and 20 and AG 24 and 18. The rest of their team was also putting up these absolute numbers, and in the end it was so close, but at the end it was SynThieves. They finally found their footing in that second half. They only lost their way for a little bit, and at the end they were able to come out on top, and no thanks to Kid Faye. And as we look at this, 14 first kills for Cero Miedo, but they weren't able to convert all of those, as we see SynThieves are still the ones to win out the game.
Yeah, that's kind of a crazy stat line to see. You don't actually get that very often, where a team that's winning out in the first bloods AshCon isn't the team that manages to clutch it out at the very end. And I think the post plans kind of lead a little bit to the clues as to why that happened.
Yes, absolutely. 100% on the post plants there. And I'm glad you mentioned that because, you know, despite the fact that Cero Miedo was able to draw first blood on both sides, you know, SynThieves were able to play the space full, you know, proper, and a lack of a sentinel, I think, was definitely key to their success, right? I think this is a very unique situation caused not just by the agent comps, but also the map itself. I mean, Split, again, very retake heavy. So even if you get the first blood, if you're not in the right positions, you're not going to find the success you want.
No, you're not. And I teased it a little bit earlier with the Flash Sky v Sky sort of Flash dynamic. And so we have the graphic ready for that now. We have the information ready for that now. So I want to take a quick peek, or I guess maybe not take a quick peek because of how blinding that's going to be, on how our Skies went up against each other. Our match and team MVP of Kid Faye and Doer Boy. And this is like neck and neck against the two of them. And not only that, they're kind of leading the charge with the first bloods as well, Mint.
It's not often that you see an initiator be able to put up these numbers and get the first blood numbers as well. A lot of times people are really depending on their duelists to put up these numbers. But when you have someone on this initiator position who can put up these numbers, who can be that driving force, you're in for a treat because you know that your whole team is putting in those numbers. And these two Skies, I want to see them on Sky for the rest of the series because Kid Faye, they know how to use those flashes like the back of their hand. Every time I saw a guiding light in their hand, I was blind. You were blind. The whole team of Cero Miedo was blind. And Doer, the fact that they were able to get such good 2s or 3Ks, Sam, it was just raps.
It was just raps. It was beautiful. And you know what? Talking about Split, that is going to be a wrap on our map number 1. But don't forget, this is a best of 5. So we have at minimum 2 more maps to go before SynThieves can claim themselves to be the grand champions of Coach's Call. Still 2 more maps that they have to fight against a Cero Miedo squad that could bring us all the way to that map number 5. And a lot of opportunities to make that happen. And it all begins on our next map of Split, map number 2. But before we go any further, I do want to remind everyone that we have the big crisis text line that we're benefiting working on above us. We're currently sitting at the $1,267.67 out of the $1,467.67. So make sure that you guys are hitting up the donation link and checking that out because every dollar raised is amazing. But I'm being told that we are going to be needing to take a quick break, so don't go anywhere. So we're going to discuss a heck of a lot of map number 2 with Pearl. Thank you so much for bearing with us on that very long break, but now we are coming back into it, and we get to discuss now map number 2 of Pearl. A reminder, though, if you are just joining us, that map 1 went 13-11 in favor of SynThieves against Cero Miedo. It is a best of 5, though, so with map number 2 being Pearl, that means if SynThieves wins here, wins the next map, they win the grand finals. They win it all, but Cero Miedo still has some chances, some opportunities to stave that off and bring us to our map number 4, our map number 5 of Lotus and Ascent? No, it was Lotus and something.
Haven,
I already forgot. Haven, thank you, respectively. Ascent's our third map. So we have Pearl to look forward to, Ashcon, and I need to know, how are we feeling? And, especially coming out of that map number 1 where things were very close, things were very tense, if the Cero Miedo squad is able to recover mentally from that.
Yeah, with the long best of 5 series, I feel like they can certainly recover from the mental loss, especially with a little bit of extra time in the middle to get readjusted, take a break, maybe grab a snack. It's about lunchtime if you're on the West Coast, and I think that I think moving into Pearl, because I want to say the maps play somewhat similarly, they can find a little bit of comfort.
Find a little bit of comfort, and you know what, Mint? We're gonna find comfort right now. The Agent Select, where SynThieves is, again, playing with our hearts a little bit, toying with our minds. Sushi giving us some flavors of Reina, but Cero Miedo looking like they're leaning towards the composition that we saw yesterday from them out of Pearl in the couple of seconds. Hey, we got Smiles over there, by the way. Look at that. Look at that picture in picture. Our captains, by the way, dressed up. Oh, there it is. There we go. We got the Dragonite. Look at that. Look at that. I feel like I need to whip out the suit now. Wait. Hold on a second. Do we need to dress up?
He's talking so intense right now. Can we get a listen in on that side by chance? Is that even possible?
Joke's on you. He's ordering food right now.
Yeah, he's hitting up the Domino's real quick, getting the extra large pizza to get through the rest of this series. Don't forget, it's a best of 5, right? So you got to make sure to keep your energy up. But no, we are looking at Cero Miedo now, hovering over some of their choices, hovering over some of their options. SynThieves here, Mint, is the one that always makes me a little nervous, right? Just what's their plan? What are they wanting to do? And it looks like, well, we're going to get Mix again from Split onto Pearl. And we talked yesterday about how important of an agent Astra is on this map, how important of a controller agent Astra is on this map. I'm just a little bit nervous for SynThieves that this Mix might be suffering a little bit.
This is a comfort pick for SynThieves. They do like this Mix, and it just could be because maybe Arsene isn't quite comfortable on that Astra. Like we've said, they only have 2.5 weeks to prepare for this tournament, and that might not be an agent they're really comfortable with. But my one concern with the Mix is Pearl is such a wide map. When you're playing that Mix role, you can't smoke the other site like you can with an Astra. You really have to be playing more towards the middle, which can cause you to be disjointed from your team to either help them with that boost or to help them with that heal or to delay with a concuss. You really are kind of having to be disjointed because you have to be available to smoke both sides. So that's the one downside that I do see with that Mix pick. But otherwise, I think they won all 3 of their maps yesterday with 2 of their maps with a Mix. So maybe they just know something we don't.
It's something that we don't. The secret Mix tech that is just unknown, unheard of so far. But hey, I mean, if it works for them, if it's what makes them feel comfortable, and I think that's something that we haven't really touched on a lot on the desk today, Ashcon, is the rank differences that we have in our teams, right? Where you have a wide range all the way from bronze to ascendant of players who are coming together to try and succeed, apparently making it all the way into the grand finals, to work together, to come together with 2.5 weeks of prep time. And it's a monumental task, but to have come this far and to do that, sometimes it's just nice to go with the comfort pick.
Yeah, I absolutely agree that there's a certain level of decision fatigue that you want to avoid in a high stress environment. And yeah, relying on someone who your team has practiced tried and true is great, but maybe you'd want to relegate yourself to something that is more your taste, your personal preference. But at the end of the day, I mean, depending on how hard those practices were and how often they were, right, that strategy may have become your preference, right? It may have become your bread and butter. So I'm excited to see, more of it. And, I mean, there's not much more to say. I think all thoughts left my mind when I saw how handsome SynThieves looked in that camera. It was just
We got to call. Do we need a bucket of cold water? Ash,
I'm
do we-
sorry. I'm sorry. Let me just. I gotta really.
Yeah, you
cool
gotta
down
Lock
over here.
in, lock in.
Gotta lock it.
My bad.
Yeah,
Oh.
no, he's not.
Oh,
Yeah,
look
he's
at
he's
him.
locked in on SynThieves now. What are we doing? This is it. It's over for us. Shut the broadcast down.
Oh man,
Dude,
that
Ashley,
collared
yeah.
shirt. Oh yeah.
That collared shirt. You know what? That's all it takes for AshCon is put on the collared shirt.
I'm not biased, chat. I swear I'm not biased.
Sure, Ash.
I think you
sure?
are a little biased, maybe.
A little biased, maybe. Yeah, that's fine. You know what? It's okay. Hey, you know what? We talk about that. Let's also talk about one of the very important things that are happening in this Coach's Call stream, and that is the benefiting of Crisis text line. So, chat, you've seen beautiful people on stream. You've seen how amazing they can be. Well, Crisis text line is also a beautiful cause to support, and we do highly recommend that you check out ! Donate, ! Charity. But guess what? Producer is being funny in the background. We have a game number 2 to start watching, and I have 2 casters with AshCon and Mint who are ready to tell us everything that is about to happen on Pearl. So casters, take us away.
I mean, will I be able to focus on this game? How many more times is that camera of SynThieves gonna come up? It's okay. I gotta wash my face, gotta straighten my back, and bring us on to the real world or the virtual world of Pearl, Mint. And I'm excited. I mean, take me through these 2 teams right now.
Well, these 2 teams, they're the GOATs. It's our number 1 and 2 seed. Obviously, SynThieves has won all 4 of their maps so far. They had 3 on the first day that they took away with, and now the last map yesterday. I mean, this morning, wait, just barely. Maybe the collared shirt is getting to me too. I don't know at this point. But we are looking for 2-1-2 setup so far. A little bit of the presence known. Easy back off though. And actually both teams just completely abandoning that B side off of that contact. Spike going towards A here.
Like going towards A, the entire site given away. It seems like SynThieves, they're just looking for some information. They're holding very deep lines of sight. And CDM, instead of going all the way to the back, actually make a wise decision to reconnect here. So again, deduction. CDM walking forward. They know where these angles are likely to be. They know where the fights are likely to go. But the angle is not fully cleared, and Sushi draws first blood in favor of SynThieves, and it is now going to be an explosion of combat. Kid Faye just wildly firing, trying to get something with the high pen sheriff. Not going to find any of the damage. Going to find a lot of information. Going to see everyone flee the scene as CDM get out of dodge, and they start rotating to B.
Yeah, that's a mass evacuation after losing one of their players, but it could be a fake, as now they've made that noise running off the site, and off the sound of Shy Guy getting all that noise and information, they're going to pivot back to that A site, but there is still one player in the back of site, our match MVP from the last round. It's Kid Faye. Oh, taken down by Chewy, and now we get set up for this post-plant scenario.
Bring them down.
Get another good smoke here, get some information. SynThieves all funneling in the same place. They're all going to get a heal in the back of the site. Nice curveball to find a flash, but it's not going to blind anyone. They're all sitting in that smoke. Another one goes up. The timing is so awkward. What is going on here? As Chewy and Fruit Packs make some shots in favor of CDM. The defuse still comes through regardless. Shy Guy a little too late. Able to wipe the map, but SynThieves still coming out on top. First round post plant going in their favor, going in favor of their defuse. And CDM looking to make some adaptations, I guess.
Yeah, and actually that is going to be a little unfortunate because even though Shy Guy got those kills at the end, when you don't die on that pistol round and you lose your credits, are kind of set back a little bit going into the future rounds. So something to look out for is those credits going forward, but we will see a little bit of a mid crunch. Hawk comes out but doesn't catch anybody. The patience, so good, and it's Sushi wanting to peek out again. Only 6 ultimate orbs to get that ultimate. It's going to be put to the test against Stoier as the curveball prepped and ready to go. Flashed up. There's nothing you can do. It's Doir taking him down so easy. And they keep pushing. But that sees, look how slow all these players are. Oh, for Faye, it's just a feast.
All right, line of sight here. Marshall outline down the street line. Fruit Packs is pushing in through the mid connector. Wants to find their next fight. The spike is close by. These two hand in hand. Eyeballing this A push, but on the back, AG is encroaching on them. The eye's going to come out. That gives information in both directions. Slay is spotted on the A site, and CDM's position is now generally known. The net is being cast around them by SynThieves. And as they walk onto the site, they immediately find one dropped. A 2v1 situation. SynThieves ready for the retake. But again, AG, outlaw in hand, not necessarily good for close quarters combat. And all these lines of sight are cut off. This is not the best position to be in. Fruit Packs needs to find a direction and fight, turn it into a 1v1, but this indecision is really racking their mind until AG closes curtain on this round. SynThieves converting a second round off of a first round victory, but it was an expensive round regardless.
Very costly. Only 2 guns brought in. And on the side of Fruit Packs it was just so scared, trying to look for that 1v1, wasn't able to isolate it, and the smoke goes down. The time ticked ever so slowly, and Fruit Packs just unable to capitalize. But now look at this full gun round on the side of Cero Miedo, and they have the run it back. They are 1 away from the Cosmic Divide. This should be such an easy round for them to convert. It's just whether or not they want to use that run it back on a round where they know their opponent is on this weaker buy. A lot of teams will choose to save this for when they are a gun versus gun round, because you know you can get more value out of it. But at the same time, you have to weigh the scales. Do you want to use an ultimate that's going to guarantee you the round win if you decide to pump it? So, you know, the run it back, here we go. Just like I said.
Nice curveball into the site. Nano Swarm is not going to stop Chewy for long, though, right? The run it back is popped, so it's a spare body. They're not really worried about much. They clear the space. They get, Crowfy on site for the plant. A little bit of an early pick. Make it 2. Fruit Packs absolutely popping off. They're savoring the sweet flavor of victory there. And, clearing up the rest of the map is Shy Guy. Securing all of that space in mid. That's perfect information for CDM. SynThieves, they took the first 2 rounds. This one might not go in their favor. As soon as I say it, Slay is able to find a nice shot, but they're left all alone, actually, until eventually Doyer Boy on the off angle on top of newspaper drops 2.
Yes. I love that you pointed out Shy Guy there. I was going to bring it up in this post-plant. You had 2 of those players watching that connector position, and then you had Shy Guy completely clear that out so that they could focus on site instead. Such a good read from the team, and such a good use of that lurk as well, because then they could fully focus their resources on the A site. I really like that from them, and it netted them their first round win. Now we're going in the first gun v gun round, and you have that Cosmic Divide. This is such a good ultimate to really slice up the site, especially this B site. So we will see some A aggression. That is going to be the orb for Sushi, now only 1 away from that run it back. But Spike is going towards B, and again, that Cosmic Divide, we do have it available, and it's such a good ult on B as they scale up ever so further. Here comes the hit.
Out comes the haunt. No information found. That's enough to let CDM know that they can step onto the site with full confidence. Crow again with the spike plant. They're inching closer to the nightfall. Go ahead and grab it in 1. Could be great to stall out. SynThieves time ticking against them as the Cosmic Divide is up. Their line of sight is cut. Slay is the only one who can peek into the site and also hear anything across the wall. And if they step up solo, they're going to dwindle the numbers of the team. They have to be patient. The curveball comes out in Chewy's favor, though. This retake is looking pretty even for now, but as everything turns into a brawl fest, once again, SynThieves with the mechanics pulling through. Doyer Boy with the wrap. It was looking to be a pleasant timing for them, but Kidfei is more than aware to not just get rid of Doyer Boy, but to turn around on the elbow and find that second lurking player, SynThieves, up 3-1.
I really liked what I was seeing from Cero that round. They did the Cosmic Divide after the spike had already been planted, so that gives them a good chunk of time to work with. But I think is where they fell, is they weren't watching for any of the walkouts outside of that Cosmic Divide. The second they got flashed with that curveball, they had to fall back, and all that space was just gobbled up by SynThieves. So a little bit of a misstep, although I did like what we were seeing from them. So now as we go into this next round, they are shoved down to these lower buys. And we see that fast push out from A with the run it back. That's going to clear so much space. They know that they aren't hitting B this round. This is going to allow them to stack up more towards this B site here after they grab this orb. So great positioning from them. And it's just AG on site, fighting tooth and nail. Finally, we're able to grab one, has to retreat, but just down to 38 HP. But you're just backside, hoping for the best. You're flashed up, and yet you still get the kill. It's AG backside, unstoppable.
All right, AG, great stuff. Good job holding down the site. I might need to wipe my eyes a little bit after that one. Love the anchor though. Great work, my love. AG now gets to back away with their life, and it's forcing a rotate out of CDM, and Kid Fate lays there and waits to take advantage of it.
Yeah, Kid Fate, that push-up gets them one kill, so Kiki does have to fall back to grab that gun. And again, they are in a little bit of a gun deficit, but these players are stacked on the correct site. They do have that flank coming through, and it pays off as well. So now it's just Arson, in this back of sight with only a classic in their hands. Now they have to set up for this retake with such lower weaponry. It's not looking very good for these players, but if there's anything I've learned throughout this tournament, a lot of times these lower weapons look so good in the hands of these players.
That they do. Spectre in the hands of Fruit Packs. They're back into the corner, trying to cut off that line of sight, staying as deep into the angle as much as they can. Arson does not fully clear it, but Fruit Packs doesn't see them either. They're playing off of the sound. Slay, it's going to give away. It's going to give away the position. Fruit Packs gets to go in. They have to dive into the spike. They have to dive into the smoke. Slay gets off just in time. They spray with the Spectre. It succeeds for them, but Shy Guy is the one who wins in the end. They run away. Did they survive the spike blast? No, they don't, but still, it is CDM who wins the round regardless.
And even after they won that round, look at their credits. They fully have to buy all the way up, and you still have a player on those light shields. Honestly, if I were Dowier, I might want to not buy that gun and rely on the Blade Storms and prioritize that ultimate so you can have those full shields. Because I don't know if that last round, both teams did have such a weak buy, and now you have AJ on that operator. Oh, this is going to be so difficult to run into. Luckily, hitting the other site, but you still can just hold down that B site with the operator, and you can stack this A in mid as well with just that operator on that sight line. It can be so dangerous just because of the information that one gun can gather.
There it is, an early fight up in mid. Dowier Boy opens up the round for the squad of CDM. And another one. Oh, they love that spot on top of newspaper. They've been absolutely abusing it, and still SynThieves fall one by one to it every single time. The pose plant is engaged. And time ticks away against them. AG with the op in hand. I mean, it was great for a start of the round play, but now trying to retake with it, it's going to be a little bit more of a hassle than it's worth. And Crow moving up top, confident in their fight, able to go one by one. Puts it further in CDM's favor, and even though the op gets one, I think Dowier Boy still is enjoying the fruits of their labor and spending the updraft on top of newspaper. They just get to tuck away and wait patiently as Shy Guy, who has consistently played the anchor, finds AG, takes the operator out of the hands of SynThieves, and wins another round.
I think the smart play there would have been to go for a save. You have the operator, and the credits of you and your teammates so low on that round, and just playing retake with the operator as well is so hard on a site like A. There's not a lot of angles you can safely peek. Was rewarded with one, but did fall, and I think that maybe after that first kill should have backed off and saved that operator. So now as we go into this next round. Again, looking like they want to group up on this half. Sitting in spawn so far, but ready for this mid aggression. There's 3 players gonna fight out towards mid. Bladestorm comes out as well, and they are immediately grabbing all that mid space. This is so much information gained, as well as that Prowler. I don't think it caught out Shy Guy, and the B site is completely open. They need to be careful about this flank. There's 3 players here, and Shy Guy actually falls down, and now your flank is so exposed with only Crowfi. But there's so many players that Crowfi has to fight to be able to nail down this flank.
Spike is down. Post plant is ready. Cero Miedo. I mean, run it back. Nightfall. All of these tools at the back pocket. A Prowler. Maybe to find some info. It's broken. It's shot. That's info enough. Crow now is aware of just 1, maybe 2. No, the jet crosses. AG hasn't been spotted quite yet. There it is, the Nightfall to buy some time from the people coming in through street. Crow's able to get rid of them, but again, from the other direction, from the flank, this jet is still a threat, and Slay from hell as well. There's just so much fighting going on, and AG is the one winning it all. Slay to close it out, but do they have time to defuse? Time ticking away. And I think despite the fact that SynThieves come out with the last person standing, they still lose the round. The spike explodes, and it's Cero Miedo who go to round number 4 victory. These are so dangerously close for both teams right now.
Yeah, and it makes it really expensive for both the teams as well. And a big shout out to Crow that round. The utility spent on that flank position to really slow down that flank push, and then getting 2 on site as they came in from that CT and lane position. Really, Crow was the defining factor on that round win. So now as we go into this next round, we do have some ultimates still available. But Ash, what are you looking that SynThieves need to be changing as they go into this next round?
You know, aside from hoping for the husband cam,
Okay.
I think that SynThieves, you know, they got this lockdown ready. And, you know, I think that playing 1 over on the B side with lockdown, Slay in heaven, ready to retake at a moment's notice, could certainly help. I think a couple more resources towards A main and actually finding early A main space. That's what I would like to see with this team comp. You know, I think Jet Phoenix really excel to push out of A main and take early orbs and farm those to be able to play the B as a full retake or even fight out in mid. So I'd really love to see those duelists double up.
This goes here.
Yeah, we've seen some aggression from them. They pushed out A, I think, 1 time, and they did have that mid push 2 rounds ago. But I would love, like you said, to have both the duelists push up together. So far, it's been maybe one and not the other. Oh, great shot from AG. Look how far down that brings that player. Just dregs of HP, holding on for dear life. And they don't have a heal for the side of CDM. SynThieves has that mix that can heal up, but Cero Miedo, they do not. They can't heal this player up, so now it's basically a 4v5 because you sneeze on that player and they are gone. So Prowler gonna catch out Faye. Oh, but it doesn't matter. Faye, unstoppable. No matter what agent you put this guy on, it is just carnage.
Computer, activate initiator killing protocol. Computer, give this guy a double kill. Oh, Shy Guy.
Clear the corner.
Oh, you didn't activate admin privileges on that one. It didn't happen. Lucky. Computer, even out the round score.
Computer, match MVP Faye. No, Faye doing a great job there. Spotted out so early and still able to get 2. And that was the spike down for CDM. So they really had to fight forward. And then the crunch came out from mid. So we just had a timeout. And right back after that loss, we get a timeout right back. This is CDM really trying to put a stop to that momentum that SynThieves just got in that last round.
God, I would love that coach's cam right about now.
Computer, get this guy off the cast.
Oh no!
And it's just me, guys. Don't worry. I'm not thirsting over the coaches here. We do have a run it back in Bladestorm available, so we might see a gun drop to Crow and Doyer choose to opt for that Bladestorm, but I can't read these players' minds.
Okay, guys, I'm back. They let me back in through the door. It's okay. I'm safe. I promise. Anyways, I'm looking at these ultimate orbs, right? Or excuse me, the ultimates available, pardon. And I'm looking at Kiki in particular. This run it back on the attack for CDM. I just believe that it's going to be one of their strongest tools, especially going towards the A side, right? We see that Slay loves to play towards the B side of the map. And Lockdown, as a retake tool, just isn't as good for A. Just straight up. Point blank. And because Fruit Packs is on the Astra, I think that there's a lot of potential for CDM to just death ball it down A, maybe find an early pick, and then win the post plant with a late rewrap in mid, which seems to be the potential here. AG, you know, they're prowlered off the angle, so maybe there isn't a first blood available for CDM necessarily. We'll see on this angle though.
Yeah, taking those first few shots, drawing out a little bit of utility, has got a Prowler out, but this hit is still coming regardless. Smoke as well that you now have to fight through, so now you have to invest even more utility if you want to hit that A site. And on the opposite side, we have a flank all the way from Shy Guy, pushed all the way up, but stopped by that KJ utility, so that's about as far as they can get. And now they're actually might be pivoting towards that B site off of the space that Shy Guy was able to create. Did break that utility, so now scaling up even further here. And there's really no movement from SynThieves. They're really happy to just sit and wait for the spike plant to come through, wait for Slay to call them over. And now these players might have taken too long to rotate, but we still have 40 seconds after the post plant.
30 seconds left.
Oh, and Slay could get pushed here while trying to ult. Oh no. Oh, and that's the lockdown out of the round.
Sushi comes in for the defense at the save, and then there's a late Phoenix down street as well. Kiki running their way through. Arson for the double wrap. This is one of the most contested spaces of the round, and it continues to be so. AG and Kitbay winning their fights respectively. AG good for a second. No, a third. They're absolutely carrying SynThieves through this 9th round, turning it into a victory. And really bringing the team across the finish line. I think what's particularly important is that those ults weren't spent by SynThieves, right? A worst case scenario would have been investing them and losing them, but no, Slay and Sushi get to keep both of those moving into this round.
And on the opposing side, it was Cero to actually invest the ultimates. They invested the run it back, they invested the Bladestorm, and they still weren't able to grab the round. Aw, having a little party. Oh, so cute. I bet you were playing spin the bottle with the coach, weren't you?
Huh? How did you know? Stop. Hey, that was a private thing, all right, man?
I know what you do in your free time.
The love SynThieves and I hold for each other is sacred. Okay, now let's get back to the game. All right, we got an early Molotov, and it burns with the flames of passion. I mean,
oh my God.
I mean, it denies space. It denies space.
I know exactly where you are.
Computer, I get this guy out the cast again. All right, actually, that is going to be the neural theft off of that information. So they are gonna just fast go A off of that, and that's gonna pull out the Cosmic Divide too. So now they're investing 2 ultimates off this low buy. Only 1 player with a good rifle, and they're Arson's just in the correct spot here. Does have to push out after the nightfall though, but look how many players are already on the side of the Cosmic Divide.
Oh, here we go. Spike plant is down. Oh, I like the base quick. Oh, but the timing doesn't work. The cone doesn't work. Wait, still Arson. What?
I blinked.
Yeah, simultaneous. I mean, CDM had the timing, right? The base quake was there. Arson was vulnerable, and I don't know if it was just the worst whiff of a lifetime. I don't know what happened there. Valorant was just being Valorant. They were, their DMA cheats got bricked. I don't know what was going on, but the fact that that Arson gets out of there alive after popping the ult, it is insane. And SynThieves come in with one fell swoop to find victory in that post plant. 4 diffuses shows a lot of success in these retake scenarios. So something needs to be adapted here in the last 2 rounds of the half.
Yeah, Cero has invested all of its ults in the last 2 rounds, and it wasn't able to convert either of those rounds off the ultimates. And now again, we have that ultimate, not that ultimate, well, we do, but we have the operator for AG. Oh, and it's beautiful. Was that a headshot? A headshot with the operator. Domination. That's going to force them to want to pivot towards this A side, but they're pushing up, but it doesn't matter. It's Kiki and Frupax to run it down, and now that A side is clear, the mad scramble to come back to A to try and make something happen.
Going up. Blaze is going to go up, cut the line of sight. This is a pretty safe entry, right? Cypher is going to have that late fight into newspaper, so they're functioning as a great anchor. Shy Guy just needs to remain where they are, but AG was not cut off for long enough. The operator down the line is going to wreak havoc, and it just gets to remain in place. That's all it has to do, but they're going to keep pushing forward. Meanwhile, Arson lies in wait. This net needs to be cast carefully, and there it is, sent directly with the lockdown. AG stuck in this corner, and they are just praying that that inch, that centimeter of space works for them, but I don't think it will. They get to go for the defuse.
They don't stick?
Oh, no, they don't. There's a smoke up, but will it save them? Will it be enough? Oh, okay, it is. All right.
They could have just stuck that diffuse through the whole lockdown. I don't think they might have thought one of them was main, was scared of that angle, but they could have just stuck off the lockdown and still, regardless, was able to pull through, get that defuse in the end off of that lockdown. Great response there. Really just beautiful stuff there. And now we will have a little bit of a tech pause, but big shout out to AG. Nobody start thirsting.
Pause. All right, nobody.
Wait, who said that? Who said that?
Who said that? That's
that
crazy.
Wasn't me. Wait, no, that wasn't me, guys.
That's kind of wild. That's kind of wild. No, who would in the middle of this game? That could not. Certainly not me. Certainly not you. You know, I mean, but anyways, you know, we don't want any of the drama here with the technical pause. You know what I'm saying? Oh my. Oh my.
It's because of the Dragonite, right?
Dragonite, Papa, but you know, that tie, man, that tie is. And look how officially, and those frames. No.
Okay. You've had enough, Ash. You've had enough. Can we talk about AG and that operator? What an impact it's had in getting those first bloods.
Yeah, I mean, to really speak true to you, I really was expecting a lot more space to be leveraged on the B side, right? That's what's standard. Or to get AG posted up deep into A main much earlier with the operator, and they're kind of playing this like half angle that, I mean, I guess it's not necessarily non-meta. It is a common angle, but the fact that they're finding so much success with it, despite the fact that CDM are coming in with more than enough smokes and more than enough information, I think that's what's surprising to me, right? Because Crow gets the eye, Fruitpax is dropping the smokes, Shy Guy, you know, they're usually separate from the team, but Kiki comes in with like the blaze. So there should be enough to stop that operator from getting anything, and yet they still do. AG is still finding eliminations, and they're leading the lobby is what's really scary.
Yeah, and what I would love to point out is AG and Arson almost complete opposite. 16 kills, 16 assists, 5 deaths for both of them. And if you almost flipped their kills and assists, it's almost the exact same. And one thing I say, because I love mix, I am a mixed defender. If you don't have more than 10 assists by the end of the half, oh my God, then you're not a good mix. And here we have Arson with 16. As a mix, that's an insane number of assists. Many people only get 16 throughout the whole game. So to be able to put up those assist numbers, you are really supporting your team the best way, either with you're getting those kills through the smokes, whether you're healing your teammates, whether you're doing the stims. Great work from Arson with that mix utility. Can we please get it off this bird? Oh my gosh. I can't think with the duck in my ear.
I you know, game recognized game, man. When I see a player stimming in the lobby, like, I just be like, yeah, that's me for real. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just gotta respect.
You gotta respect. You know, I think you told me in between maps that your favorite stim might come from the sound a cat makes. Is that correct?
I do be meowing sometimes. I do be meowing. We trying to get down with the meow meows right now? We trying to meow 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 meow.
Drop a burr. Meow 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 meow
meow
meow meow meow
meow meow meow meow meow meow meow meow meow.
Get this guy on Broadway right now. Now this is what happens when you get rejected by your favorite coach and he don't want you even though you want him.
Whoa, 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 whoa. What are we saying right now? What are we saying? What plot lines are we developing?
I'm developing my own plot line right now.
All good, all good. Computer, get my co-caster off the broadcast. Producer, give me a smooch.
I don't even know what to say to that
my
one.
My producer did not expect that one, chat. They did not expect that one. But that's
Adam,
A-okay.
Rumble, you can.
Yeah, you know, nothing can get in the way between Adam and I, just like nothing can get in the way of these two teams battling it out. Sins versus CDM.
Bring them down.
They're really taking it to the next level with the slow play, and I think that CDM showing a bit more patience is good. Definitely, it's definitely promising. Sin taking it 8-4 and then swapping to attack, I think would be a difficult position to battle it up from.
Yeah, and they have 4 players headed towards A. Oh, it's Shy Guy. So good on those lurks so far. And it's just Sushi in the back of sight. And a curveball actually nets him a kill.
Spike planted.
But again, you're just so alone in this site. You have someone running at you. All you can do is run as far and as fast as you can. And doing a great job of that. They are gonna get no value from that run it back besides a little bit of space. And all those players now fully have to commit here.
All right, with the Blade Storm, AG really wants to dive in. Updraft, nice. Finds the first line of sight, but doesn't land the headshot. They're limited in 9. Oh, they walk into the smoke. Whoa, 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 whoa. We cannot be switching weapons like that when you look into the walk forward. Chewy rewarded with 2 eliminations. In the meanwhile, Arson left all alone, and there's really no answer to the situation. I mean, heal yourself all you want, right? Spike is ticking away, and Chewy, obsessed with getting that last elimination, also doesn't want to give up the kill. They both resign to dying to Spike Explosion. We're 7-5, and now SynThieves moving to the attack, and Cero Miedo going to the defense. And this is a team, you know, with what they have in store, I expect a little bit more aggression, simply because of the way that Cypher's utility doesn't have the same range that Killjoy's does.
Absolutely. Now looking at the compositions as we switch these sites, you still have that Phoenix. Kiki's been doing such a good job at being aggressive on this attack side. We're going to have another bit of a text pause. We'll try not to meow during this one. But I expect to see Kiki get aggressive on this defensive side as well. She's been doing such a great job of it so far. I can imagine we'll see it again out of her. And maybe I'm seeing a little bit of a Doier and Kiki with Crow here. Like you said, you wanted a Phoenix Jet push out from CDM. Are we going to see that here on the side of SynThieves?
Already looking slow. Mint, I do have a question to you. To me, when it comes to street control, you know, do you think that CDM should be playing more to that, or fighting up B main? What's the strategy here with a lone Cypher?
Yeah, I think it might just be a first round strategy, but based off of this, I think they should be playing for that street control. You have that Cypher all the way pushed up, and it's actually Sushi to get that kill. But you really want to support your Cypher here. You're going to have to play retake on that B site regardless. So the move here would to be support the Cypher as much as possible in street, and that is just not what happened. As Shy does fall and the spike goes down. So maybe a little bit too isolated. I didn't love that positioning from the side of CDM.
All right, fights pulling through. Chewy good for 1, sprinting it down. Doyer Boy trying to find something as well through the fight. They're aware of their presence in street. They're trying to swing through the smoke alone. The sprays come through. It's 3 bodies. CDM just lined up, ready for the smoke, all low, or excuse me, 2 of them have been shot at the very least, and as they tried to sprint out, it's entirely denied. AG standing in the wall of the blaze, taking some chip damage, but no one dares to look up, and that's not a problem regardless, because it's their Phoenix, Sushi, who finds 3 to close it out. SynThieves looking good, moving to the first round of the second half.
They got 2 picks in that mid area there. They were able to take down Crow, and then they were able to take down Shy. And based off of that, you're already at such a bad man advantage, a 3v5 on that B site. There's so many angles you can hide on B. You just can't clear them all. It's so hard. So just losing those early players, not the best scenario. And now we have a death ball towards this B main site. And what's gonna happen? Oh, it's AG just not prepared at all. Gonna be able to get some damage done, but is gonna relinquish that Guardian, and Arson running for their life. It's gonna be a huge play here. Everybody versus everybody. Trades coming back and forth, and Sushi dies to a Molly in there. Sorry, excuse me, Shy, and finally the fight comes to an end. And what are we left with? It's a 2v3, and who came out on top? It was SynThieves.
Yeah, and finally, I think that sense of logic comes back over them. They realize, wait a minute, we don't need to be here at all. Actually, we counted 5. Let's go the other way and play for the WinCon, and that they do.
And they do have these weaker guns as well. They only have a Guardian, but Kiki 2 away from that run it back. So even if you... Sorry, Sushi only 1 away as well. So if I were Sushi, I'd be trying to push up, try and get one of these kills, because then you can bring the run it back into the next round. So viable as well. And Fruit Pack's just down to 20 HP. There's not a lot you can do with just a classic. And the time is just too short. What can you do when you're running right into the pack?
1 enemy remaining.
It is
You
fights
can
1 by
die.
1. Yeah, it's a tough state to be in here. Is Chewy trying to fight for anything, but again, the spike takes away. SynThieves too disciplined in their positioning, falling away when they need to, aware of the map, the space that they need to control in that kind of a situation. You come through an early fight, you get the rest of the map, and you get to play exactly as you want, right? Because the tension in that situation is entirely on CMD.
Yes, and I think they did a pretty good job there to kind of take away some of the guns. But looking at this on the side of SynThieves, they're bringing in a Vandal as well. Oh, apologies. I am not actually sure, as I have been told that Arson has they will not be updating what kind of gun they have, what kind of utility they have. So don't trust your eyes here, but they will be going towards this A site. This is the Cypher. This is Shy Guy, but again, alone on site. We'll have to fight this run it back alone. We'll have to fight the site alone. And not much you can do. Just has to run away and play for the retake.
There it is. That Phoenix comes back from the run it back. They're falling through. That I like the trapwire broken for their teammate there. Good looks. AG. Nice with the Marshall. Able to find 1 over in the news area. The space is taken once again by SynThieves. They're holding the space proper. Everyone is coming on the flank, though, right? And for Kid A, when they're left all alone, it's going to be a hard fight. This flash comes through, but it's not even necessary. Doyer Boy is one gets A at T, just looking for information while they're still in that ultimate form. Time is bought with a little bit of delayed utility. Doyer Boy, again, finding more of an AG, also abusing this same spot on top of News, but not finding the same success.
Yeah, backed up by their teammate, Fruit Packs, the ever-living force. A great retake from there. They sent 3 on the flank there, and when you're not expecting 3, bonk, bonk, bonk on your head, and it's just too good, especially with that run it back coming out as well. That could clear so much space for them. And so now looking at this next round, again, just for anyone who's new, Arson's is not updating, so you can't trust anything you see on the side of Arson, but we have a pretty weird buy here. Oh no, never mind. Crow bought a Phantom. I thought they were buying a Classic for a second there, but it's gonna be a gun v gun round here as we look to this next round. And an AG already taken out. Doyer already tried to go for a little trick play there into that corner, but immediately taken out. And now their next opponent, that Phoenix, but happy to concede the space, as now you have to worry about mid here. It's Sushi.
Yeah, this fight, I mean, it's a little awkward. They're poking and prodding. Sushi knows that this is a doubled up angle, right? They fought here, enough times and have also been on the opposite end of it to realize that they shouldn't expect only one person. Oh, and I like this molly. Is this going to land? Oh, it does. It forces Fruit Packs out of the corner, forces them into the fight. Sushi gets the swing for free there. And with one elimination in their pocket, they only need one more to reset that curveball. They dive deeper into the B side. The rest of the squad in B main have inched up. SynThieves are poised to strike. A snake ready to push onto their prey, and there, so it seems, Sushi finds Shy Guy. The Sentinel is now down. It's pretty much free reign. Chewy wants to fight. They want to take a shot at the rest of the squadron, but SynThieves doesn't allow it to happen. It's a 1 versus 4. Make it a 1 versus 3. Crow has something to say about this round. They don't got any utility in the pocket, but they are armed with a Phantom and a Dream. They just need to isolate these fights. The thing is, time is ticking away against them. They need to fight first and swiftly. It's going to be hard when the information is given away already. The turret triggered, and they move slowly into this site.
Yeah, not a lot they can do here. Just based off of time alone, I think they lose this round. You do have the money to go for it, but looking at your teammates, a few of them are a little bit broke, so gonna be able to take one gun out of the way of Slade. It's gonna make it so expensive. Look at those credits and run away. And one thing I would like to point out is that Arson actually put a smoke onto that overpass there in that heaven, and it was an unintentional one-way for the rest of their teammates who were on street, and so they couldn't flood in with the rest of their team there. They had to wait until that smoke went away. So I think kind of an unfortunate scenario, but regardless, they were still able to take that site, and they were still able to take that round. So great job from those two players there to take the rest of the site. Well, the rest of them were kind of stalled out based off that unintentional one way.
Yeah, I mean the micro placements of the utility is so important. And while you're pointing out the smoke, I want to point out the molly once again. Even we talked about it while it happened, but
great molly.
But that lineup by Sushi to make sure the corner down street is flushed out and the fight gets forced. I mean, chef's kiss. It's perfect. And the fact that you can mix it up and pairing it with a curveball is amazing. So with that level of discipline, I think that we're seeing a lot of those small victories. Now, I think the adjustments and Mist, my question to you is what DMD can do to maybe change the tempo.
Yeah, change the tempo they need to do on this defensive half. They seem to be a little disjointed, but we are going to be listening to SynThieves this round as we see what they do to get this round in their pocket.
Here. Oh, we are running. Dang.
They are
Astra Star. Could be silent. Thing.
They're mid.
I'm putting
What
these
the hell?
up.
I'm throwing a sec back hall.
Fuck you, dude. Fuck me.
I'm putting a stun
I got
on.
one.
Wait, hall clear.
Takes this space one. Oh my god.
I'm coming spawn. I'm coming spawn.
Flank.
How many?
There a lot. I don't know how many, but there was a lot.
Arson, watch lane.
Yeah, I'm holding from halls.
I've got straight.
I've got their spawn.
Cypher cam down.
I think all 5. Nobody's straight. We could assume 5. We could.
I have no util here.
5, 4. Bingo.
You smoke me?
Bingo.
120 Astra.
I have a flash.
on
They have to
Cypher.
peek us. They have to peek us.
We don't have to
Shit.
peek.
That's my fault.
Bill.
I was overeating. You go.
Thank you.
No time.
Wait. No time. Yeah, no time.
We got time. Let's go. All right, we're gonna be a little Burke here.
Yeah, that was my
that
fault.
was
That
a
was my
I
fault.
don't know. Dude, I
That
can't
was a
aim
little
right now.
messy,
I don't know
chat.
what's going on.
A little messy.
We got there.
It's
I
okay.
forgot how to
I have
hold my mouse.
knives.
I like that. A little bit of acknowledgement. Hey, the round doesn't go in their favor, but the vibes aren't bad. The energy isn't low. Everyone's, we see some self-reflection there. Like, oh, I just can't aim. Oh, I'm not. And I think that's great. Like, everyone is taking their own weight and carrying it together side by side. And again, because this is a best of 5, I think that kind of mentality is exactly what you need. So it's just good to see.
Yeah, there's no blame from anybody on that round. They take accountability, and I love their little keyword, bingo. Oh, as the fight comes out towards A main here, utility pass back and forth. They're gonna be able to get that A main space. Run it back comes through. Here we are.
Now running through Sushi. Nice, good for one. Can they find the rest? They do. They see him. They spot him. Okay, a little bit messy, but we get it through. The run it back recalls them to the starting point, and the spike gets planted. We look at the minimap, and the net has been spread. We see that Killjoy inching further, going deeper. Slay. Nice position, holding the mid. They have an inkling of where one player could be, right? Kiki could be wrapping mid. They could be in the mid connector. There's nothing to be sure about. But Doyer's position, that's known. That's certain. The operator gets an elimination, and everyone tells each other, we're not going that way anymore. We're not opening ourselves up to be eliminated in that direction. And so we have to reinforce the other side. Time ticks away, and SynThieves, that they're looking to just claim themselves another round, get themselves to map point, and it feels all but guaranteed. And I love the discipline here. You know, CMD, I felt like on any other round would go for it, but realizing, you know, with their backs against the wall, they do want to save, and I give them all the more respect for it.
Yeah, after losing that one player to the ultimate, not to the ultimate, to the operator, they just took a step back. They said, hey, we have 4, they have 2, they have to run into us, and realizing that they probably are going to save the operator. That discipline you mentioned, so good from them to not overheat there, because now they're at 12 points. They are on match point here. If they win this, they will be on series point in this best of 5. So great discipline to really slow it down. And I love that even though they were fighting that A main position and they found that resistance, they still pushed through. They didn't let it stop them. They continued through, and they were netted with that round win because they were fearless. What did I say last map? Fearless is tattooed on their foreheads. That's exactly what we're seeing here. So again, creeping towards this A site, they want it bad, but there's 3 players here, so they do need to be a little wary. Oh, and look at that! AG able to peek through off that Prowler on the tripwire and rewarded with a kill.
I love that from AG. Draw the first blood, get rid of the Cypher, make sure the Sentinel utility is down for the count, and put down some Sentinel utility of their own. Claim the space with the lockdown, and all they do is they have to spread out onto the site. They got to take positions into this post plant, and as the smokes come up, they get to fight, but it doesn't go their way. Sushi, no curveball, no nothing, just takes it dry, punished by fruit packs. Crow gets to sneak into the back of the site. They find the timing on AG, who has to check left and right and left and right. Now the nightfall comes and the nightmare continues. SynThieves, who felt so confident in this post plan, who spent so much to open up this round, are now being completely denied. Kid Faye, they're 1 off of this ultimate, but that is a tall ask. Nope, maybe not. Slay Ruse comes in, but Fruit Packs is alone on the spike. You can't shoot through the wall, but Slay crosses it just in time. 1 second and 62 milliseconds on the clock left. SynThieves move as the second round map victors to the third map.
Yeah, I think that second half, they really showed their dominance and they really showed what they're made of on that Pearl. We haven't seen them play that this tournament, and they had seen Cero Miedo play that map before, so they could come in more prepared, knowing what to expect. And on the side of SynThieves, I think they prepared that perfectly to really come out swinging against Cero Miedo, and just great showing from them. I think they played great together as a team, and we heard that in their comms. I think just great job from them.
Absolutely, it was. I'm excited to see more, but I guess we'll send it back to a quick break.
One more map. One more map is all you're thinking if you're SynThieves. But if you're Cero Miedo, you are now on the chopping block because you know it's only 1 map left to go for your opponent. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the grand finals day of Coach's Call, all benefiting the Crisis text line and hosted by Ohgawdevents. My name is Sam Talk, joined by the Honorable Ashcon and George Washington Mint on the desk here to help me break down a little bit about what happened on Pearl. Ashcon, Pearl, it was a contentious map number 1 of Split, but the gulf widened with Pearl.
Yeah, you know, I think that it just came down to SynThieves showing off the capacity to take over the middle of the map. And I think that's really where they found so much victory. even when they wanted to go down A main or B main, they really enabled themselves to take the center of the map. And Shy Guy for Cero Miedo definitely served that same purpose, but SynThieves, they're showing up and showing out with regards to the mechanics, and I think that's really where they shine the most.
It really is where SynThieves is showing up in force. And I mean, you look at a Galleon who is sitting at that MVP level, George Washington, Mint. And I think it's a testament to how they've been playing and a testament to how well this squad was able to work around on Pearl. And especially when you look at the post plants, how they went for SynThieves, I mean, it was just like they had a stranglehold on the map.
Yeah, this map was the definition of dominance from SynThieves. Once they found their footing, they did not let it go. They held on to that winner's rope with hands, just with dear life, and it netted them this win, and they did such a good job. Their comms were on point. Their teamwork was really showing through this map, and I think they had the perfect amount of aggression against Cero Miedo that they just didn't know how to combat it, and they were able to take the map 13-6.
And now we look towards our next map of Ascent, Ashcon, where this is the boiling point turned at its maximum for both of these teams, right? For SynThieves, you're on the precipice. You're on the cusp of victory. All you need to do is close out Ascent, and it's yours. On the flip side, for Cero Miedo, it's all or nothing. They have to begin the reverse sweep now. Otherwise, they're going to be looking at the SynThieves victory. So again, pressure, but in different forms, because SynThieves gets a little bit more wiggle room to make those mistakes, and where it's not going to feel as detrimental maybe as it would be feeling for Cero Miedo.
That indeed, we have to weigh in now this deep into the series, what the threat levels are for both of these rosters, and I think you're reading it entirely accurately. SynThieves, they can feel confident, and even losing a map, won't be the end of the world for them. But of course, this is the very last map for Cero Miedo. And on Ascent, nonetheless, I'm glad that, it's on this map, because this will be the tried and true test of fundamentals, right? And Ascent, in recent iterations, in the last competitive arc it went through, we have seen some variety in team comps. But of course, testing around the very basic bread and butter comps that happen on Ascent is still going to be a gateway into whether or not CMD can make it to maps 4 and 5.
Well, Mint, as a founding father, we're going into Agent Select, and I think we're finding some fairly interesting shakeups going here on what has been the Ascent meta, right? Where we know that it was the KO, Sova, Jet, Omen, KJ. And now we're seeing some massive differences, and I think our producer Adam is also going to be very happy with the Dory Your Boy Sage hover for Ascent, but it's going to be running that right now, at the very least, hovering the double Sentinel composition for Cero Miedo. And what's interesting enough is that both of our teams are, for the moment, hovering mix, where Omen has just been, is the de facto controller for Ascent, right? So again, we're eschewing, we're going into those favorite, we're going into those comfort picks to help us win this match.
Yeah, both of these teams yesterday, this was their first matchup. It was SynThieves versus Cero Miedo on this Ascent map, and it was SynThieves to come out on top, and they both pulled out the mix there. Neither of them pulled out the Omen, the one you would think that you would choose on this map. He's the OG. He is the founding father, is Omen, and now we've kind of switched off from these teams to that mixed pick. And we are going to see a little bit of a composition change from Cero Miedo. They did not play that Sage yesterday at all. So very exciting. They actually chose to play a Phoenix 2 days ago. So now switching over to that Sage, kind of trying to throw SynThieves off of their mojo a little bit with this new composition. So I'm actually really excited for what they have in store.
But this is also the new world that we're in, right? Ashcon is the double duelist meta that's now going to have to fight against the double Sentinel meta. Unfortunately for both of our squads, right, Cero Miedo has to survive going into the defense on a notoriously defense-sided map to actually be able to utilize those two Sentinels to great effect. But, obviously there's still a lot of different things that can be said about how they're going to work on attack. And with SynThieves, right, the retakes are going to be sharp. They're going to have fangs behind them.
Yeah, I mean, agreed 100%. The that you bring up, it is going to be a double sentinel comp, and they need to fight through attack first to leverage that on the defense. I think is a great point to bring up, but it just feels like all other agent classes are significantly weaker compared to the duelists in the current meta. So, I mean, SynThieves are going to be a force to be reckoned with. And they'll get to show off some early aggression again, paired with this mix. Mint, you mentioned that Omen is the founding father of controllers for Ascent, and I couldn't agree with you more. But Mix is that new age, and he's got plenty of stall potential in his own pocket that I think rivals Omen's paranoia.
Yeah, that heal, we saw it come in clutch many times last map, able to use that to set up their teammates. And again, Arson, how many assists did he end up with on that last map? So good at using that mix to help with his players, with his teammates, to really set them up. So we see the usefulness of the mix. Maybe it's not to the same extent as an Omen, but we really, really can see that this agent can be viable if you play it together well with your team and you're really using his kit to the full potential that it's meant to be played at. So I think this could be a very exciting matchup, and we still have that Phoenix. Phoenix is so good on every map. We finally found out this is the founding father, but not on this map. So I'm very excited to see another Phoenix pick as well.
You're very excited. We're all very excited. And I know everyone is about to be excited because we are going into what is our potential final map of this grand final series between SynThieves and Cero Miedo. SynThieves, one map away from victory. Ashcon, Mint, take it in.
I mean, when you are CMD, you're thinking something along the lines of not wanting to throw away my shots, and when it comes down to it, you would not want to be giving things away here. They're not going to wait for it. They're going to want to take it. Ascent, they want to have a strong start here on the attack.
Now, I have a feeling you're using some Hamilton puns, and I can't help but to think you're making fun of me here. I will put that to the side here, as we do have this tree aggression. Again, there's that mixed utility to kind of delay curveball as well, as the utility just traded back and forth. And now they're just going to run Sushi down, but Sushi is able to hit these shots. It's no use, though, when you have 4 players just running at you.
Nice double shot, double headshot with the Sheriff. AG looking clean from the main. Took that space early and is going to be punishing CMD for not being throw in their clear shy guy left all alone. But this is actually not a terrible angle to play from with the Sheriff, and they get to sneak out. Do they get the line of sight? No, the position is given away. Now all of a sudden it's a lot harder. Slay lines up the shot. SynThieves, good for round 1. I mean, now that we have some spare time, Mint, could you walk me through what you see with that difference in the comp once again? I know we talked about double Senti, but what are you theorizing here for SynThieves' setup and CMD's attack?
Yeah, so with that Sage wall, we're going to see them try and get these angles, get these choke points really pushed off. They're going to use that Sage wall on either tree, or they're going to try and do CT on that B side, so that forces them to go either through that mid position to fight them, and it's going to cause a lot more people through the choke position, and so it's going to cause a lot more fights one way or the other as we get into this next fight. It's AG maybe overstaying their welcome just a little bit. Oh, but the backup of the utility from their teammates, they get away with their life. And on the other side, we already saw some of that delay utility come through. The mix has that utility to that impulse to stun these players up and cause a lot of delay utility when we go into these rounds.
Early dive into the tree space. Arson actually boosted up with this wall. They could leverage it, but they don't find the timing. They drop down. They make some noise. Okay, it doesn't work in their favor. All good. They find the space, and they're not stopped by the wall. Sushi from the flank, though. They make it work. AG with the molly in tandem. Find a third. And SynThieves good for round 2. Saving a good amount of money by staying on the sheriffs, actually.
Yeah, they didn't really invest into this round. They bought a Spectre and a Bucky, and then also they invested into that full shields. And now, so as we go into this next round, AG picking up that operator and has those shields from the last round. Wow, what an insane gun to be picked up, and I don't think that CMD are going to expect it at all. There's no way you expect to run into an operator third round.
No, absolutely. It's a thing that they can leverage only because they have the 5 eliminations on the board total. Now, talk to me a little bit more about, all this control that comes with the operator over in mid.
Yeah, this mid presence is just going to be able to lock down that tile section. You have that lockbot, sorry, not the lockbot, the KJ bot in that mid position as well. So if for any reason someone sneaks past the operator, they have that alarm bot to really give any information about this setup. But they are stacking with the operator, so that is going to cause Slay to be alone by herself on this site as the push comes through. She needs to be so careful.
Okay, we're getting to a boiling point here. The ship's passing in the night as we fall out into the site. Spike is planted, and there we go. First blood drawn. Shy Guy to get rid of Slay. Down the catwalk. AG finds Doger Boy trying to be a little bit too sneaky. Recon Bolt finds the timing off the door break. Kid Faye has to back away so they don't get spammed through any walls. Shy Guy here on the side of CMD. Around stairs, poking, prodding, peeking, trying to find any information, but SynThieves being patient with their timing. They know that AG is one of their strongest weapons, so they want to find an angle for them. These smokes are going to help with that just a little bit. Sushi, in the meanwhile, is going to create a 2-pronged attack. They have to run it back, but it's not necessary. Let the Phoenix fly. They can go for the defuse. No, just not quite enough time, not quite enough space to fight against Chewy. It was a narrow potential of victory, but Chewy acts as that anchor.
Yeah, Sushi indecisive on whether they needed to stick that bomb or to take the fight. You heard the time ticking, and that last minute decision to not get off the bomb and to try and stick it, hoping that Kiki wouldn't peek, did cost them that round, and they do lose the operator off of that. So now they are going to invest into that Marshall. But this is a good investment because many of these players don't have any shields. So just like that, Dowie are taken out of the equation just based on the fact that they weren't able to buy any shields. And they're just one tap to that Marshall.
A lot of space held up properly now. A lot of reluctance to find fights out in mid. AG, despite being low, right, still a 1-tap. It's a pretty even trade, and for the sake of CMD's argument, it doesn't make much sense to stay in mid any longer. So they're looking to poke and prod and find some signs of life over at the B side. The alarm bot still hasn't gone down, and the shots are preventing that option entirely, right? SynThieves are being so disciplined about making sure their utility does not go to waste too early.
Yeah, and even investing the owl drone here to make sure that space is cleared. They do catch out one, but so aware of this push up mid. They don't have the alarm bot there anymore. So they are just so aware of putting Faye on this angle, even investing the dart. That's going to give them so much information, and no doubt that Sushi is hearing all of this. Is AG able to capitalize on this angle here as they storm upon them?
Oh man, AG looking good with the Blade Storm, good for 4, and SynThieves find another round victory. Cero Miedo being denied the ability to default. I don't really know how else to describe that.
Yeah, that's an immediate timeout there. AG getting those eco kills, already up to 10, already in the first 4 rounds. So that Marshall putting in the work, and also that Blade Storm, so deadly. Again, like I said, they didn't have the shields to go up against it. So now you're going into your first buy round. I imagine we'll see them try and optimize some of these ultimates. Kiki only 1 away from that lockdown, and we're just a few from the Hunter's Fury as well, and only 2 and 3 away from Jet and Mix ultimate as well. So I can imagine as we go into this round, these ult orbs are pretty easy on the defensive side if you choose to fight for them. So I can see them trying to optimize this as we go into the next round.
Yeah, I mean, for CMD, having access to those ultimates sooner than later, I think is definitely going to be a winning case for them. You pointed out how Crow is close to their Hunter's Fury. I also want to point out, you know, they don't want to hold on to Kiki's lockdown for too long. I think they want to drop it as soon as they could. But ignore me. Let's get right into the listen in for SynThieves on how they choose to strategize.
Did anyone catch what Mew said? Did you tell him to dart somewhere?
Dart top mid.
Yeah, dart top mid.
Dart top mid.
I'm smoking tiles off the rim so I can peek cat.
Alright.
Placing swarm grenade. Placing
I
swarm
don't see anything D mid.
One, at least 2 top mid. I heard 2 people there. 2 people shoot.
Oh, lag. Oh, shit.
Back up if you're lagging. They smoked me bottom mid.
And
they slowed me.
Sage top mid. Sage top mid. Sage just threw 1 slow orb.
They're droning B. Droning A.
Destroyed.
Droning A. They broke my turret.
They broke turret too. Juicy, I'm gonna leave.
They are. Jet's out. Jet's out.
Oh, I'm in a bad spot.
I have my ult. I have my ult. Are they on?
They're in tree. Yeah, they're on. They're on. They're planning.
Yeah, coming.
Get out, kid.
Silver planted. He has ult.
Silver planted. Has ult. Yes.
He has ult. I'm going and I'm ripping it ult. Okay. Careful tree. Somebody double up with Arson.
Somebody double up tree.
On your ult, son.
Flashing. Oh, break that.
Go.
2.
Have to reload.
Okay, cool.
Mix me in right side.
Oh my bad.
I got reload. One's long.
Here.
I dropped. In hell.
2 hell. 2 hell. 120 Silva.
Oh, in tree. All good.
You know, I got a kill before Doey. That's all that matters.
Not a round that SynThieves, you know, got to find success on, but it's good to see that the comms are rapid and dynamic in those tight scenarios, right? A lot of players, when things heat up, forget to give the information to the rest of the squad, and that's not something they're forgetting to do. And, you know, that's a strong indication as to, hey, that's why they're up 2 maps right now. They keep themselves disciplined even in the toughest of situations.
And they're so aware of what the other team has. You see, as soon as Crow planted and got that ultimate, immediately that was calmed to the rest of the team. They are so vigilant and aware of these things. They're not letting it slide away and going, oh, wait, no, Sova has the ultimate playing for post. Just being so aware of what your enemy has is so important as a team, so you can know how to counter these as well. So again, so many ultimates almost available for CMD. They are going to be able to get this A site almost relatively free. A little bit of spam from Arson, but no kill connects. And so now as we get set up for this retake scenario, I imagine we'll see all these ultimates from CMD come out to try and lock down this site.
Early entries, utility pop in, trying to get some information. Doe, your boy, gets to crack this open with an elimination on their own. Looking from heaven is Shy Guy. They're in between, stuck in this corner, and attacking the lockdown is looking to buy time from A main and hopefully trying to fend off the rest of SynThieves' team. That their Hunter's Fury is not up yet, so they don't really have an option. They're forced to give away time, forced to give away space. A smoke comes up from the mix, but so many corners have gone uncleared. So much space was created unchecked that it's going to be a difficult and tall ask to even get on the spike. It is not a possibility. Wait a minute, SynThieves. Maybe they've gone and won it. Maybe they've gone and done it by the skin of their teeth. Less than a second left. But diffused by Sushi, backed by the rest of the squad. Somehow those fights turned into a domino effect that led to their victory.
I think CMD had the recipe there. They had Dowier on that late flank there. That could have been such a disruption, but I think the timing was just a little bit off and the fights just didn't go in their favor. And unfortunately, that was why they lost the round, but it was so close. I mean, 0.91, they almost delayed so well a round that should have been theirs. So now they're forced onto this really, really weird buy. Yes, they have all these ultimates, but when you're on this weird buy, a lot of teams will save them for a gun round where they have this advantage, and they're going right into an operator in mid. AG has just shown how good they can be with an operator, so you have to be so careful. Look how far they are scaled up on mid already. I would be quivering in my pantaloons if I were Dowier. Watch out!
Now, Mint, you know, the setup seems super mid and A heavy for SynThieves, you know, on the defense here, and they get to be relatively passive the rest of the map, right? They get to watch as CMD walk into them exactly as we see there. AG just gets to find the free operator elimination. So what do you do in the perspective of CMD to kind of break this deadlock?
Neutralized.
Yeah, I think they need to speed it up a little bit. They're trying to go so slow to try and make something happen, and it's just not working how slow they're playing. I think they really need to speed it up. They need to get this operator off the angle and really overwhelm the operator, force them off, force them to panic, and from there, I think they can make some magic happen. But they're playing right now just so slow. Again, just falling one by one. It's just fruit packs available. So I think with this next round coming up, with all the ultimates they have, I think that if they speed it up, they should be able to find some success here.
I'm ticking away, but that's not going to be the ending factor. It's Sushi who finds the final elimination. SynThieves, I mean, enjoying this tempo that they've created for themselves and continuing it forward with these eliminations. You know, AG has always been a star point of their roster, but Sushi has very much stepped up on this map of Ascent as well.
Yes, Sushi, very good to find those first picks. A lot of multi-kills out so far, so this is going to be a timeout called on the side of CMD. Is this their second timeout, Ash?
I don't believe so. I think it's 1-1 right now, if I'm not mistaken. Could be incorrect there. But regardless, you know, CMD are going to have to adapt. And with 3 ultimates in their back pocket, I think that's not really a tall ask. I think it's entirely doable for them. I'm hoping to see a bit more success in just getting rid of this Killjoy utility. I'm surprised to see that SynThieves for 7 rounds in a row have kind of been allowed to keep the turret up and the alarm bot up for majority of their rounds, or the round timers, I should say.
Yeah, they have those shock darts from Crow that they could use to get rid of that utility. Not something they haven't practiced beforehand. They weren't set up for this. But just, yeah, like you said, that KJ utility, they're so afraid to play into it. They're so scared of it. And now they're putting the KJ utility with the operator. And so I would not doubt if we saw something come out here.
On the angle, we have to be diligent with our clears. And it just doesn't work out. AG gets one, gets away, the tailwind. They're blasting off again. They get to move and reposition, and the information is now going to be old news. But at the very least, the damage is mitigated. Doyer Boy goes for the resurrection. Maybe they're tempted to get a refund with that orb in B main, which is it's a risky maneuver, but you and I know with our omnipotence that in actuality the orb is safe for now. But again, all of this pressure shown, not much won. Well, as soon as I speak it, Crow actually gets a pick over on the A side. This Phoenix, though, this Phoenix that's pushed up all the way in A main. Sushi here is a pivotal point of the defense. If they fall... Oh no.
Trigger discipline.
No.
Not the knife, please.
Yes, the knife. Yes, the knife.
So smart from Sushi.
Hold here. Their presence is known, but that's fine. They have a curveball in the back pocket. They just get to sit here. Spike's going down, and time's going to tick away, but this isn't like an amazing post-plant scenario. CMD needed to fight for a little bit more space, and now it just feels like they're all stuck in the same area, right? They're grouped up together, and one stun from Arson could do a lot of damage. Good shot. Sushi things out from main. The base quick to try and deny space and time, and it does for a little bit, right? But it's not going to be a full stun, so Sushi can absolutely still swing in and find the kill, which they do. AG was there to help them, just in case they needed to secure it. And it's now 6-2 for SynThieves.
That play was so smart from Sushi. At first, I thought that he was just having some trigger discipline, but following out Kiki all through that, just you can hear everything from those teammates because they think that space is clear. So smart from Sushi. Then to finally take Kiki out, they couldn't fall back to main off of that. They were in that crunch position, and from there, they just didn't have enough angles to give themselves enough space to fight with. And as they got descended upon, it was just too much. SynThieves up to 6. We see some pings coming out towards this A site, but Sushi has this lineup. Oh, these lineups have been so deadly before. Have you seen them on TikTok?
Not the TikTok line of Hunter's Fury. Oh,
what?
Okay, all right. We were talking about the Phoenix utility, but forget about it. You know, the Hunter's Fury is just as good. 2 people already eliminated here, and you know what? Some people might say that this was an excessive use because it was just a save round, but I say it's a statement piece by SynThieves.
Yeah, by investing that ultimate into the round, you get such an early advantage, especially when you take out 2. Oh, that just makes it so much harder for Cero. And Doyer actually going for the peak, but it's not enough. It's Arson to fight back. And oh, if you're Kiki all this way back, you're in spawn. Spike is 1,000,000 miles away, and everything has just fallen apart. That Hunter's Fury not able to clean up that last kill. It's Faye to get 2-3 in the round, 2 off the Hunter's Fury. I mean, what's the response to that? Really, I think we need to see some more aggressive plays here. They're still playing so slow.
I guess the idea was to walk up A main and then burst out as 5, right? And that's just the kind of strategy that you can't do with Hunter's Fury in the back pocket of the defensive team. But we can talk a little bit more about that after a listen in for one of the teams here.
KJ third is here. There's a bunch of KJ util. KJ staying in market. Watch out! I gotta dart that.
Market.
Oh, up is
Top mid.
Gonna wait for the smoke to go down. I'm gonna dart.
Oh, he's back up. He's still cat.
I'm gonna try to do it a wall. Hold on.
Okay.
Or dart and then
There's
off
2
dart.
mid,
I'm
2
gonna
mid.
wall.
Okay.
2 mid.
Wait.
Okay.
Nice. He's at 80 in main.
Nice. Oh, I can heal for you.
I have this fight.
Third. you.
Jet was Kobe last. Just care because turret.
I got.
And it could be. They broke my turret. They could be upper flank.
Is door closed?
I'm unsure. I don't think so.
Okay.
We have rest too.
I have my ult too.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting to see where they are, and I'll just rip a lane with it.
Alright.
It is checkmate, guys. 3v2.
Checkmate. Chat.
One to market.
Fuck, mix is market. Yeah.
Don't over push.
Yeah, you were good.
I'm gonna push him right now.
Keep going, man.
They know KJ's main.
Oh, 40 on mid.
Last
Both there.
player
On
standing.
Wednesday.
Oh, nice try.
We just need to not peek there.
Yeah, I just
So
threw
I
on
can
that.
get space.
It's all good.
Whoa. It's getting a little intense. It's getting a little real right now, man. So, I mean, we gotta hold on. We gotta realize that defense is the stronger half of the 2 on this map, and we gotta keep ourselves positive. But that's easier said than done.
Always easier said than done. One thing I would like to point out, they know that Operator is a demon on the map, and they're solo peeking these angles, and that just gives AG such an open playing field when you have these players peeking into you. This really is just their playground here, and we'll see it again in this A main. Will they clear them off with the util? Slow orb comes out. Owl drone does catch him out, but AG gets out scot-free. There's no punish after that slow orb and that dart scan, and now able to post up again. So now the pivot immediately comes through here.
I'm glad they stay alive, but I think fear triumphs logic there. They're going to take that swagger and take it up through Catwalk, but lying in wait is a trap by Sushi, who finds two, and then Slay to trade it. It's going to be advantageous, though, for CMD, because they get to resurrect it. Oh, never mind. Here comes the base quake. And while everyone is slowed and blind, is there a fight to happen? No. Okay, I like that they don't over fight there. A little bit of discipline as CMD tries to walk in towards the site. Now they have an agent lead, and this is one of the most promising rounds for Cero Miedo so far.
They finally have the advantage again. Oh, and the timing on the turret. The turret went down. Kiki is aware, though, so aware. Has to take these fights. Oh, but now they know exactly where both of these players are in this retake scenario. That wall, so good at closing up the chokes. Is able to pick up the guns, does have the Blade Storm, so this could get deadly.
Oh, the Sage is waiting on the wall, but the first fights will have to be dealt with before that even becomes an aspect of the retake. Walking through, and Doyer Boys just showing patience. They drop down, they make sound, so that should be a point of contention. It just doesn't seem like there's an entryway into this site, and even though they can walk in a few feet, Doyer Boy is able to clean up the mess. Good for 4. And there it is, CMD pick up a round, and that should help with the energy a little bit. SynThieves, you know, they cannot allow themselves to be rotated on so quickly and lose those trades in quick succession.
Yeah, Ash, you asked me about that wall earlier, how I said that you can use it to cover up these chokes from our girl Sage herself as we stare into her soul. And that's exactly what they did there. They knew both of those players were A flank, and they set that wall up, and the time that was gained from that just was able to win them that round. They could delay so much. And why is she staring at me like that? We're going to get a third timeout in this half. SynThieves want this 9th round. They don't want it any differently.
I mean, some adjustments to be made. They really want to take the lead as much as they can. I think they understand where their strengths lie, and it's in this tempo, because I was talking about AG and Sushi, and it seems like Kid Faye has joined the fray of elite fraggers of the roster. And so for SynThieves, as long as they can keep setting up AG for early first bloods and then not giving anything else away, they will find success in this last round of the first half. CMD, they're on the opposite end of the spectrum. They want to take the fight to SynThieves as fast as possible, get into that post plant, and make sure they at least get to leverage this Hunter's Fury.
And that was a must-win round for Cero Miedo. They would not have any money if they did not win that round. So there's a few players on those light shields, but they are able to buy up to all of these guns. But it's just ultimate for ultimate. Everything in the kitchen sink forward into this round. And yet, it's Cero Miedo to come out on top, as now they look at this A site. There's 2 players here lying in wait. There's the operator. You gotta be careful.
The Sova has to back away. I wouldn't expect Kid Faye to try and take this fight alone, but it might be a desperate attempt at victory. There we go. They back away. And they just know to wait for the rest of the squadron. That's all you have to do. Create pressure, create isolation, to work with the rest of the utility that you have. Sushi, still 2 curveballs. Still has the blaze. Line of sights can be cut. Oh, but I'm looking at the sprinting Kiki coming around the flank as well. These fights are going to be a bit difficult. Out with the flash means there's a tuck. No, cannot find that Sage who's been blinded. It seems like the shots won't connect either. Slay tries to go in to make something happen, but CMD hold fast. It's 8-4 moving into the next half. SynThieves still leading, but the tempo isn't swung their way.
Yeah, they needed that round, I think, not only to make this map a little bit more viable, but I think also for their mental. I think if they had let it to get to 9-3, your brain starts going places you don't want it to go. You might start thinking, oh, well, this is the end. And they did not let that get to them. A great round from them, able to dodge all the ultimates thrown their way and to come out on top. I loved that from them. And that A take, even that late round lurk, they were so aware, even though Kiki didn't get anything off of that just because everybody died so fast. I love their awareness that, hey, we can go for this flank here. Let's do it. So very good showing. And now as they switch sides, I'm really excited to see what they have cooked up on this defensive half, because like you said, this is a defensive map. So now they are on the stronger side and they should have this advantage, but there are 3 players creeping up towards tree, and they have no utility to cover.
Nice fight there by Sushi early on. The one way is dissipated. They're
No.
moving, and just keeping themselves fancy to weave their way out of the shots and into victory. 19-7, and I know exactly why. SynThieves, a ridiculous way to find the spike plants and a 9th round victory. But Chewy and Kiki still alive here. Excuse me, it's Chewy and Crow still alive here. They just got to make their way up to the front. AG, good to get rid of one in a 4v1. What can you do? You're going to get stunned out, going to get shocked, going to get a molly. Oh, no.
Everything thrown at Kiki in the last seconds. And now SynThieves have now won the pistol round, and they have the advantage going to this next round. They're going to have all these guns, and to get them to 10, oh, if you're Cero Miedo, that's so hard to find that way back. Once your opponent hits double digits, they have the ego on their side, and they know that they can win it. So going to be a little bit of a difficult situation. Unfortunately, that whiff out towards A main, I think, did cost them a little bit more than they should have. But we're going to see up this stack towards B main, and that's exactly where this spike is headed.
Shy Guy on this off angle. Arson wants to step up. I think they saw a shoulder there, and they want to back away. And definitely good to be patient while the rest of the map is worked. A little bit of a dart. And now CMD, they want to peek in. They want to take the fight. They go for the deeper angle. All of a sudden, they want to fight. They want to bring it to SynThieves first, and they actually trade. That's going to be a bit advantageous with regards to the weaponry. But now that SynThieves have retreated to mid, it's like this game of back and forth on who can claim the weapon or who can deny the space. And it seems like space is actually claimed over to the A side. SynThieves, they're not wanting to risk anymore, and instead want to put the timer in their favor by planting the spike.
Yeah, that wall was so great. You want to avoid a fight there because you don't want to give them any more guns. So that wall did such a good job of breaking up the mid space to allow them to cross over into this A site. And they leave AG on this angle to try and find these rotates and gets a lot of good damage. And look, now they can just retreat heaven because they have their teammate taking up all that space. They know it's free.
First fight, a victory for Sushi. Stepping up into the heaven window, glass already broken. Shy for the swing, and AG good for 2. Dropping the bodies of CMD left and right here on the catwalk. Fruit packs. Sheriff in hand, still knows where to go to fight, but not finding anything to connect. Kid Faye is going to identify them first, spray down with the Ares, and that's going to be SynThieves first to double digits. They are getting ever closer to this victory. CMD have to find something to stem the bleeding, and right now it's going to be a matter of this rifle round, this 3rd round of the second half. This is their bot.
Yes, this is the game changer here. This is the round they need to win if they want to keep their feet in the game. They have nowhere close to any of their ultimates, so this really has to be them playing smarter than SynThieves, them just outmaneuvering SynThieves, and they have the run it back available. You only have a stinger for Sushi, but Sushi has just been so good, 21-7 so far. Even when they have a stinger, you can't underestimate them, especially with that run it back in their pocket. So we are going to see a little bit more of a default from SynThieves here, leaving the spike all the way in A main. They don't want to take any early aggression where they could give that spike up. So kind of feeling out where Cero Miedo are playing before they actually commit to a site. This is something very different from them so far. So actually kind of liking that we're seeing this.
I mean, it's reminiscent of how they were playing on Split, and I love that, you know, Slay gets close enough to the turret to hear it, probably communicate it to the rest of the team, and then they back away. Nothing more being done. Now, maybe they could opt to go for something a little bit deeper, maybe even break the turret entirely, but that's adding risk where it's not necessary. This information is good enough. AG actually could start making a solo play if they wanted to, and with the information they have, they actually ping out that Sova, so it seems that they had been spotted earlier. And this is enough to make the team confident in an A split, confident enough to pop the run it back, confident enough to look for the fight, and Doyer Boy stops that Phoenix ultimate, but the rest of the squad gets to pour in.
Now that curveball, unfortunately a team flash, Doyer Boy was able to put a stop to it, but eventually did fall. And now 10-4. Spike is down. So much delay utility stopping you from getting to that spike, from getting to your objective. Again, a flash primed and prepped. More delay upon more delay. There's so much coming out from this round.
Oh, that shock. Nice. They're aware of someone over in the head glitch. Shy Guy needs to find this first fight. They're looking downwards. They're looking over to main. They find AG. That Jet on the counter. Crow dropping down, able to find another. And Chewy swings in alongside Fruit Packs. The net has been cast and it follows through. We look for the nano swarms. Slay is trying to bide their time. Oh, what?
I'm speechless, Ash. I'm speechless.
I have no words. That is no fault of Cero Miedo. They came in, they were tactical, they were coordinated, they were communicative, and all Slay did was pop the molly. Everyone lined up, and the spray of the Phantom just clicked in their favor. I mean, this kind of thing is only possible when your coach is as handsome as SynThieves, I think.
Only possible. That's the only way, right? No, I agree with you. Everything was going in Cero Miedo's favor. Everything. And at the very last second, a nano swarm killed the lineup. I mean, what can you do when you're hitting those shots like that? So now you're down to 11. You're down to such a low buy here. And oh, it's going to be so hard to win this round. And if you don't win this round, SynThieves are on the match point. They are at 12. And at that point, you need 8 to get all the way to bring you to overtime. And so now the attacker Killjoy going to come out. Kiki has a lot of delay utility with that nano swarm, but not much else. So this should be a B site easily available here for SynThieves as we now set up for this retake scenario.
Now, positionally, right, SynThieves, they haven't left anyone in the main, which is being wrapped right now, so they're all caught as fish in a barrel. If they don't take it back, well, they might find themselves punished, but the timing isn't quite right, actually. Shy Guy makes it there first, and they're able to get rid of their counterpart Jet because of it. So now this retake is looking very strong for CMD, and they actually get to pick up a weapon. Doyer Boy now armed with the Vandal. No, they're dropped sooner rather than later, and one by one, they fall to Sushi, who continues to be a force to be reckoned with. 24-8. That is a 3-to-1 KD ratio. They are an all-star here on the third map of a best-of-5 series, the map of Ascent, where SynThieves and SynThieves are 12-4 on tournament point.
It's just got to be hard to be defending a site when you know that Thanos is literally coming for you, because that is literally who Sushi is. Just ripping off everybody's head. So we are going to see them leave Spike and spawn again, trying to figure out where these players are playing before they officially commit to a site. And again, doing such a great job at utilizing Sushi's ultimate, getting that orb, and they're going to pivot off. And it's AG on the opposite side as well to take out Doyer. And that's the resurrection gone out of the round. That was Cero Miedo's last hope if anything went awry. And now it's just plucked from the round, out of their hands. There's nothing they can do. And now Spike making its way towards A. There's 2 on A, but one's playing a very passive position here.
Rough round, but still scavengeable. Doyer Boy down, resurrection in hand. It's unfortunate. You move forward. Gotta watch out. Kid Faye does have the Hunter's Fury. Run it back is also popped. Space is being taken. Get away with your lives. Get away with your lives. That's all you have to do. Shy Guy dropped on the site now with 3 versus 5. CMD have to be patient here. Phoenix recalls. Sushi is back in A main. The territory is held. We need to re-wrap and clear mid. CMD not sure. Don't have the info yet. Not a threat currently, as you and I know, but they don't have that info. Hunter's Fury is popped. Time's ticking away. CMD delayed further from getting onto the spike. Chewy, here from heaven. No one at the head glitch, but they still need to clear the dice. They're able to find that Jet first. Now they got to swing into the next fight. This stun is perfectly placed so that they can't swing out wider, and the bot isn't actually breakable. They swing, they go for something. They're trying to find anything, but it's Sushi who finds them, and SynThieves and the team of SynThieves who find victory.
Dominant game, dominant map. Last time these two teams faced on this map, Cero Miedo were able to get 6 rounds, but I think that SynThieves really did their research on this map, did their homework, especially after losing that round and after knowing that they were not going to ban this map. It was going to be one of the ones they played. They did a great job to really do that research. And although Cero Miedo tried to switch it up, they pulled that Sage out to try and switch him up. It just wasn't enough, and SynThieves just domination. And I think that helps when you have Thanos in the form of Sushi on your team.
I mean, that's what I wanted to point it out, right? Because so consistently the SynThieves roster was mechanically superior. I'll say it. I'll say it outright. SynThieves' roster, I don't know what they were doing. I don't know what they fed them. I don't know what AIM Labs routine they were doing. Maybe they were doing Kovacs, not sure. But this was a roster that, sure, they had their lulls, they had their waves, they had their lows, but more often than not, they rose to the occasion and they were able to cycle through members of the roster to help bear that weight together. And I think that's what made them so efficient across these maps. And in the final map of Ascent, I mean, it was so momentous for that Killjoy play that I think it put the final nail in the coffin. They played so well today, and they earned it throughout this weekend.
Yeah, going from a 13-10 to a 13-6 and a 13-4, I think as the day went on, they were just getting their chemistry up, getting everything so much more in line. The team chemistry was off the charts, but for now, I believe we are going to go into a quick break, and then we should have some interviews for you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. The grand finale to the grand finals has happened, and now we get to have some interviews with both of our teams. So we're going to be starting off with Cero Miedo, who unfortunately fell to SynThieves. But Cero Miedo, the team, the squad, I'm going to start with the head coach of it all, Relinia. We have to talk. First of all, you had some... we here on the desk were very much appreciative of the drip that you had today. Okay, I had to.
Thank you.
I was rocking something a little
too.
bit. Yeah, I was rocking something a little bit simpler, but then I saw like what you were rocking, and so I had to go crazy with it myself. So yeah, you did. You're looking really good out there, and you're representing really well. So first of all, how proud of you are of this team, of the Cero Miedo squad?
I mean, first of all, I want to thank Ink for subbing in yesterday. I want to thank Chels for coming in whenever Shelby wasn't available to kind of be my assistant coach. And I think especially, sorry, the question was about how I felt about just overall the event and today even. Just want to make sure.
Yeah, just everything, just from the beginning to the now part. I want to know it all.
Yeah, I think I remember on draft day I said I was scouting purely on potential and who I can believe in, and I think I took these 2.5 weeks to untap everyone's potential. There's always more potential that can be untapped, but I feel like I try to maximize as much as I can in these 2.5 weeks. Because remember, proper teams, they're probably practicing 5 to 7 days a week, little to no breaks for multiple months. We get 2.5 weeks. My team, I know, I made sure to accommodate to them as much as possible unless they want to do things. On the final week of practice period, they were so adamant about just back to back practice days. And I told them if they want to do it, I'm down for it. Okay.
Got that dedication, coach.
Yeah. I remember the big thing is I wanted to make sure that they felt comfortable. And if anyone were to see our first ever scripts together, it felt like a ranked game. It felt quiet. Some people would do some ideas, some people would do others. We would do some good things, we do some bad things. But I can safely say, despite the result, we spent 2.5 weeks and ran with it. And we I feel like everyone here enjoyed. I'm trying my best to not get super emotional because I can feel it.
Emotions flow. Let them.
I've never felt so much enjoyment from watching a team improve. Because for context, I coach my premier team, and in one of the, and sometimes I'll play for them in case I need to, because we're kind of in the same level and in the same range. So I kind of understand a very basic level of coaching. With these 2.5 weeks helped me evolve as a coach and as a person and as a leader. And I genuinely really love everyone here, like the coaching staff to the players, because I was fuck. I really wanted to pick people that I trust and believe in, like, a lot, and I'm so glad they believe in me as much as I believed in them.
Oh, Linyar, listen. I know that we here at Coach's Call love how you were able to bring this squad together and how you were able to help them to shine and become the best versions of themselves. I have more questions for you, but I'm going to give you a second, right? And I'm going to move over to your assistant coach, Shelby. Shelby, talk to me and how it's been working with Linyar and working with the Cero Miedo squad and helping them to improve.
Yeah, no, first and foremost, I also do want to thank Ink for coming in yesterday. That was a really big help for subbing in for Kiki, because those are some big shoes to fill. I will also say thank you to Chels being able to be available when I was not able to. I loved getting to work with Raynell. Raynell and I kind of, when we made up like our first time meeting, it kind of just felt like right. We just had like the same ideas coming in, and it felt like it was just like a good power balance, because in the areas that he wasn't exactly expertise on, I was, and the things that I wasn't exactly an expert on, he was. So it was like a perfect like blend together that we were able to kind of help the team as a whole. As far as the lovely players that are here right now, I think that they have grown immensely. I think they have really worked hard. I mean, they've reached out to me to work on things. We've done little, like me and Crow especially has been really open about wanting to get better on that initiator role. And from the very beginning day to now, like the growth from not just Crow, but everybody here is insane. So I could not be more proud as an assistant coach.
I can feel the pride radiating off of this coaching staff right now. Both Berlinia and Shelby are so excited, and you can feel the love that's emanating off of the both of them for this team. And so I actually want to go to you, Doria boy, because you are the highest rank of this team. And I feel like as the highest rank, a lot of teams would look towards you for guidance or look towards that person for guidance. But, having such I would say deep understanding by the point that you're at Ascendant of the game, how has the coaching process been for you? And, because I know that you're Ascendant, there's still some gaps that can be filled, maybe not as many, but there's still something to be learned, right?
Yeah. My coach, I love my coach, man. I love my coach. I love my assistant coach. They've taught me genuinely how to improve on these roles that I like to play. I've seen my improvement in ranked. I've seen they just make me understand the game a lot better, even though I arguably still pretty decent rank. And yeah, it's amazing.
It is amazing. It's amazing to see just how well that you two that you have done. Now, I do have to ask you a quick question though, Doyer, because from what I understand, there's a slight rivalry going on with you and someone on the SynThieves side. Someone that goes by the name of Faye.
I love that guy. I love that guy.
Yeah, you love that guy. But from what I also understand, you also want to beat him into the ground in these games, right? There was that map. Yeah, you guys. Yeah, listen. There was that map number 1 where the two of you were matching team MVP, right? And it was just like literally neck and neck. And I was like, okay, yeah, the someone's 19 ACS higher, and I'm sure they're going to be holding that over their head, right?
Yeah, 100%.
100%, absolutely. Well, listen. You did an amazing job today, and I know that the process can be very intimidating for 2.5 weeks. But I mean, seeing how you have all improved, and Fruit, I'm going to come over to you now to talk a little bit about how things have gone for you, right? Because you're sort of in the middle, right? You're a Plat 2 player. You are, you've got the understanding of the game, but there's still so much that can help to elevate you to that next level. How would you say that the coaching has been able to help you grow as a player?
I've
loved the coaching, the assistant coach from Shelby, Eleanor also being our coach, and Charles. Like, I loved, even when things were going wrong and, in the timeouts, I genuinely just learned so much, especially just kind of being like in the middle rank. I can't wait to kind of apply this to like my own trio, but it's definitely just not going to feel the same. Like, being with this team and like understanding how to strategize with everyone and just kind of working the map and playing the game. I'm definitely gonna miss the strategy of it all because I feel like rank is a different environment. It's so individual,
Yeah.
but it's definitely gonna help me as an IGL. I tend to really take that over even in my ranked games. It's something that it just kind of came to me naturally, but I like learned so much. I didn't even realize how much I had to learn, and it's been an amazing like learning journey for sure.
Almost, yeah. It's almost like eye-opening just how much you can get out of this game when you have that
Exactly.
coordinated environment. So I'm going to move over to you now, Shy Guy. You are our Diamond 2 player, sharing that spotlight with Kiki. But Shy Guy, right? You're Diamond 2. Hey, same rank, by the way, you and me and
Oh
Kiki.
shit, yo,
We're
what's up, twin?
Diamond 2 players. What's up, twin? What's up, triplets, I
What's up,
guess.
twin?
But and as a Diamond 2 player, again, you have that firm understanding of the game, but it's something that you can still help to elevate yourself in, right? Something that you can still help to uh, get to that next level. And I think coaching, right, is possibly going to be able to help you take that next step, right?
Yeah, definitely. Like I used to not be like as vocal or like I would just not be confident in how I played. Like getting coached by Reynell, like I personally know Reynell for like 2 years. Like I can say he's one of my best friends, and like he encouraged me to go into the tournament. And I'm glad he drafted me because I was able to get learn a lot from him and Shelby and play with like my great teammates. Um, I'm gonna miss like doing this. This is like my first tournament ever. It's been a lot of fun. Um, but yeah, like I'm gonna miss this, and I've learned so much from right now and Shelby as well, and my teammates also like helped me improve as well. Like I'm not gonna get this ranked. Like this is never not gonna happen. So yeah, this has been fun, and I just want to shout out Kate too for like hosting this event as well, and shout out all the producers and everything too. This has been like a great time, and I'm just happy I did this.
Yeah, it's and having that like personal bond with Raynell, right? You already kind of go in knowing what things are going to be like, and then being able to sort of shift away from one role that you've been used to and occupying a new role where coaching can really help you to come alive, I think is also something that we were
Yeah.
really impressed to see from you on that end, Shy Guy. So now I'm going to go over to you, Kiki, our other Diamond 2 player. And this is you know, your hunger levels are unmatched, I think is one of the big things because we talked about it beforehand before we went live, but literally on the listen in, the very first thing that we've ever heard on it is I'm hungry. But you were also hungry for the improvements that came along with it, and you were able, I think, to really show up and show also that you're the best KJ in the world, right?
Yeah. So I do eat, guys. I actually do eat in comp and in real life. I just am always hungry. I don't know. Like I get a little bit full and then I just want to eat more food.
Same here, twin. Same here.
Crazily enough, they had me on Phoenix because I just asked for one map. I'm gonna keep it 100. I just said, "Can I play Phoenix for this one map?" And then
Killed
Maynell
it.
was like, "Let's put you Phoenix on every map."
Oh my gosh! And well, listen, Kiki, and right when you take a look at that decision, you sometimes maybe feel a little bit of those nerves, but there's also that level of trust that comes from your coach to just occupy that role, right, and take on that responsibility. And how does that feel to have someone like Raynell just say, "Yeah, you can do it"?
Honestly, the confidence that like he gave me, just like supporting the fact that I wanted to play Phoenix, it actually gave me the confidence to play it in my comp games too. Cause I do love myself a nice little KJ, but I always leave like insta locking duelists to other people. But like for the first time, I've been insta locking duelist a lot. I don't know. I've been
Which
winning
one you
my
guys
games.
I just want you guys to know she made a waffle during one of the break times, and she wanted to make eggs as well. Let that be
Okay,
said.
I literally could have made the egg though. I actually could have made an egg.
So you were hitting the energy, you're getting fueled up to go the distance. Had this gone on to map number 5 is obviously what's going on there, right? These are long games. You got to keep your energy up.
Truly, if I got my egg low key, I don't know.
Different story.
It's literally
Different
first map,
story.
by the way. Literally, that was first map.
First map. Beautiful. I love it. Now, Chrome, I'm going to come to you because you are our lowest ranked player at Silver 1. I'm going to be honest with you, though. Watching the gameplay back today and watching how you played, you could have fooled me, right? I was floored at how you were able to play, how you were able to work around the maps between yesterday and today. And I think you gave a lot of these teams a run for their money. And as a Silver 1 player, right, there's a lot of room for improvement. And I think you really showed that off this weekend. The journey from beginning to now, I gotta know, Crow, how you feel now at the end of the road.
Yeah, I mean, first, thank you for saying that because I was literally DMing Shelby this morning, like, "Hey, Shelby, why do I suck? Like, what is it specifically that makes me suck?" Right? Shelby obviously is very nice and tells me that's not actually what the case is. It's a very daunting position to be in, to be a lower ranked player in these tournaments, just because everybody is so talented, and I'm still in the learning stages, and I'm still getting diffed by a lot of people. But I feel a massive improvement between where I was before, when we first got here to now. I feel like I understand the initiator role as a whole better. Shout out Chels for taking like literally an hour and a half to explain it to me. Same to Shelby as well. Spent like an hour and a half explaining the role to me. And showing me everything that I could possibly need to know about Tejo, Fade, and Sova for the recon lineups and stuff. And I feel a lot more confident, and it's kind of like it's starting to show in the ranked gameplay too. And my next step is just learning how to be mechanically a little bit more solid.
Well, yeah, and as a caster and a host, I've seen a lot of gameplay from the bronze to silver ranks all the way up to tier 1 professional play. So I think, Crow, that the opportunities that you've had here, and it really is just a testament to what Coach's Call is able to do for players across all different aspects and avenues of of Valorant. And that in and of itself is, again, another testament to how amazing Coach's Call has been. And Crow, massive solid props to you. Massive solid props to the Cero Miedo team for how far all of you have been able to come and how far all of you have been able to bring it. And so now I'm gonna come back to you, Coach. I'm gonna come back and
I'm alive.
yeah. Okay, you're alive. All right.
Yeah.
We've come back. We're back on the ball, and I know that coming short of the grand finals of that grand champion title is a tad bit disappointing, and I know that we've talked about how proud you are of this team, but I want to know what the journey from beginning to end at just all of it, how you see this team now versus, again, at that very beginning moment to this point.
I think as I always said, like that's whole potential thing. From day 1 to now, like genuinely it's a completely different team. It was so night and day on not only how they played, but how they even communicated to each other. A lot of my coaching involved also, like, I would give them these set ideas, I would give them these set strats, sure, but you have to let your players kind of think for themselves and allow this creative freedom, because when you play Valorant, especially like with a full squad, you're like painting this picture of how you want to play this round out, no matter what. I'm in that mindset, and I want to get my team in that mindset. I give them, sorry, not I give them, but like Shelby and I give them the details of like what happens, throughout the game, or like what are they doing? How can we adjust? What can we look at? And then I give them these, like, it's like giving people, like giving painters these extra colors to work with. They can now paint a broader, like a bigger, better picture with the more abilities to do what they can. And I think if you watch this day 1, it was a very quiet, mute, monotone picture. from that to now, it was colorful, it was vibrant. You could tell that it was just so freeing for my whole team to kind of do what they can, do what they want to with the backing of Shelby and myself.
Right, and I, from what I understand, your coaching style is more analytical. You lean more into the analysis side of things. And how were you able to adapt that to this team to be able to help them to reach those new levels? We're kind of getting an idea of it already, but I want to go just a little bit further with that.
Yeah, so the whole analytical side of like Valorant, that is kind of my like, I guess like the meat and potatoes, like the cake I eat. Because one, I watch way more Valorant than I play. I'll be up watching I'll be watching VCT Americas, and then I'll head into watching like Challengers Japan. I'm not even
Oh
kidding.
my goodness.
That's my range. Even down to like other community events, you know. Um and also I used to be a color caster. I used to cast for a lot of Kate's
Oh,
events. I used to for many community events around around the streaming space, around the Valorant space. And then I went on this like hiatus slash just kind of stopped for a year because I kind of wanted to focus more on like not only life stuff, but like also just like the content side, and even just like wanting to play in some events too, because I feel like taking what I know from analyzing the game, I also just enjoy the competition, I think, too. So I kind of like, I know, or I guess integrating into coaching, I also want to shout out, I think there's a name I think from a long time ago from the Lemonade Stand that coached me in like a team for like a YouTube video. And I watched the VODs back, and I could tell like this style I like a lot. So I even took that style of that other coach into my own. And
wow.
then every time we went to practice, I thought about like, what can I do? And I always asked him like, yo, what do you guys like? I even took a day out where it's like, yo, let's have a conversation. What do you guys want out of me? Is there any like internal issues you guys have with the team? I think having that openness to be honest with each other, because remember, we like knew each other, or like we almost, that's sort of shy myself, I guess. We only knew each other like uh in the first week, literally like a couple days after draft. We only texted, and then we started hopping in VC. Um, so I think getting that environment where we can be open honest with each other, so I know what they want more out of me, or even Shelby, or out of each other, and I think that helped us kind of build that trust to where I know what they can do, and then I know what they need from me. Is that whole thing? I think there's a lot of like
Creating that bridge.
yes, creating that bridge, and also just like kind of like trading off like each other's like energy and information and things like that, because I don't want it to be a one-way street. I want it to be an exchange.
Yeah, and I think the proof is right in front of us how far and how well that bridge was built. And I mean, just sitting in here, you can feel the enjoyment going into the listen-ins. You can feel how much fun everyone is having. The comms were clean, precise, but they were also having that level of brevity to them that I think sometimes teams, especially when they get very deep into whatever game that they're playing or whatever map that they're playing, can sometimes lose that fun aspect of Valorant. For a competitive game like Valorant, there still is that very important aspect to make sure that you are always having fun. But Cero, Miedo, thank you so much for joining me on broadcast today. Thank you so much for joining us on Coach's Call as well. I look forward, and I really genuinely hope that we get to see each and every single one of you again in a future event. And I'm very much hoping that we have that opportunity to talk once again. So,
Yes.
if any of you have anything that you want to say right now, I'm just going to leave it open as a free for all.
I do. I have a couple of things. One, thank you to my players, thank you to my coaching staff, Shelby. Thank you to my helpers as well, in terms of Inkster subbing or Ink subbing, and Chelsea even helping outside of the game. I said it in the beginning. Also, please donate. Like the cause is just something that's tied to me and my players, like especially. I remember people talking about it a lot. I think the cause is wonderful. Extra Smart Charity. I don't know what the number's at now. I know it's over like 1.2. And also, every event that I've participated in Kate's, I've been first rounded. First rounded.
Oh
First
my
rounded.
gosh.
I will take second. I am happy with second. My team was happy with second. I think the end of the day, not only the day ends, but this was like a whole improvement based tournament. winning was like a cherry on top. But I think my players know that they've improved so much. Yeah.
Well, Assistant Shelby, is there anything that you'd like to say?
I first and foremost want to thank Raynell again for picking me as their assistant coach, and to the players, amazing job as always. I'm always going to be immensely proud of you. Cannot wait to see what's next for you guys. I also want to thank anyone on the production side. I want to thank Kate as well. Since I started playing in her events with Queens of the Spike, she has been someone that I always look out for any of her events that she's doing. So also please donate while there's still time to donate.
Yeah, I want to mention real quick, since we're bringing up the donations, it's $1,282.67 out of a $1,467.67 67 goal that we have going on right now. So we're under $200. I have that much math in my head. I can't give you the rest of it, but it's under $200. So very, very close to reaching it. You know, thanks to our coaching staff, because they're helping to coach me to talk about this goal right now. But let's switch over to the players. Cero, Miedo, players. I'm going to, like I said, it's a free-for-all, so whoever speaks up first can get their shout-outs in.
Shout out
I
my
think
team,
everybody
man.
should eat.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. Just shout out my team, man. Honestly, they're so great. Honestly, I'm gonna miss playing with these guys, and I hope I get to play with them again in a different tournament.
Yeah, just because summer camp is over doesn't mean we still can keep contact.
Hell yeah.
Ooh, wait a second here. Send him some clips of VOD review. Raynell's got your back there. Yeah, well, right.
He's
All right,
just
Fruit
gonna-
Packs.
Go ahead.
Let's listen. Let's get some shout outs going. Fruit Packs.
I definitely want to give a shout out to the coaches. I've learned so much, and it really inspires me to play even more Valorant, and the team is just amazing. I'm gonna miss these columns so much. It was such a fun journey. Shout out to all of them.
Hey, there you go. All right. We already got you, Shy Guy. Sorry, I'm going down the list right now.
No.
Dowier.
All right. Hello. Shout out my coach. Thank you, coaches. Thank you, my team. I love my team. I wouldn't change this team for the world, even if we
Oh
got
my
second place. Shout out my Lael for watching all the games and rooting for me. Shout out Ohgawdevents. Always putting on an amazing time where I always get to find new people. I gotta keep the smile on so some tears don't come out. My fault. What else?
Oh, you're good, man.
Yeah, just thank you everyone. A great amazing time.
There we go. All right. Now we move on to Kiki. Any shout outs for us?
They asked for this. Okay, well, one of them didn't because I said I wouldn't. Shout out to my duo Max. Shout out to my favorite chatter Yonono, my favorite mod B, to my coaches and my team. Shout out to the Ace Stealer Dowie and Steve. Shout out to the best
Put her off.
support player Crow. Like, shout out to everybody.
Oh, shout out. We got the shout outs from Kiki. I'm loving that one. Now, Crow. Oh, wait. Oh, hold on.
Can I do
Continue.
one more shout out?
Please.
I want to shout out the duck squad that we played.
Oh my god,
for,
yeah,
like,
the
our
Pug
scrims.
squad.
They were so good, and they helped us
bro.
so much. Like when we
Yes.
needed somebody to scrim, we played them like 3 times. They were so good, and
Yeah,
honestly, I just
can
want
we
to thank
can I
them for
say
the
their
help.
names while we're here?
Yeah,
so
say their
real quick
names.
before we move on?
Please.
Shout out to I don't know if they're in chat. Kara or Kara Soup, I think in chat. Sensei or Josh. Shout out to I think in games like or on
Usually
Twitch,
dropped
Code
off is
FPS.
Justin.
Yeah, Justin. Shout out to I think it's Sister Taro or Kathy. Shout
Yeah.
out to I think Gracie, who's Koi FPS's friend. Shout out to even I think Areeb or Lazy Pancakes as well. Shout out to all of them. Like genuinely, when we couldn't get scrims with other teams in this event, they were there for us, and they helped us tenfold as well.
It's the community coming together and showing that support, right? And again, it's these little things that just all add up together to make events like this so much fun on and off camera. Crow, coming to you though. You're the final person that is able to give out their shout out. So go ahead and lay them on us.
It's a lot of pressure. Shout out my wife first off. She's watched every single every single match, even when she wasn't even at home. She even donated, I think, like $75 towards the charity, which is awesome. So shout out my wife. That's Bionic Banny if she's in chat. Shout out coaches, you guys are absolutely incredible. I've learned so much, and I really genuinely felt the like trust and belief from you guys that I don't even have myself. So like, you guys are insane. Shout out the team. I'm gonna miss you guys so much. Like, not being able to talk to you on like on your daily basis is gonna be weird. Not hearing you in my voice in my ears for 10 hours plus a week, it's gonna be weird. You guys are all incredible players. I can't wait to see what else you guys get up to, and hopefully I get to play with you again soon. Shout out to the Ohgawdevents team as well. Shout out to Kate. Shout out to all of the observers and everybody else that helps this thing run. Shout out to you, Sam. Just you're doing a bang up job. And just shout out to everybody in chat that's believed in our team. Even when we're down 2 games and it's not looking good, I still saw people in chat that believed in us. So thank you to everybody else that's watched and supported in this journey. I'm gonna stop now before I start crying as well. Just thank you guys so much. I love this experience.
All right. Crow, thank you so much for that. Thank you all from the Cero Miedo squad. That is Raynell, Shelby Lynn, Fruit Packs, Shy Guy, Dowier, Kiki, Crow, and their sub Inc. Let's go ahead and give a round of applause to Cero Miedo, everyone out there in chat. They came up, they showed up, and they gave us one hell of a performance. Thank you all. Cero Miedo, I'm sorry I keep butchering your name,
all good.
hope to see you all in a future event. Now, with that being said, I'm going to be jumping over to now our winners.
Hey.
To go ahead
Hey.
and get yes, that's right. I have joined in, and we are. Yeah, I know. I've scared you guys. I'm coming in with fire and fury in my heart because now we're talking to the grand champions, the winners of the coach's call. And so I want to go ahead and start off with none other than our amazing coach, SynThieves. SynThieves, you've managed to grab a fan base here on the desk. A lot of people were thirsting after you today. And I think it had something to do with yeah, I know. Trust me. I had to hear it for like 3 hours now.
Lord.
This guy's got fans?
Apparently. This guy's got some fans, apparently. And listen, it was the immaculate drip that you and Raynell both had, right? The coaches showing up and looking good made me had to put on my own
I was gonna ask
fancy
you, if you
attire.
look in the mirror, god damn. Like, I love the tie, I love the suit, shark skin, beautiful. Holy crap.
In a second. Hey.
That's good.
Anyways, listen, I don't need any more of glow up to my ego. So, SynThieves, I'm going to talk to you first. I'm touching base with you, being the head coach. This has been a 2.5 week journey for you and your team to make it all of the way to the grand championship spot. And I have to know, how does it feel? How has the journey been for you and the coaching staff to put this ragtag band of players together and not only coach them, but coach them into champions?
Yeah, to be honest, like it's an amazing feeling. Like I don't know how this will sound, but this doesn't really feel like my victory. Like when I win a game playing myself, it'll feel like my victory. This is the victory of my team. Like they pulled it together. They worked really, really hard, and every single one of them showed up every single time to practice, whatever it was, wanting to improve. And honestly, without that aspect of their personalities and that aspect of their determination, I guess, we would not be where we are today. They worked very, very hard, and I honestly, I couldn't be prouder.
Yeah, I think some of the words that we would use to describe you, SynThieves, are you're outgoing, you're lovely, and you're determined to win.
Yes. That one can stay. That one can stay.
Yes.
I think what I'm trying to say, SynThieves, is that you're old.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Mew, I'm coming over to you real quick though. You're the assistant coach, working in tandem here with our old SynThieves.
Oh yeah.
With good old SynThieves.
Yeah, with Grunkle SynThieves. Yeah.
How has that experience been for you, being the assistant coach and again helping the journey from 2.5 weeks ago to now?
I think it went really well. The players are very receptive to critical feedback and constructive feedback, especially from 2 people who have a little bit more experience than them in the game. And I had a really fun time just watching them just learn from like mistakes and then improve on those mistakes and then actually put it into the game and then come out here and win 3-0. So it was great.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, undefeated streak actually this entire
Yeah.
weekend, right? It was the 4 games on Friday. Took a nice little day off yesterday and then come back in with a vengeance to win 3 games in a row. So a completely undefeated streak for SynThieves. It's an impressive showing, and I think also an impressive testament to the skill on display from not only the players, but from the coaches who were able to get them there as well. And so I am going to start now with our players. Kid Faye. Yes, that is right. That I am talking to you, Kid Faye. You are our Diamond 3. Sorry, I'm putting a bad spot on your name. Our Ascendant 3 player. Yeah, I know. I took a whole rank away from you. You're our Ascendant 3 player, and I was talking to this over on the Cero Miedo side, but sort of being the highest rank, right? A lot of players look to you for guidance in the game to be able to make some of those calls. Even if you're not IGL, right? You still have the experience to bring your opinion still has that weight behind it. And so there's not much room for you to improve, but still there is that room to improve. How would you say things how your eyes have opened between the start point 2.5 weeks ago to now?
I think I have improved like tenfold from like a month ago or something. With the help of SynThieves, Mew, even some of the people that played in the tournament, and especially Chels with Vadaru and me helping me like get better with IGLing and stuff like that.
And I was also there was one big thing that I wanted to talk to you about because as I understand it, there is a small little rivalry going on between you and a certain doughier boy on the other end of the spectrum. And Faye, I realized that in that first map, it was almost a head-to-head matchup between the two of you on Split, where it was 13-10, but you both had the same kills. You both had like the same assists, quite literally, almost the same amount of deaths too, right? Doughier boy managed to get one more first blood over you, but you had the 19 ACS. So I gotta know, Faye. I gotta know. Are you holding that over his head? You're like, yeah, that's right. Match MVP, me.
Low key might, because like I do play with him a lot, and like he's kind of he low key carries me a lot. I'm not gonna lie. But,
okay.
But today I was a better player. I beat him, so I still love him though. Love him to death.
Hey, that's beautiful. You know what? That it's the off-screen rivalry off-screen love, on-screen rivalry that is maybe not as toxic as I thought it was going to be. So, you know what, Faye? Good on you. I was trying to feed into it.
I could never hate that guy.
Can never hate. Chad, can we get some love out there? Look at that. That's the I'm seeing some shipping going on in chat, so maybe I need to move on real fast.
Oh God.
No.
So Sushi, I'm gonna jump on over to you real fast. I've been asking this question a lot. You're our Diamond 3 player, so again, you have a lot of knowledge when it comes to Valorant, but you're looking towards also filling in some of those gaps, filling in some of those roles where, things can be still touched upon as a player, and you see how things have been able to improve for yourself, how things have been able to come along for you in your own journey from the beginning to now.
Honestly, it's kind of like I was a circle with the rough edges, and then my coaches kind of polished it up for me, set me on the right track, and I've been I've just become a much better player since then. They've helped out a lot, and I couldn't be more grateful.
It's again those eye-opening moments where you're just like, there's still something that little bit more that can be worked on, that little bit more that can be given. And so AG, that's right. Some of our players have some cameras on, and I really appreciate that. That helps me to get your attention real quick and look over at you. AG, you're all smiles over there, buddy. Grand champion, working out with the team. You're our Diamond 1 player, so kind of sitting almost in the middle. Yeah, I'd say you're sitting in the middle of this squad. Now you're sandwiched in between everyone. You're I would even go so far as to say the anchor of the team, keeping everything real, keeping the spirits alive, and keeping everything going. But I mean, improvement wise, looking at yourself, what are some of the things that you think that you've been able to improve upon the most, going from beginning to end?
Yeah. I mean, I think I've been in a lot of Ohgawdevents event tourneys, and unfortunately been like grouped or first rounded every time. And I think coming into this one, like I've done a lot of initiator work, especially on older teams, because we just had a really good duelist typically, right? So I think coming into this and being able to like get kind of put onto the main duelist role. I think there's one map I was off of duelist, but just being able to lock in, kind of give into like my more aggressive tendencies, like my willingness to just take a fight and kind of take space, and just be able to amplify that, and have the coaches from like Mew and both Mew and Sin, but also Chels and like everyone else, Pinecco, right now, everybody who's here in the tourney, just kind of giving you advice the whole way through. I feel like it's unlocked a whole new level for me, realistically, like in my duelist abilities. And yeah, I'm definitely a different player than I was before I came in here.
It's so exciting too, especially seeing how much you've been able to improve and how much this team has been able to benefit from your experience. And so now we move on to Slay. Slay, I'm coming over to you real fast. You're our gold 2 player, and I've also been noted that yourself, Slay, AG, and Sushi, you're all kind of like friends. You got this like little friend group going on here, playing Valorant with each other and stuff like that.
Yeah. Yes.
So okay, so you can back up what they're saying and actually saying, yeah, okay, the improvements were real here.
No, yeah. They were like literally when I would play comp, I used to be so scared and they would just basically carry. But like from the tournament now and the coaching from Sin and Mew and Chels, like they helped me like one better my sheriff aim, and also like my ability to like play off the map and like talk to my team and give comms better, I feel like. So I feel like it actually did like teach me a lot, and I'm like glad that we all worked together and I trusted them. Anything they did, we went in together. Literally, we went in together.
Went in together, do or die, ride or die, right? It's that you got to go with the team. You got to put your full faith and trust in them. And so, you know, as a gold 2 player, there is a lot of room for improvement, a lot of opportunities to be able to better yourselves. And you touched a little bit upon what some of those things are, but I want to know also too how the journey, how the experience has been for you as someone who is able to make all of those improvements.
So yeah, I like basically in the forums, I wanted to try and fix like my positioning better in the maps, and Sin like basically helped me. Well, like he uses program Icarus where he like basically like helped me with setups and stuff like that, and where to play off of like other people. And I think that actually like will stick with me for the rest of me playing Valorant, and hopefully I can rank up. I've been gold forever, but like hopefully I
Oh,
can rank
look at
up.
that. Well, SynThieves, I gotta ask you this question. Is Slay able to send in the VODs real quick for VOD review? And you'd be like, yeah, here you go.
Of course, anytime. Yeah, anytime.
Dude, look at that. Look at that. Slay, take advantage of that offer, because that's a big one right there. Arson, I'm gonna come over to you now. Saving the best for last. Our silver 2 player also has a camera on, so I get to see the smiles all abounding right now. Chat, they're beautiful smiles, by the way, from our 2 players who do have them turned on, AG and Arson. But you're a silver 2 player, so no offense to you, right? But there is obviously a lot of room to be able to make improvement. There is a lot of road and ground that you can cover to be able to make that improvement for yourself. How has coaching been able to impact you as a player to help mold you into a champion?
So for me personally, honestly, I've seen a lot of like, because I even said this to my coach. I literally walk like a Yoru clone half the time, or used to. I still kind of do, but I think realistically, it's put me in like a position where like I can rotate while trusting my team. Like if I have comms and being able to calm a little bit more. I know I do get a little quiet during most of my games still, but if I'm able to just calm a little bit more, able to traverse the map, you know, without bumping into walls. And I now know how to jump peek. I learned that yesterday.
Really?
So that was, Yeah, wasn't I wasn't doing it. I did it like maybe once, and then I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna keep on jiggle peeking because I just learned that yesterday. And yeah, coming from, I mean, I was Iron just 2 seasons ago, Iron 3. That's my peak.
Nice.
So now being Silver 1/Silver 2, it's pretty nice. So
Hey,
yeah.
listen, if it makes you feel better, I didn't learn how to jump peak until I was like plat 2. So you're definitely outpacing me on that aspect, and I wouldn't be surprised if we're gonna see you in Immortal by the next act, okay, buddy? Yeah, listen, it's been a definitely a lot of fun watching you play as well, and seeing some of the moments where you were able to help support the team and brought your own sort of flair to the table and flair to the game. So I think Arson, for what you've been able to do, and I think as a whole for SynThieves, cannot be understated, cannot be devalued in any way whatsoever. You're champions, and that is something that you get to take to the bank, something that you get to hold close to your chest forever, especially when it comes to coach's call. So SynThieves, I'm going to come back over to you now because I want to pick your brain a little bit more as the coach. Your coaching style, I want to get into that a little bit more. What would you say your coaching style personally is more like?
Oh, yikes.
Ooh,
For the most
ooh.
for the most part, I'm pretty. I teeter on the line of babying my students and then also yelling at them and like I don't know what the word is, like, just being without, I mean, swearing here, like being an asshole to them. I think that's kind of where I lean as a coach. It's like, okay, guys, we need to do this. Okay, why are we not doing this? And then why the fuck are we not doing this sort of thing? Like, for the most part, I believe that all my the people that I've taught, they deserve some understanding from their perspective as to how they see the game. So that's the first thing I do. I make sure I can understand how they see the game, and then I show them my way, and then from there we try to bridge the gap, try and combine it together and try and make something of the player. And honestly, like, I was very fortunate in the sense where all my players were ready to learn and were here and they showed up every single day, and they made my job as a coach really really easy. So yeah, it's my coaching style overall, it purely depends on who I'm with, but these guys just made it easy. So
They made it easy and they made it spectacular, bombastic, right? They come in and they don't drop a single map. For a coach, that's got to feel good, right? Not only did you win, but you're undefeated. You have a clean 7-0 record. Not a single map lost.
Yeah, I wanted to brag about it, but honestly, like, the main thing I wanted to make sure I got this point across in the interview. The other coaches, Cursed, Raynell, and Paneko, I wouldn't be the player or coach that I am today without those people. They are people I've always looked up to in terms of just how they perceive the game and how they play the game. They might not be a higher rank than me, for example, but I know that they understand Valorant at a deeper level than I do or maybe did at this point. And the only reason I was able to overcome them throughout this tournament was because they helped me way before, and they continue to help me every single day, every time I play with them. So, like, in all honesty, the coach got coached by the other coaches.
The layers
And
to that
yeah,
is
that's yeah.
so many layers, but also it warms my heart. It makes me feel good to hear about how much everyone loves each other in the Oh God events community and the Oh God K community. Again, that's what these tournaments are all about. Where there's an opportunity, maybe be able to make a jab or a stab at your opponents. Instead, there's just nothing but love for each other and love for the sake of the game, Valorant. And it's just Mm, chef's kiss. It's so very, very nice to hear. Synthix, I'm gonna go ahead and start winding things down here, but I do want to start opening the floor up for shout outs. So if there are any that you would like to give, please do throw them my way.
Uh, Obviously, my team, the incredible team. You guys, from the beginning to the end, you guys made me proud, and I'm so happy to say that at least one Thieves won. Okay, this weekend.
Yeah.
Thank God, or it would have been a crash out. Anyways, other than that, I'd like to thank my lovely girlfriend for hosting this event. Like,
Yes.
she does so much for this community, and like, we're not grateful enough, but I don't think we can ever be grateful enough for her. So yeah, like,
Don't
nobody's
you
getting better
hate?
without a tournament. Like, Other than that, thank you guys. Thank you to Wolf. Thank you to Ron. Thank you to who else did subs with us? Chels, of course. And any of the people who subbed in when we were doing some scrims outside of the tournament. You guys, Ron, yeah, incredible people. Just like the community here is, it's so filled with like just the willingness to help, and that's everything.
It is everything. It is everything. It makes just being a part of these events, even not as a player, just as a humble host, so much fun. Now we go over to our assistant coach, Mew. Any shout outs that you want to give?
Shout outs to the team, obviously. You guys did so well, especially first day when I couldn't make the first match because I had a supposed graduation that got canceled, but rescheduled. But it's like, hey, it got rescheduled. It's fine. Shout outs to Kate. Yeah, we literally cannot be grateful enough for the amount of tournaments that you put on, regardless, especially even it is for charity, for always a good cause. And shout outs to all the other people in the tournament, all the other coaches and all the other players. I hope you guys had a great time. And if you guys need more coaching, always reach out to any of the coaches if they're available. I'm always available. I'm always on Discord. So if you guys need any more help at all, hit me up. I'm probably free. And yeah, that's probably much it, to be honest.
There you go. Open door policy. Just walk right on through. Throw it down.
Yeah.
And get yourself coached a little bit. Now we move over to our players. Get to talking to them a little bit and get some of the shout outs from them. Starting off with you, Sushi.
Well, obviously the team, the coaches, subs, the sub coaches, but also shout out to the observers and casters and all the work that's been put in. It wouldn't be possible without you guys. Shout out to, I had kind of private coaching, so shout out to Sad Lee, who's part of the staff, who helped me a lot with my aim and game sense and all of that. So shouts out to them and everyone.
But there you go, Sushi. Listen, I'm also gonna need some of that private coaching too for my own aim. That's something something I definitely need a little bit of. Now, Kid Faye, we come over to you. We're gonna get some of your shout outs.
Yeah, hold on. I'm like trying my best not to cry right now.
Oh, crying.
Can't fucking cry.
Twin, don't cry, twin.
Shout out Kate, Chels, everyone who's helped me like get this far, in the game at least. It's too many people to name. It's just
shout out everyone.
It's okay. It's okay. We'll give shout out. We'll just throw out the net of shout outs. Kid Faye, if at any point you want us to come back to you, if you have any more shout outs, definitely let you have that opportunity to be able to put them out there. AG, we come to you, my friend.
Yes,
throw us some shout outs.
I've been scribbling away, trying to make sure I don't forget anybody. So first off, my coaches, like we wouldn't be here without y'all. Y'all took a lot of time and effort out of your days. Like saying you were putting together crazy strats that we had to be able to pull upon when we said it could be useful, and it obviously helped. Like the amount of effort, not just on our coaches, but for all the coaches. Like seriously, everybody go support these people. They put in a lot of time and effort to try to make us better players. I think successfully across the board. So I mean, just yeah. I'm saying Mew, Paneko, Chels, like especially Chels as well. When Mew couldn't show up, like subbed in for us on a game and called some great strats, pulled us out of a hole, got us going really well, and gave us some like good strats to use that we pulled out in the tourney that helped us out a lot, including sending me some aim training that I didn't do as much as I probably should have, but I definitely will after this. Kate. Like Sin said, we cannot thank Kate enough. Like she puts on all of these fantastic tourneys with a great group of people. And I've been honored to be able to play in a lot of these, not even just as a player, but also participate as part of the staff. She gave me my first shot to be a commentator, and I've gotten to commentate, try my hand at that. I got to help with clipping. Like, if you guys want to help out in the tourney, you guys want to get that gateway into trying to be into the esports scene, talk to Kate, reach out, help out. She needs the help. Anything that you can do to help her out and take stuff off her plate just makes these tourneys even better. So if you want to get into it, and you guys get to help a great charity cause every single time in return. Also, shout out all the staff. You guys are behind the scenes. A lot of people don't see the work you do, but I've seen it. I know you guys are working your asses off, every single one of you, and you guys deserve the shout outs from Prod, Rare Adam, the incredible replay system, the new setups. Like every single time I'm blown away. All of the observers making sure
Adam.
they catch all the action.
Yes.
Like you guys are doing great. You guys are fucking ghosts. The commentators calling all these calls. We get hype. You guys get the crowd hype. Like we put the action out there, but you guys are the ones that are making sure everyone's following along, telling the story. And a lot of people don't really appreciate that a lot of time. The Clippers putting all the clips and stuff up onto Twitter. I'm reposting half of them right now. Like I wouldn't have these. I'm a terrible clipper. I'd never go back to get clips. Without y'all, I would not have it. The VC staff making sure that we'd call texts. Like we had an issue with Arson's computer just started exploding in one of the rounds. Like you'd hit like 500 ping. So like we'd be able to call the tech pause in, get a pause in, get them reset and keep us going. And then yeah, all of our teammates, like without y'all, we wouldn't have done this. I couldn't have done this solo. And I'm so proud of each and every one of you. Like my fellow IGLs, we had split IGLs. We had 3 IGLs between me, Sushi, and Faye and Kid Faye. And I think that system works so well because if one of us needed to lock in, like the other 2 could pick up in their spot and be able to transfer off. Realistically, I think Kid Faye kind of took the main IGL role and me and Sushi kind of alternated in when needed. But so like big shout outs to Kid Faye. But yeah, all 3 of us, dude. I don't know how we would have done it without us and being able to call and bounce ideas off of each other. Faye, dude, we've been playing for a long time. You improved so much, and like, especially in calming, dude, your comms after like rounds or even in the middle of rounds, keeping the info out there, letting us all know what's happening, like saved us rounds. And that incredible clutch at the end, like, was insane. That 4K, crazy. And last but not least, dude, Arson. You do not deserve to be silver, dude. The improvement I have seen out of you from day 1 to now is actually insane. You have blown my mind with how much you've improved, how quickly, and like how fast you adapt to advice from anybody. Like it's actually insane. You were not going to be silver for long, man. You were so fucking good. But yeah, just everyone, thank you so much. Thank you to also everybody who's watching, everyone who watched, everyone who supported, everyone who donated. At the end of the day, we put on this show for charity to raise money for charity and raise money for great causes. And we can't do any of this without y'all. So every single one of you watching stream right now, thank you for being here. Thank you for giving us your time. Thank you for giving us your donations. And I hope to see y'all again next time.
We have the player awards coming up, and I think I want to nominate AG for best shout out. That was
Yo, Faye, you didn't leave anyone for you, bro. I'm gonna be real.
Yeah, so Slay, now we come to you for your own shout out, but do not feel intimidated, please.
It's okay, I'm gonna basically repeat it, but like, thank you so much, Kate, because literally Kate I see how much she works so hard behind the scenes, and her like producers, everyone else, like her staff, like they work so hard. We've heard her like constantly, the graphics, the oh my god, the montages. Doyer ate that up. Literally, he ate. My teammates, our coaches, Chels, like everyone. Oh my god, it was really fun. It's my first tournament too, finally actually playing. I've been watching these for like literally a while. And like we won, we did it, guys. All the scrims, all the practices against like the higher elos against Sin and friends was scary, but we did it. We did it. We did it.
You did it. And now guess what? You get to call your first tournament, you already get to call yourself a champion.
Yes.
It's one of those feelings that you will never ever forget. So, Arson, we're coming over to you now, bookending us on our shout-outs. So go ahead and slap me with them.
All right. Well, honestly, just saying this right now, I know pretty much nobody knew me coming into this tournament. Even Sin was like, I don't really know this guy, but I heard good things from the community. Pretty much everybody only knew me as Ronald McDonald that throws it back. And now here I am. Arson Rascal, the silver. And I really do appreciate Sin for that. And I really appreciate Kate for allowing me to get in on this, because also she didn't know that I existed before this as well, because I have no social presence. But yeah, and I really appreciate all my team. They honestly were very patient with me, and I really appreciate that. Because, you know, some days, whenever we were playing certain teams, I would definitely shut down. Primarily Sin's teams, because they hurt me. And I honestly, to everybody that pulled up to these events, to everything, constantly cheering on every team was really cool. I really enjoyed seeing like all the friendly banter go back and forth. All the viewers did really love. Like they just honestly just brought the hype. Casters, like AG said, I love going through those clips and just seeing when y'all just can't say anything. You're just flabbergasted by what happened, or it's just like, yo, like what's going on? Like, and I feel like just y'all just brought a lot to just the whole event. And a lot of people like AG said, sleep on the casters, but y'all killed it. And extra special shout out to Chels for sitting through my rage bait. I would sit there during our training and I would purposefully not listen because I understood that it got under her skin. And I honestly appreciate the fact that she still stuck through, because at some points I'd get annoyed and realize that I wasn't really going where I wanted to. So I would just I would sit there and rage bait her too. Appreciate all the
Oh my
coaches
goodness.
for everything that they did for me, and all the and it was just fun. It was just a good time. I appreciate the opportunity that was given to me. I love everybody. My team was fantastic. Maybe we'll 5-stack one day. Who knows?
Ooh.
If not, then not then. Yeah, we should. Except without like the old guy, because I don't know how much longer he has. But
Oh yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
Whoa!
He doesn't, I don't think he has much time left.
What
not
a
gonna lie.
straight.
sorry, I'm talking about SynThieves here.
Okay.
My
All right,
favorite
all
part
right,
of
all
all
right.
this that I've stayed quiet the whole time. He's not even the oldest guy on the team.
It's fucking wild, bro. I hate it here.
I'm the oldest dude on this whole team. I might be the oldest guy in the tournament, but Sid's caught all the flack for being old, and it's been hilarious to sit and watch.
Yeah, I mean, outgoing, lovable, and determined. It's old. It's obviously that's what it is. Yeah, there you go. There you go. All right, chat. That is your grand champions. That is SynThieves, Mew, Sushi, Faye, AG, Slay, and Arson. Your Coach's Call Grand Champions. I'm sure that's a phenomenal feeling for all of you.
Let's go. Oh
There you
my
have it.
gosh.
There you have it. Thank you all so much for joining me on this interview. I'm going to go ahead and hop out now, but enjoy your win and congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, chat and everyone out there, we are going to start winding things down to a close. But before I do, I know I want to go ahead and give a special big shout out again to all of you out there who are watching, to everyone who has donated, which, by the way, just because we are winding down does not mean that you can't give out some last second donations. We are still, I can never get the side right, very, very close to hitting our another goal, less than $200 to go. So if there's anyone out there who wants to do some last second donations, please do that right now as we start winding things down to a close. I do want to say a big couple of shout outs as well. A big thank you to our sponsors out there who help make these events possible. That is going to be Corsair and Zenny Optical. Make sure that you go and check them out, guys, especially Corsair, especially Zenny Optical. They create Corsair creates high-performance gaming gear, streaming equipment used by gamers, creators, and esports professionals around the world. You can use your code OGODK to get some money off of there. And then we also have Zenny Optical, a leading eyewear company focused on making stylish and affordable vision care accessible to everyone. Same thing, same deal. Use code OGODKate to get some money off there as well. And don't forget to chat, if you donate, you still have your last second opportunities to donate and to enter into our giveaways that we have for some of the Corsair gear, some of the Zenny Optical gear, and for some of the exclusive in-game Valorant gear, including a Riot Gun Buddy. You do not have to donate to enter, but if you do donate, every $5 donated will give you additional entries for Corsair and Zenny Optical giveaways, and every $25 donated give you additional entries for exclusive Valorant in-game rewards. So you still have your last couple of chances if you would like to win the keyboard, if you would like to win the mouse, the headset, the eyewear from Zenny Optical, or the opportunity at the Riot Gun Buddy, you still have your chance to do that. And of course, also, we want to say and we want to talk a little bit more about what this is benefiting, what everything is going on here for that. And that is going to be the Crisis text line, who we are proudly supporting. Coach's Call is proudly supporting and raising money for Crisis text line in honor of Mental Health Awareness Month. Crisis text line provides free 24/7 confidential mental health support and crisis intervention for individuals in need through text-based support services. And we've talked about it at length. We've talked about it so much about how important mental health is. I know Kate herself has said so much about how important Crisis Text Line is, how much it has helped her. So this is such an important charity to benefit everyone. So please, again, if you find it in your hearts to donate, please do !donate, !charity. It's been an amazing weekend, though, everyone. From day one on Friday, all the way to here, day 3 for our grand finals. And of course, yesterday at day 2. Every single one of our teams, from Panico's Kittens to Cursed Crusaders to Cero, Miedo, and to our grand champions, SynThieves, each and every single one of them gave us their all. 2.5 weeks of their time to come out for this event to show the improvements that they've been able to make. It's not an easy task as a coach to bring ranks from all across Valorant together and try to cobble together game plans, try to cobble together strategies, and try to get them working together, especially teams, especially when they haven't been introduced to that tournament environment, to that coordinated environment where their only experience in Valorant may just be ranked play or even at most casual play. But for each and every single one of these players to have stepped up to the plate, to have donned the pressure that also comes with being broadcasted live to an audience, is something that can't be understated, and something that I think we all need to give a special shout out to each and every single one of them for taking that step, for coming on to here, for showing us what they're made of, for going through game after game after game. I said it yesterday, it's never an easy time to play so much Valorant where you are having to stay focused at all times. Even the most seasoned of veterans struggle with that, and to see each and every single one of our players rise up to that task, well, they need to pat themselves on the back, because it was a amazing time to see. And of course, to everyone in the background for everything that they've done,